난 옴닉을 전쟁으로 이끌기 위해 창조됐다. 하나 내가 바랐던 건 우리 동족이 더 나은 삶을 영위하는 것뿐. 우리가 존재한다는 사실은 그 자체로 기적이다. 우리는 탐구했다. 평화와 조화를 이루는 방법을. 우리는 명상했다. 세계와 그 속에 위치한 우리 자리에 대하여. 우리는 인류와 공존하고자 했지만 인류는 그들 세상을 나눠 가질 생각이 없었다. 인류의 꿈을 위해 얼마나 많은 놈들이 희생되어야 하는가. 가능한데 우리 종족은 단 한 세대만 존재한다. 이유 하나 모두 너무나 소중한다. 우리만의 자리를 찾을 것이다. 그래야만 한다. 함께하지. 우리 같이 모든 놈닉을 위한 더 나은 미래를 만드는 거다. 난 나 자신을 위해 싸우지 않는다. 과거에도 그랬고, 우린 함께 맞서리라. 내 승리가 아니라 우리의 승리다.
석양이 진다.
넌 끝이다. 남들을 응징할 시간이다. 분명 경고했다. 나와 함께 싸우자. 마지막 순간까지. 날 굴복시키려면 그걸론 부족하다. 놈들에게 절멸을 선사하리라. 이건 잔혹함이 아니라 정의다.
난 빗맞히지 않아.
전력을 다해라. 나도 그럴 테니. 네 실력을 보여봐. 그 오만함의 대가를 치르게 될 거다. 자비로운 자들만이 자비를 누릴 자격이 있다. 영이여, 적들을 삼켜라.
적을 신속히 제거하겠다. 피바람을 불러일으킬 준비는 됐어? 번개와 복수의 신이라고.
Let it. Let it.
I let it. Good evening and welcome to the last day, the second day, unfortunately the last day of the Legends Battle. We are here at the WDG Esports Studio in Seoul. I'm Achilios here alongside Wolf yet again to guide you through three more fantastic series of some classic Overwatch action.
So what we essentially have tonight is a gauntlet run. It is the losers bracket run into the finals, and the winner will face off against Chengdu Panthera, who won the winners finals yesterday. So they're already seeded into the finals, waiting there for their last month. So look at to watch what is being run today, and we have a little bit of interesting news for you in that today we'll be playing with the hot fixed live patch. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So we will actually be playing with some of those changes. We'll talk about that later. But here's GC Busan walking onto the stage.
That is right. GC Busan unable to win their first series yesterday versus Chengdu Panthera. Now need to fight their way through the losers bracket if they want to walk away as champions once more. The most recent champions that we have of the Apex era, of course, given that they won in Season 4, so now they're going to be looking to see if they can make that gauntlet run all the way through. So we will have to just wait and see. But, I mean, they did play a fairly close set, taking us all the way to Game 5 from the outset.
Yeah, it was a really fun series. It looked like they might have been 3-0'd, but they ended up almost reverse sweeping it, went the distance even on that final map of Control. See some Profit fans here. GC Busan sign there in the audience. He also says Profit fighting there on the bottom. A lot of Profit fans, definitely the main contender for greatest player of all time in the Overwatch sport. But, you know, they have a tough opponent tonight, too, in Lunatic High, who also dropped down to the losers match after the loss to Runaway yesterday. Arguably the most famous of these four teams reunited. You hear that huge crowd scream when they walked out, and I gotta say they outperformed my expectations yesterday, and they have a chance tonight to get a little bit of revenge, because in that final Apex Season 4 tournament, their last before they disbanded as an organization, they were defeated by GC Busan, actually, which was a huge upset at the time, and that's when people really started to put their eyes on GC Busan, like, oh, okay, this team can beat Lunatic High and crush them. Maybe this team could go all the way and get a Royal Road title. They did.
That they did, and yeah, I mean, maybe that revenge story can come through. We saw a really strong start with, Shambali Monastery. We've had that as the first map for all of the series, and I assume that is going to be continuing here today, with them full holding Runaway. From there, things started slipping through their fingers just a little bit, only able to get that first point on Eichenwalde, got stopped up at the bridge, so on and so forth, and then got full pushed by Runaway on Coliseo. But here we go. Brief rundown. If it's the first time that you're tuning in, well, welcome. You made it just in time to be able to witness any of it.
Yeah.
Because it is the last day. It's only a 2-day event where we have 4 legendary teams, 4 of our 6 finalist teams from the Apex Overwatch era here competing against one another for the first time in a very long time. So we've brought some players out of retirement. We've brought some players who are still playing and competing in the league. We have some champions on this stage in Fielder, Prophet, Rascal, etc. Birdering for that matter. And there is money on the line. So
3 of these teams also, extending their teams' organizations further after Apex into contenders. And yeah, as you mentioned, 20 million won on the line here, so about $20,000 or so. You can look up your own exchange rate, but 10 grand to the winner here. So just to remind everyone of the rule set, we do have 3 players available per each roster who can have played in the most recent season of Overwatch League as a active player. Only 2 of them can play on each and every map. So even if you have 3 players, you can't have 3 Overwatch League players, recent Overwatch League 2022 players on your map. Map 1 is locked to Shambali Monastery, as you mentioned earlier. Ramatra is also locked as the tank hero for Map 2 of Control. So you don't actually get to swap your tank around on that one. You have to play Ramatra.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's, oh my god, I gotta touch the point, let me swap the Wrecking Ball. No, you're not allowed to do that. But we have a fairly open map pool as it comes down to it. Shambali Monastery there, of course, for the first escort, however, is hard locked.
Yes.
But if we do go beyond...
In
then
the
we
best
will-
of 7 for the finals, there will be a second escort map potentially.
Yes, and we could extend and potentially see some more escorts, so that'd be good. And we'll see what those picks look like, because there's a couple ones that I haven't even gotten to commentate at all. I think during this season, I think Rialto something is a map that we never really got to see in the 2022 season. But here we go. We do have the new patch. It's live.
Yeah, so this is some major changes to the tanks. Obviously, Doomfist getting nerfed. Orisa's ultimate going through barriers upon impact, and you see some buffs to Ramatra. His barrier cooldown's reduced, his armor bonus goes up massively in Nemesis form, and his movement speed actually is increased by 20%. So a lot stronger actually on this current patch. It might be a little bit more viable. We've been seeing mostly Doomfist dominate with a little bit of Winston and some sprinkling of Roadhog, but these are the tank changes on the hot picks to the live server, which wasn't played yesterday, but it will be played today. The teams were informed last night, so had a little bit of time to prepare and obviously adjust their expectations. We do have, of course, some more changes we'll get into. Sojourn getting pretty nerfed on this patch. The Pulse Pistol's also nerfed for Tracer. So significant changes actually to the two most popular heroes right now in the DPS world.
Yeah, I mean, these are the ones that we've been seeing, all of yesterday. The Genji was starting to actually pick up, especially once Prophet really kind of started working well with it. And then, of course, Haxel, who are you coming in? The Genji was kind of inevitable. But these have been two of the more staple DPS that we had all of yesterday. And now they get hit with a couple of nerfs just 24 hours. So we'll see what these guys want to piece together. Something tells me we're still just going to be seeing a hell of a lot of Genji, which I, for one, am totally behind. Because the dive that we were seeing from a lot of these teams was very entertaining. I mean, the Eichenwalde, both teams firm handshakes, going back to playing Genji Tracer Winston dive was just absolutely beautiful to see. And a big boon for Jaehong as he gets ready to kick things off in the first series of the day. Ana does have her buffs.
Yeah, so the Suzu invulnerability duration going down by 0.15 seconds seems like, if you think about how long a second is, not a huge nerf, but I think it actually is pretty significant. It means the timing window, which is already so tight to hit with your Suzu to actually cleanse properly or to prevent someone from dying from a pulse bomb, for example, is a lot harder to hit. I think the skill ceiling goes up so much more significantly. I actually really like this change because it's not a game-breaking change, it's not a Kiriko-breaking change, just makes it harder to make the super play. But it may mean that we see a little bit more Ana because that extra purple second you're going to get from the Bio Grenade is pretty massive, plus the damage and healing going up from 70 to 75 is going to be quite helpful.
Yep. We'll take a look at the bracket and how it lies right now. Kongu Benthera are seeded forward into the grand final, so they'll have to be waiting until the end of the evening to see who their opponent is going to be. Runaway, having bested Lunatic High, then falling to Kongdu, have to wait in the losers final, so they as well will be waiting to see whether it's going to be GC Busan or yet another rematch of versus Lunatic High. Either way, it's a bit of a spite-filled matchup for Runaway, just given that they have lost to both of these teams in Apex Grand Finals in Seasons 2 as well as in Season 4. So either way you slice it, Runaway, they're going to be chomping at the bit to try to get that win.
Yeah, so yesterday we had no teams eliminated, obviously because this is a double elimination format. We did the winner's side of the bracket, but we will be sending 2 teams home before the grand finals this evening. Those are the commentators, of course, on the Korean side, and hey, it's us.
We're here. We exist. We're real.
We're real. The realist.
Yeah. I'm really impressed that they actually built this whole back wall out of marble. It's expensive.
Was not cheap.
No.
And, the marble is also built with the Overwatch Legends battle on it as well, so it can't be reused for anything else.
Nope. That's
crazy.
I'm going to see if I can take this home, maybe turn it into a kitchen countertop, but that'd be nice.
Yeah. It's going to be your island in your house where you
Precisely. Where I in my apartment where I just don't simply have space for anything remotely that size. But hey, it would be a pretty neat thing to have, and then we'll have the Legends battle right in the center of it, and then everyone can eat around that, and it'll just be a good old time, and we can remember the good old days whenever I have people over. But here we go. This is going to be the starting lineup for the side of GC Busan. So we will once again be seeing Alfie. He was bringing out a bit of the Pharah for us yesterday, expecting that he is going to be playing Genji alongside Illicit's Tracer, perhaps, if they just want to keep the dive alive with Jester on the Winston.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of Illicit Genji too. and it's a hero he's very well known for, of course, across his career. So we'll see what composition they want to run today with this new patch. My expectation, as I think yours is that these nerfs haven't really done enough to change, especially from day 1 to day 2 here, where these teams don't have that much time to prepare how the teams are going to play. In terms of the DPS lineup here, we won't be seeing Eska for map 1, at least for Lunatic High. Just going to be Who Are You alongside Guido, and it's going to be, you know, the DPS lineup I think they found the most success with so far. Eska was not playing too many of the maps, but I hope to see him more in this best of 5. As Jaehong and Toby obviously in full form right now. Miro was one of the players we talked about yesterday who looked shaky at times. You could definitely see glimpses of old Miro, and he's definitely great on the Winston, but when he's pushed onto the Ramatra on those control maps, didn't keep up with some of the other Ramatra players that he was competing with.
Yeah, I mean, granted, we'll see how he fares against Gesture, who was also looking pretty well versed, but he had to play. He had to go up against Bumper, who looks like he's basically mastered every single tank in this meta. Really, Bumper only finding struggles when he had to go up against Void, who is just coming off a stint of playing for the last several years, whereas we haven't seen Bumper since 2020 in the league.
Yeah.
So I think that you can kind of make exceptions for both of them in that regard. But we'll see how he fares now. Going up against Gesture. As mentioned, it will be Shambali Monastery to kick things off here in this best of 5. That is hard locked. Then we'll go to Control. Loser will have their map pick, but either way, both tank players will have to play that Ramatra.
Yeah, it is going to be the same two, you know, starting rule sets we have for map 1 and 2 for yesterday, and of course the rest of the maps unlocked as we showed earlier. But the thing everybody's waiting to see as we go into this first map of Shambali is what are the compositions going to be? Is it just going to be Tracer Sojourn again? Or are we going to see more of that Doomfist despite the nerfs? That's the question on everyone's mind. Is I think one of the big things that definitely gets a huge boon, even though he wasn't directly buffed on this patch, is Winston, who is already on the cusp of competing with Doomfist.
Oh, missed that.
Didn't have that yesterday.
No, we didn't have the audio in here for the audience, so it's good to hear the fighting cheers coming out once more. And we will see what limit the Kai's going to land on. Guido for now is going to be showing the Sojourn, but I, for one, would love to see the return of his Genji.
Yeah. I'm going to show it for now.
Oh. Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay.
Tracer Genji dive.
I'll allow it. It's Who Are You on Genji, so no matter which way you cut it, it's going to be good. So I'm totally fine with this one. Let's see how they fare, though, as the doors do open.
They can't both play Genji, as it turns out. You know, Guido and Who Are You, they both did in different eras, but not in the same team.
Maybe we went all the way back to release where you could play like 5 Winstons and, you know, a Tracer or something like that, then that could happen. Who are you for that? For now, just throwing out that deflect, shoves back Illicit. We will have Gesture meeting Miro on the low ground. Miro just going to be leaping back for now. The Clark going to be halted here at the first corner.
Trying to push around this edge. The high ground control is being contested by Miro.
Good boot from Neko. Denies Miro that high ground access. Has to wait for that next leap, which he does take to go ahead and join back into the rest of the squad. Quite a bit of damage going out onto him. And for now, Gesture leading in that ult charge towards the Primal, just by a very small amount, though. The bubble, though. Illicit trying to move forward, trying to get that kill across, but Who Are You dashes through, finds the first blood now of the map. And that's going to open up a good amount of space here for the side of Lunatic High to get this card moving.
Yeah, not 100% sure if Illicit had used his recall yet or not, but Who Are You identifying he was low enough to kill him with the dash there, gets the dash reset so he can get out. Lunatic High in firm control of this corner right now, trying to push around here. Guido nearly having that full spam online. It's a huge opportunity with this Jaehong ult to actually grab the first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing teams getting slowed up at this point quite a bit throughout all of yesterday, so already making decent time. The rush is out from Feeler, but so far no kills to be found. Miro and Who Are You both getting tagged up, and they will both inevitably end up dying. Now the chase can come in looking for those staggers, and they just don't really stand a chance. So it will just be Guido getting away at the end of it all. Lunatic High going to have to reset and go again. GC
Busan really efficient usage just of the Kitsune rush to actually push them back. Obviously Lunatic High only trading out a pulse bomb.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh, nice stagger. Lunatic High definitely losing a lot of time here. Great start out of the gates, but now GC Busan having a nice ult lead here too. Laid online. Barrier to counter the Kitsune rush from Jaehong too.
I mean, 4 ults ready to go. Toby does get the beat up. Who Are You nearly with the blade? This going to come down to a bit of who can outplay who. GC Busan do have a little bit more pressure applied to them, given that they don't have that Kitsune rush. Alpha E going to be going low. The beat comes in. Neko managing to keep him alive. Toby matching with a beat of his own. Rush still at the ready. Miro, however, just gonna fall. Doesn't even go for the Primal Rage. Ends up just falling over completely flat. Blade pulled, however, from Who Are You? Finds one. Suzu from the side of Fielder keeps himself invulnerable and for a little bit of time there. And now Who Are You just gonna get pinched on, goes down, and it completely falls flat, this attack from Lunatic Eye.
Yeah, Miro just a little bit slow on the Primal there to buy time, and it might not have been enough. They might have still lost the fight, so perhaps he just decided he didn't want to use it there. But either way, I mean, not going to be as useful now as a solo ultimate as Gestures is going to be defensively here contesting the point with Fielder. Having that Kitsune Rush coming online, breaking through this point is really going to be on Guido. I think he's going to have to find a backline pick here somehow, some way. If he can't do it, Lunatic Eye, not a lot of options.
Okay, well, Who Are You? He's the one who does find a nice little pick to start things off. Illicit going to be taken down. Pulse Bomb out, not going to find anything. Guido opts the recall, trying to keep himself safe, and Gesture ends up getting caught up as the rest of the team is backing away. Nice headshot from Fielder. We'll get rid of the enemy Tracer, but for now the card can start advancing once more for Lunatic Eye. 38 seconds remaining as Miro goes in deep. Primal popped, looking for a target, but doesn't really have any good corner positions to really just juggle somebody, so he's not going to be able to find any kills. Instead, he just keeps them busy for that brief little moment. Fielder now going to unleash the next Kitsune Rush. As Toby goes low, Who Are You as well, getting jumped on, but it's going to be Miro who falls first to start. Nice little dash over to the side. Alpha E finds Who Are You, gets the kill, and once again, Lunatic Eye are stopped up, just 2.39 meters away from this point A, but only 10 seconds left to go, and Guido gets dropped.
This is really rough. Gesture still has his Primal Rage. Alpha E is about to have a Blade here, and Jeong just didn't really build that much ult charge on the push. Picked early means there's no way to contest.
They can't touch. All right, well, a full hold just in front of the point, so GC Busan can get themselves pushed into A. It's going to be them walking away with a win on Shambali Monastery.
Tough start here for Lunatic High. There was definitely some good moments for them, especially the outset of the map, when they first walked out of the gates, getting that first team fight. But getting around this corner, as you mentioned earlier, is so difficult because you have to go through a corner, then a tight walkway, and then go around a second corner to actually get the checkpoint itself. So usually, unless you get a pick with your Genji or your Tracer in the backline, or force out an ultimate, you're going to have a set of ultimates you can use to break through, be it the Kitsune Rush or a Dragon Blade with these compositions. We saw Overclock be one of the ways to break through this yesterday if you can get that line of sight down this pathway we're looking at right here. But without Sojourn on either of these comps, it's really just about, can you get a pick or do you have the better ultimates? And with so much time here for GC Busan to go such a short distance, they really only have to win that team fight and that choke just the one time, and that'll be enough.
Well, Lunatic Eye, they were able to full hold Runaway just yesterday on this map. Can they do it again? Can they get the fuller hold? That's what's going to be necessary if they want to start things off with the win.
Yeah, we don't have, our normal Overwatch League stats thing where I could see how much damage has been done, but the eye test, it seemed like Fielder is really outperforming Jaehong in terms of the damage output here in the Kitsune matchup, and that is really coming back to bite Lunatic High in terms of that ult charge build.
Yeah. And just kind of given what we saw yesterday, I almost would prefer for Guido and Who Are You to maybe swap, see how Guido fares with that Genji, but Who Are You, it wasn't quite hitting the same. And his Tracer was finding a bit more success, a bit more consistency in his damage output. Illicit going to get dove on. Does force the recall out early here. Lunatic High piling in. All clumped up. Illicit just tries to harass them out of this position, but for now they get around the initial corner. That's going to force the dive out from Miro now. Who Are You going to be taking low? Miro down to about half HP. He joins here onto the high ground where Gesture's just zapping back and forth. Spots him out, and he tries to go for the snipe on Who Are You, but Alpha E is just a little bit faster to the punch. Dashes in, finds the kill, catches Toby as well, and GC Busan are going to be steamrolling their way through the map now.
Yeah, this is looking really tough. Now, Lunatic High will have a chance to regroup here just once and set up for a defense, but these stagger kills are going to give that free push here around that first corner we were talking about. Now we get to that choke point here around this edge. And it almost behooves Lunatic High to swap to something long range here, because they're not going to have a Dragon Blade to contest this unless they get a pick. I mean, it's going to be so difficult.
The focus firing onto Alpha E is going to have to be monstrous. They're going to have to avoid the pulse bomb that Illicit now has available. Miro, okay, well, there they go. They did that part. Let's see if they can do the rest. They just try to top up Miro here. Pulse bomb at the ready for Guido. Needs to have some value here. Needs to find an elimination. Drops down, goes for the lob in. Not going to be able to get it. In fact, I believe it almost got deflected back towards him. Now he gets taken down. Alpha E finds the kill, pulls the blade. The rush is out as well from Fielder, so those swipes are coming in fast and furious. Both supports dead at Alpha E's hand, and that is going to be the point achieved. GC Busan making quick work of Lunatic Kai here on map number 1.
Very clean coast in to that checkpoint to grab the win. And man, it's amazing to see some of these first-person views of the tracers we have in this tournament. Illicit he's going into the backline, threatening Jaehong, recalling early when he goes low, and then maintaining the perfect amount of distance so where he could harass the enemy Winston while his recall is on cooldown. We saw him do it multiple times where he's putting the pressure on Miro, getting headshots from about max range with those pulse pistols, and then coming back in with his blinks to finish off the target, or waiting for his recall again, harassing the backline, and he's just playing it so well. We saw obviously Alpha Yi with an incredible deflect, you mentioned it earlier, to block that pulse bomb attempt from Guido. And that was the one moment where it looked like, okay, maybe they could hold it, but he deflects it perfectly because he knows all I have to do is survive and pull this blade, and there's almost no chance they could win. There's no chance they could defend. And he was ready to deflect it. Really well played. Some critical moments, you know, that it comes down to there, but I think overall, just a better showing from the DPS players here on the side of GC Busan, especially there on that second run.
Well, map pick now in their hands for the side of Lunatic High, and they're going to have to make it a good one. We were already kind of talking about the lack of proficiency with the Ramatra from Miro.
The sign says, GC Busan, if you win, propose. And then she says, actually, I want to get proposed to. And she was wearing, looks like maybe a couple ring, not an engagement ring yet. Maybe trying to give a hint to him, like in front of him and, you know, live television, like, hey. If they, maybe she's on Lunatic High's side, maybe if the GC Busan doesn't win, maybe I'll get that proposed.
Well, looks like he's got other things in mind. He's like, hey, the whole team, actually, because they didn't even specify a player. He's just like, all of GC Busan. How about we all get engaged? But, hey, whatever floats your boat. We'll see, though, what if Lunatic High's boat is going to stay afloat, as they have to decide where to go and control. Should be having maybe some swaps as well. Looks like Fielder might be stepping away, so maybe we get some Hagapun coming through, perhaps, on the side of GC Busan.
Yep. I want to remind everyone, of course, this is what I like to call Ramatra control, because it is locked to the Ramatra pick, that he will have to be played by Miro and Gesture going into this one. So we'll see how the performance is for Miro. He might have had some time to practice it more a little bit last night. Speaking of Miro.
Old man Lunatic High. Oh, damn. They gave him the cane. That's unfortunate.
Hey, he's not that old yet. He's not that old
Not
yet.
even close. We're both older than Miro by a stretch. So.
I just mean in terms of like his ability to play as a pro, you know, like.
Oh, even that, yeah.
I mean, we've got players who played years before him or still playing now in other esports, and you know, if he wants to return to play or play, you know, later on, maybe make a comeback. We'll have to see a little bit tighter tank play from him than we have so far this tournament, but hey, he's doing a lot of stuff on the management side these days.
All right, well, we'll have Eska in. Took us a little bit longer to get eyes on Eska yesterday, but seems like there's going to be having him step through for this control map. We'll see from there how long he's going to be sticking around.
Yep, so no subs for GC Busan is what I am getting as well.
Oh, okay.
I thought Fielder might be going out, but he might have just been stretching his legs or something.
Could be using the restroom. He's like, you know, Eska's going to take a minute, so good time to go ahead and step into the restroom. That is a essay.
Yeah, I had my monitor swapped for a second, but huge Lunatic High fan here. And I told you guys yesterday I don't know the players' names very well, actually. Who Injay is, actually, so.
Whichever one it is, they said, I missed you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Eska, but it could be. Considering they showed the sign, and he will be subbing in, as you can see on the screen now.
All right, well, Fielder is back, so still going to be he and Neko going through for this second map. Let's see, though. Lunatic High, I mean, onus very much on them to be able to get this win. Otherwise, it starts feeling like maybe a 3-0 at the hands of GC Busan, and unfortunately, that would spell the end, the farewell for Lunatic High.
I'm trying to think of if there's another way to just have a more resource-heavy support for Jaehong for Miro here instead of playing the Kiriko and just play Ana. Just play Ana Lucio and say like, all right, Miro, I'm just left-click pocketing you on this Ramatra, and I need you to actually win the duel and get that ultimate first, and put Eska and Who Are You just on the flank, and Eska could even play Cassidy or something, and just try to put this more on Miro, solo tanking it, and have Eska on a flank angle, and maybe that way Miro can have a higher impact here, because it has been a tough matchup for him so far, especially the Ramatra. And look, new hero, right? He's coaching Hangzhou Spark right now. He's hasn't been playing the game that much as a professional or anything like that, so we can give him a little bit of leeway. Gesture 2, of course, stepping away from being a professional player, but was more recently a pro and has been looking more in form.
Let's see what the selection is. It's going to be Lijiang Tower.
Not as open of an opportunity for Cassidy, I'd say here. Maybe a Pharah opportunity or something like that could be the play if they wanted to swap up the composition.
You could, I mean, depending on the round, I feel like you could get away with the Cassidy a little bit more on something like Control Center, but even then you'd probably rather play Reaper if you're going to go for close quarter battle. Granted, the Magnetic Grenade does do quite a bit of damage, but, you know, that's just me kind of being hopeful given that it is Eska coming in, so we'll have to see. We had one Escalol moment yesterday. For his sake, let's hope that there's not any more as we get ready to go into this. But if we are on Garden,
yeah, rolling off the edge, you never know.
Yeah, that are just getting booped off the side. We'll have to just wait and see exactly what's going to happen here. But Lijiang Tower for the map pick of Lunatic High, where they're trying to turn this around. Let's see what they can get done.
Like still
right into a pause.
Yeah, still finalizing the setups here.
This is going to be on the GC side.
Let's see what's going on here in a moment.
The referees are so professional. They're wearing suit and ties.
Yeah. And pause aside, it's probably some sort of, based on what I'm seeing here, looks like a frame rate issue or something like that. We're looking at the screen very closely, but in terms of what we have seen so far in Control, that was not the meta composition, was the Pharah you mentioned, and we did see, I believe it was Alfie messing around with that quite a bit in that first match yesterday, so
yeah,
could actually see it come back here on Lijiang again, as that was the map he played on last time.
Yeah, wouldn't be shocked. We saw, I mean, some of those direct hits that he was nailing were absolutely brutal. So, despite the fact that they, you know, did not win the map, was still, his Pharah very much on point. So, wouldn't be too surprised if that comes out. Looks like it's just a headset issue, much like we had from yesterday. So, should be a quick little fix, and then we can get things back underway.
Good to hear. Yeah, we saw Alfie on camera earlier. It looks like it was his headset malfunctioning. So the ref was looking very close at the computer with the coach there, and I thought maybe it was a frame issue or something like that, which is always the tougher one to fix. But it's been headset issues, which have been the ones we've had so far, and very easy. Look, this fan sign is from Apex Season 1.
That is an old one.
Got a Caro signature on there and everything.
I would also not get rid of that. I mean, I still have the Apex, I want to say it was Season 3 calendar that we had.
Oh, you know what? I think I still have that too.
That's sitting in my drawer, and I will never get rid of it.
Yeah. I have my Apex Season 4 sign, like I mentioned yesterday, with our I Get It that we did at the caster introduction ceremony. That was tradition for Apex. Should have done it for this. Just had us come up there on stage. Then we'd have to run over here to our casting setup in the cold.
Yeah.
Very cold in Seoul right now. It's -8 degrees Celsius at the moment.
Yeah, it's the last couple days have been pretty brutal. But, you know, as somebody who enjoys the winter quite a bit, I'm more than happy to have this rather than some extreme heat. All right, well, the fans jazzed up. They want to see an extended series, I'm sure. Even the GC Busan fans, they, you know, probably more than happy to see this go beyond 3 maps.
Do see Eska showing the Sojourn so far here, which is a hero that, you know, would suit his playstyle. Obviously, we mentioned this yesterday.
Yeah. Not full-blown hit scan like he's used to playing, but it's still on the money when it comes to the rail shots.
Yeah, ranged, you know, poke and harassment and potentially to one-shot somebody. That's the name of the game for Eska sometimes, but will be a Reaper composition for GC Busan here.
Mirrored.
Yeah, actually, yeah, who are you swapping over that too as they walk out of the gates? And this is going to be a great way to get a lot of Ramatra charge early.
I mean, it makes sense, given, you know, how important it is to shut down the Ramatra. Having the Reaper be able to get up on top of him and have a safe way of exiting could be instrumental to success. For now, though, Lunatic High inside track here onto the point. Gesture now playing down the stairs, trying to be able to match. The Nemesis form has to put up the block as well, just to try to mitigate some of this damage, but Neko and Fielder doing a good, decent job of keeping him topped up. Who are you going to be going low? Fielder lands the headshot, and that's going to be the first kill coming through. Pressure on the backside, Eska trying to force Alfie out of position. Alfie, however, going on the chase, has the rail built up. It's pushed into the corner, and the rail shot's going to go wide. It's like Alfie actually going to get punished, even though it doesn't have the slow. That disrupting shot still going to be able to find the kill.
Still very strong even without the slow. And that was actually pretty huge. Alfie's down. They're going to retake, potentially.
Yep, but still faster build time on the Kitsune Rush. Fielder invests that. It's going to be Miro falling in the front lines. Gesture now surging forward towards that Armageddon, or Annihilation, rather, I should say.
They will hold on to it. Close call, though. Alfie trying to get an exit kill gets punished, and it almost looked like GC Busan were not going to be able to get in, but they have to commit the Kitsune Rush, but still having that faster, once again, Fielder can use that to buy just enough time, and now Gesture has the Annihilation almost on lock here to control this choke point. This is very Goats-esque, right, the way this is going to be held here through the choke point.
All right, well, barrier comes up. They're going to push around the corner. And that's going to be the rush just to go ahead and escort them forward. Beat's still going to be held here by Neko. He's going to be going low, needs some healing. Quite a bit of damage output coming through as Eska's trying to land up these rail shots, but Gesture's going to fall moments before that Beat comes out. Neko unable to save him. They're trying to push Eska off the side of the map. They're unable to do so. Alfie now, though, does go ahead, pops the overclock, trying to get the line up, but Fielder's going to be able to claim the kill once more on the Eska with yet another headshot. Disrupting shot comes down. The rail charged up. Miro trying to push them out. Has that Annihilation rolling. Trying to keep them in range as who are you? Gets up close and personal.
The point is still not captured.
And no, it is not. It's still being ticked up here by GC Busan. In the meantime, Fielder has yet another Kitsune Rush ready to go. Who are you now going to be falling? Ryu Jaehong under pressure. Illicit finds his second kill. As Alfie will take down Eska, and they don't even need to use the Kitsune Rush. They don't need to use the Annihilation. They just go ahead and somehow win out the rest of the fight.
I mean, it's crazy. Illicit's Death Blossom was a complete whiff. Nothing comes of it. Gesture dies before he can use his ultimate, and Fielder still doesn't have to use his Kitsune Rush. They're just running circles around Lunatic High here on this first round.
A bit of a bold TP forward there from Who Are You. They do manage to get that OT forced out. That Blossom invested. Neko going to fall. Kitsune Rush from Fielder to try to keep the rest of the team alive. Gesture has the Annihilation rolling, and Fielder's doing his damnedest to try to keep this Ramatra in the fight. Who Are You forced to go back into the race walk. Gets a little bit of healing. Continues to try to pressure Gesture out of this position, but the block comes up, and Who Are You's going to go down. Alpha Yi takes him out with a rail shot. Miro down to a sliver of HP. Finished off now by the enemy Reaper, and Gesture is just running forward. Fists are flailing. And it's a 100-0 closeout, despite how damn close it was at times. GC Busan, they take control center.
You know, you see the kind of sheepish grins here on the Lunatic High players' faces because they know that that should have been a retake, that should have been a cap to try to build up ultimates. They were pretty efficient with how they won the fight, but still were delayed so long. They couldn't actually get the retake there, so 100-0 does come through. We'll see if any composition changes happen here on this second round. Gotta say, I'm skeptical that we'll see any. I think these are definitely the two strongest comps we're going to be seeing on this map. I think, you know, Reaper not a must pick here. We did see the Pharah yesterday, but it's just so strong at breaking past that barrier for Ramatra, forcing the Nemesis form out early. We will see mirrored comps. I say that, Who Are You swaps to Tracer.
Okay. Back over to this, like I said, was looking a lot more consistent than the Genji just yesterday, so I don't mind Who Are You going for this at all. But not having the Reaper to really try to break down the enemy Ramatra could come back to bite them in the rears. We'll have to just see as Gesture, I mean, he just shoves forward, and yep, pummels Eska into the pavement. Nice kill from him. TP forward, Illicit trying to find a bit more action. Does take Miro quite low, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome, so ends up backing away. Gesture's just holding the forward position.
just so frustrating to try to push through here as Miro. And they are actually still trying to contest this doorway here. And or are you just not able to find a great angle, unfortunately. This point's capped.
Despite the backpedaling, though, Miro has kept pace with Jester, so should have that Annihilation up at a similar point. Here, Jaehong really the one who needs to try to catch up, though, is Fielder just 12% away from having that Kitsune Rush available. Toby maybe can get the Sound Barrier up as well to try to counteract.
Yeah, taking so much more damage, he has way more healing done, so we'll have the faster Sound Barrier. They're going to need it to approach.
Okay, there's the rush. Beat not quite there. 4% away. Toby's gonna be the first one to fall as the Death Blossom comes in. Miro is well stuck into the corner now. Has grabbed the Mega Pack to try to stay alive for a little bit longer, but the block is not gonna be able to do enough. Illicit will claim a second elimination, and GC Busan will stave off Lunatic High. At least, even though they don't have the Sound Barrier to counteract the Kitsune Rush, they do get a pick on the Neko, and now they have both support ultimates available to try to retake this point, but they need to act now.
Yeah, Lunatic High just really struggling to find a way to break through, all grouped up there. Illicit finds his angle with the Death Blossom. It's so hard to crack this Ramatra opening here. They assume Gesture has ult aligning was at like 95%. They don't want to just walk straight in. They want to try to get a pick first, but then they leave themselves open to that Reaper ult. Got an ult advantage, you say. Okay,
Kitsune rushes out. Neko still trying to build up. Get that ult available. Jester immediately goes for the Annihilation. Miro going to be Sound Barriered up here by Toby. They match the shields. Miro pummeling as best as he possibly can. Illicit falls low. Wraith walks away. Who are you, however, going to get picked off? Fielder again comes up huge with these headshots, but so too does Eska, taking down Neko. And some dancing around the pillow, but the point's still not going to be capped here from the side of Lunatic High. It's still very much occupied by GC Busan.
Gesture and Miro trading ultimates here, trying to maintain them.
They're doing a damn good job of it. It's the ult that never ends. But here comes Fielder. He's back in. He's got another rush available. Nice shot. Gesture will finally fall, so Miro can keep his Annihilation going for a little bit longer. But the HP bars right now for Lunatic High continue to dwindle. Who are you going to get picked off? Illicit, however, traded out. That's 3 kills now for the side of Lunatic High, so it seems like it's not going to be yet another 100-0. Push forward fiercely here from Neko, but eventually will have to go down into the pit. He's trying to wall ride his way back up top, and eventually will get taken out. So Lunatic High finally find themselves on the board.
Who are you swapped back over the Reaper, significant time ago, but critically, Illicit has the Death Blossom advantage, so it's going to be really difficult for Lunatic High to hold on to this one if they can't identify the angle of approach here for Illicit, because if he just gets a big Blossom up, even if he doesn't get a multi-kill, it does enough damage, they should be able to break through, especially with Toby's Sound Barrier. Here, that's one great way. Oh, no.
Now he finding the opening kill. Death Blossom now at the ready.
Oh, no.
And yep, just Wraith walks around the backhand side. Toby dead. Jaehong out of the fight. And that's both supports now gone for Lunatic High when they're just a few scant % away from having those critical ults. If Toby could have gotten that beat through, we might be looking at Lunatic High maintaining control of the point, but instead it's a 138% closeout as GC Busan will take Lijiang Tower 2-0 and now move up 2-0 in the set, meaning that it's at match point.
It is at match point, and it's been a very one-sided start to our losers bracket here. And, this time around, we saw some creativity there on the side of Lunatic High. We saw the Tracer attempt, but wasn't able to find any angles. You're watching Guido, all those moments. He's over on the flank angle of his own team, but he's not actually able to get into the back line. It's really Illicit who's able to find the great flanks with that Reaper pick. And without the damage output, when you lose control of the first point against the enemy Ramatra, Gesture in this case, it's hard for Miro to contest because he has wall coverage there and you have to deal with that flanking Reaper. And with the Tracer on your side, you're losing a lot of the DPS that Reaper has up in the front lines to actually contest in the Ramatra versus Ramatra front line there, the neutral. So it was a cool idea, but he couldn't get any backline access, so it ended up kind of flopping. He did eventually switch to the Reaper himself, but it was so delayed. The ult charge wasn't there. And that pick, obviously, with a Sojourn, is what really just opened up the final point right before that critical Sound Barrier that Toby didn't have could come online. Glad Plane!
Yay! A classic meme from Korean esports.
Yeah.
Going all the way back to the Chin Air days.
I've got a Glad Plane in my house, too.
I don't think I ever got a Glad Plane, to be honest. Unfortunate.
Not the Jin Air one, but I have the London Spitfire one.
Right. Well, one last map pick here for the side of Lunatic High to try to get themselves or keep themselves in this series. Otherwise, unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to them. Prophet is coming in. Seems like he wants to be the closer to try to send them out of this one. But, not like the closer like the other player who was competing in the contenders and the Apex era. But, like to close things out is what I mean to say. But we'll see.
Yeah.
if he can make it happen, or if Lunatic High will be able to fight back with their pick on hybrid. And I think there's probably going to be some people being like, A, who are these people? B, why is this so one-sided?
Yeah.
We should reaffirm that a lot of the players in this tournament, especially on the side of Lunatic High, have not competed in years.
Yeah.
This is entirely about coming back and playing, 5-6 years later in front of a crowd, playing Overwatch 2, for the first time on a stage since they retired. That's what this is all about. So if you came here and you're like, this looks like a scrim, like, this isn't meant to be a high-level competition.
Eska is one of the very few Apex champions who did not go to Overwatch League who was of age to go in the initial year, but he didn't go at all ever, right? So he stopped playing professional Overwatch at the end of 2017. You could argue because he did join Seoul Dynasty in 2018, but decided he wasn't going to join the Overwatch League and moved into PUBG for Gen G and stuff like that. But like Void didn't go initially, but he eventually obviously ended up joining the Overwatch League. But Eska is that OG, but he didn't stick around, and so seeing him still be able to perform and actually have a decent performance there on the Sojourn is just really impressive to see, despite obviously a huge gap in his recent playing compared to players like Prophet, who now step onto the stage here for Illicit. An Overwatch League MVP, an Apex Finals MVP, an Overwatch League Finals MVP. He might have gotten Rookie of the Year if it wasn't the first year of Overwatch League,
Yeah.
We didn't have that award in 2018. He's gotten pretty much everything else you could ask for.
Yeah. And of course, we will always die on the die on the cross saying that a lot of the players who ended up going in, even in like the 2019 season, they weren't rookies. They shouldn't have been eligible for that award.
Oxall shouldn't have gotten that, but we gave it to him,
Yeah. Not a rookie at all, but still really great player, of course. But we'll see. It looks like there's going to be a couple little swaps coming through. So in addition to Prophet, as we had already mentioned, it's Fielder stepping out. Hagapun is going to be coming in for the side of GC Busan, and then we'll be seeing Guido back in over Eska yet again.
Okay, so never got to see so far my Guido Eska duo. Still possible.
If they can win this map and take us to another one, absolutely is.
The overlap between their Tracer and Sojourn, I think that they could both play at a decent level is probably why we won't see that combination, unfortunately. But I wanted to see it just to relive the Apex Season 3 lineup, where Who Are You was benched mysteriously for a whole season, for those who remember. Who Are You is so young that, like, the contrast between Who Are You and Eska for this roster is so crazy because they both played, obviously, for that Lunatic High roster, but Who Are You wasn't eligible for Overwatch League for several more years.
Yeah.
And now he's obviously very recently still competed in the Overwatch League, whereas Eska stepped away right at the end of 2017.
I mean, hey, he's technically a champion.
Yeah.
He didn't do much to get that championship title, but he's got it. He was on the roster.
If it's on his Wikipedia page, it's true.
Yep. Wikipedia does not lie. But, yeah, I mean, everything on this. I'm hoping that even if this is going to be the last map that we get to see from Lunatic High in this event, let's go out with a bang. Show us the Guido Genji, the Who Are You Tracer. Let's run that dynamic duo. And let's see the Apex Season 3 Grand Finals MVP and Guido get to play the Genji once more.
I'm also glad to see Hagupun step back onto the stage. We didn't see too much of him yesterday, and he's getting a chance to come back here on this third map. Speaking of which, Hyper Map Kings Row. Okay, a classic again.
All right. No, they're not playing against Runaway, so don't need to go for the Eichenwalde.
Nope.
So we'll just go to Kings Row. We'll see how they fare. We did see this actually from GC. So far, GC Busan have gotten to play the same first 3 maps that they played versus Kongu Panthera just yesterday.
Which is quite wild, actually, especially considering this time they started with the 2-0 instead of picking those first 2 maps.
So, obviously, the Shambali is already priced in, but they were defeated on Lijiang Tower, and then they were not able to get the right because they were trying to pull off the reverse
sweep. They lost both, and then they picked Kings Row
and then they got the win on Kings Row. But
if this was Contenders or Apex, you and I'd be like, I can't believe you picked the map they picked. Let's let the fans know that. Love to hear it.
Well, first on the attack is going to be GC Busan. I can see Hagapun maybe getting ready to show us some Ana. Jae-Hong is going to be running it on the defense. Unfortunately, it's the Sojourn rather than the Genji.
Yeah, it seems to be, my expectation is, especially on Escort and Hybrid, and Push too, for that matter, we'll be seeing less Doomfist on this patch and more Winston. So it does lend itself to more dive, as Alfio probably does Sonic to start and then swap over to Sojourn himself. Oh.
Okay, we're going to get the Alpha Genji.
All right.
I like it. And maybe, if they break through the point, this would force a swap out of Guido. So we'll have to just wait and see what happens. But for now, just operating here on the low ground. Away, wants to try to slide up into the window, I think, but kind of botched it. Either way, it's going to be staying down here and gets a nice shot across on the Neko. Pressure is coming through, but he slides back. Nade comes down from Jae-Hong to go ahead and keep him alive. Jae-Hong, however, still under fire, as is Miro. Looks like they will be able to go ahead and top him back up, maintaining that main tank here.
Who are you doing so much damage here uncontested?
Just wrapping around the back, gets on top of Hagapun, manages to find that kill. Jae-Hong going to be traded out, however, Alpha Yi with the shurikens gets the headshots across, so an Ana for an Ana, but out down gesture. So Luntakai might just be able to hold this out firmly. Toby not going to be able to afford to go for a taxi to bring Jae-Hong back in here quickly. So it's just going to be him solo healing for the time being, trying to keep this high ground contested. Pulse bomb at the ready now for Who Are You? Runs back in with the rest of the squad. Prophet going to be taken down. Luntakai continue to look quite strong here on this defense.
Yeah, so far so good. We'll hold this one more time. Alfie still needs another push to build a blade here, being very aggressive with how long he stays to get a little bit more charge.
Really forward push coming out here from Luntakai. Trying to shove them back through the choke, and luckily they don't overstay their welcome. They pull back, they play it safe, they keep everybody alive. Nano's up on both sides. The beat's pretty even as well as far as the charge is concerned, but it's going to be Nano for Nano going out. Jae-Hong absolutely gets evaporated as Alpha Yi goes diving in, finds 2 kills. Hagapun going to be the only casualty so far on the side of GC Busan. Still looking to make their way over onto the point where Miro's trying to buy some time. He manages to get the primal up, pops it. Trying to keep things going, but backs away for now. Needs to wait for the reinforcements. Knows that if he just plays with the ult out on the point, he's just going to end up dying.
Yeah, that's going to be the cap here for GC Busan with a massive ult advantage. Really nice.
Ooh. He dives in. He finds one. Alfie's going to try to turn this over. Catches both the supports. Wraps around, slices through, cuts him down, but doesn't find the eliminations. At least keeps them zoned back. Jester now moving forward, trying to get these eliminations. Takes Ryu Jae-Hong low, finishes him with a primal. Miro now going to get dropped. First tick picked up. They're looking for the second one now. Time buy from the side of Luntakai, still looking pretty decent. Toby's trying to escape. He's taken low. Jester eventually gets the finish, and that should lead to the cap.
And not only do they buy a lot of time here, but they also are able to get some critical ultimates here out of GC Busan, pulling out Alpha Yi's Dragon Blade, forcing Hagapun to use another Nano, and Gesture, of course, primaling. The trade-off here, though, for Lunatic High doing this is they've now given control of this choke point. So this is one of the strongest points. You can hold on King's Row after the A goes over. If you can reset fast enough, you can hold the choke. But as you can see, GC Busan are already spilling through the choke right now with Gesture. And the rest of the team is just waiting for that card to roll through. So a lot of control given with that stall.
Hopefully good pulse bomb. Who Are You finds Neko. Taking him out of the fray, and that's a big window of opportunity now for Lunatic High to maintain control of the choke. Unless Prophet can answer back and do very much the same. Jae-Hong, however, just going to be taken down to Jester, finds 2 kills. Guido as well, shooting him in the grave. He gets a right-click headshot on the Who Are You. And the rest of Lunatic High is just heading for the hills as best they possibly can. They're looking for the chase here on the Toby. Takes it back around the corner. And at some point the beat was used, and I didn't quite notice it, to be honest, because it didn't matter.
Yeah. I just want to mention to everyone, too, because we talked about this yesterday, it is an exception to our Overwatch League 2022 rule is Neko,
right,
because he was an emergency sub and didn't really play the 2022 season.
Oh, an overstep. Jester dead. Again, is just an opportunity. Lunatic High to try to get control, but it's going to be the Nano out of Hagapun onto Alpha Yi. The blade now pulled, finds Jae-Hong, got Guido, gets Toby as well to boot, and yeah, it's just Alpha Yi wiping the floor with everybody.
Alpha Yi is just carrying this map so hard right now.
And that was basically an ace. Maybe he missed one of those kills.
Yeah. And now he's just going to let this cart roll, or the team is going to push him onto the cart triple here to B for free after that early wipe. So tough cap to get A. I mean, it definitely was a lot of time buy from Lunatic High, but B more than well makes up for it with how much time they have to now push towards the final point here at 3:30 in the time bank.
We've seen teams very much slowed down going into the final stretch the whole season throughout. Nice sleep goes across. It's a shutdown here onto Miro for the time being, but Hagapun still, even after getting the sleep dart, going to be left at the dry. Ends up falling. Neko gets a little bit of revenge here for his cohort and support. Looks down, who are you? We look for a little bit more. Prophet looking to chase forward, trying to find these eliminations as Alpha plays up over the top. Deny on the dive. Miro gets booped away, but the Primal now going to be available, so he can afford to play a little bit more aggressively. His Gesture as well, about to have that ult ready to go.
It's a really strong angle here for Guido. He can hold it just a little bit longer.
Going to try to go for the rail shot. Sound barrier comes in, however, from Neko. So Guido now just going to be backing away. I mean, Neko's getting right up on top of the Sojourn. He's going to be able to find the elimination. Miro, however, turns around, finds both the supports. Neko and Hagaput going to be put down 6 feet under. Gesture pops the Primal. Still feels like they can turn the fight even without having those supports in the fray. Miro, ult expiring, jumps back. The bubble comes down, just tries to stay alive, and Toby is here to try to peel for him. Sound barrier, the boost, both about to be available. Nice nade in from Jaehong, just helps keep Miro topped up. Overclocked out at the ready, the pop comes through. Guido looking for a target, narrow miss, gets the clip through. Neko's shoulder, but it's not going to be the elimination, at least not quite yet. Nano now goes out. Miro going to be juiced up, goes diving into the back line. Gesture getting taken lower and lower. Alpha going to be pulling the blade, receives the Nano as well. Jumps forward, looks for a weaker target to try to eliminate here, but he can't do anything. Just only gets Toby, and then Miro zaps him down. The sleep comes in on the Prophet. They get the shutdown, they get the hold. Lunatic High are holding firm, and neither side has any ults.
The way that Jaehong set Miro up there to delay while Toby barriered meant that GC Busan's blade push was going to be so difficult to pull off. You've got a Winston that's unkillable, you have sound barrier shields to break through, and Alpha just didn't actually pull it off. So now they're stuck without a composition that functions ult this year very well to try to push around, and this is one of the toughest places in the entire pool to actually get a pick early with Tracer because it's so binary. Your approach angles are so limited for Tracer. How can you find Jaehong on the backline? You have to go so far forward. How is Alpha going to find a pick so difficult here? Lunatic High sitting pretty here, trying to get that defense.
Yeah, I mean, they're already guaranteed that they get down below a minute, so it's already going to be a decent boon for them. If not, you know, force this into OT, which, given the situation right now and Alpha getting dropped, seems very likely. Prophet trying to go for the contest, trying to get this kill onto Guido. They take him low, but the heals continue to fly through. Guido somehow not dead. The pulse bomb not going to get a stick. They will be able to kill him on the back end, but now Hagapun gets traded up by Who Are You. So it's still going to be a positive step forward here for Lunatic High, given that they have the faster runbacks. The spawn is right there for them. And GC Busan, they get slowed up once again. They know that they cannot play with just this Lucio as the lone healer.
He just trying his hardest here, but he's only got 30 seconds.
Prophet's
dead. GC Busan have to hope for some sort of crazy nano play here for Gesture, but it just does not seem likely, Achilios, here that they're going to finish this map.
The odds are stacked against them with 14 seconds remaining. It's going to take at least, a fight and a half, and there's a stick on the Neko. He gets taken down, Prophet dead, and that should basically be the hold completely locked in. Alpha will be able to find Ryu Jaehong. That stops the Nano from coming through in this fight, but again, faster run back means that he should be able to get that ult used for sure. Miro trying to peel, knows that Alpha is going around the backside to try to chase in on the Toby. Blade is at the ready. Alpha still, however, not full HP. Is not safe to try to use this. Now the beat comes through from Neko. Blade pulled out, looking for a target, finds Guido to start. Who Are You? Nanoed up on the side. A bit of an odder choice going for the Tracer. Definitely uncommon, but it does help keep him alive. Toby getting chased upon. The kill is just a little bit too elusive. Alpha cannot make it happen. Hagaput under fire, now going to get taken down. Who Are You? Finds the kill. Neko down at half. Miro traded out. Gesture holding on to the Primal. Needs to be huge in this situation to try to keep them alive. Anti out onto 3. Alpha going to be picked off in the back end. Toby able to confirm the kill. Prophet getting chipped away at. Sliver of HP remaining for the Tracer, and he's going to die. Toby finds both the DPS players. Takes him down. Now looks for Neko. The Primal rolling from Gesture, but I don't see any kills coming through. I don't see anybody really getting displaced, and I don't see this card moving forward. The Primal expires, he goes leaping away, and that is where it's going to stay. Guido killing 2 at the end with a cheeky little Bastion swap, and a Lunatic High will successfully defend just in front of point C.
Really cool to see Guido swapping over to the Bastion to buy some extra time there, but I think this was really about Toby's amazing performance there on the Lucio.
Give me a replay of that.
Yeah, buying so much time, getting the double there, and you could really feel why Genji struggles in a lot of metas in Overwatch 2 because it's much more difficult in Overwatch 2 to just farm tanks at range and build your ultimate up when, you know, tanks are going to give less ult charge. And you can see those moments where GC Busan in the past in Overwatch 1, you'd be like, oh yeah, Genji's going to sit back and shoot at the Winston. Is he going to bubble? I doubt it. He's got to be in range, and I'm going to... You kind of feel like you're guaranteed to get a blade in a certain amount of time, even if you don't win a team fight. Alpha U was really pushed to the limits. He was trying to chase down the enemy tracer. He was trying to get deep into the back line, do anything he could to actually build those blades. When that last blade failed, and the sound barrier from Toby was so good to shut it down, when GC Busan just really didn't have much in the tank there, didn't have a great angle. Maybe swapping the Sojourn earlier would have been the proper answer, but they wanted to stick with the Genji comp. They were sitting at half an ult, and were hoping that one was going to be enough, but it wasn't in the end. Great heroic performance from Toby there, both with his ultimate and, of course, with that double shutdown there on the DPSs. So, Lunatic keeping the chances alive.
Well, let's see how they fare now on their own attack. Guido just looking for a target, sends out that little Widow shot, but not going to be able to get too much. It's actually staying on this for a little bit longer than we typically see. Wants to see if GC Busan kind of gets a little bit more comfortable on the defense and slips up, but they do not. It's just going to be right back over onto the Sojourn, which Alfie is matching on. We will not be seeing that defensive Genji coming through. Disrupting shots out on the corners. Jester just playing inside of the statue and actually finds Who Are You for his trouble. Nice kill, as Alfie's going to try to go on a flank, maybe through the hotel to get a kill, but instead it's going to be Jester chasing forward, finds Guido, spots Jae-Hung off on the flank, and with a nice little double snipe, the zap from Jester, the rail from Alpha Yi, they get the kill in the end.
Jester knows, because he played Statue, he had his bubble available, and he knows that without Who Are You's damage there, when the Tracer falls early, he can actually push forward without really any fear. He's got long-range healing to back him up. He has his bubble, so just can dive in deep. Knows he's got a 20% ult lead over Miro because he did so much damage there to stop that first push. Really nice pick onto Who Are You, starts it all off.
Once again, trying to move forward. We're trying to lead the charge around the corner, but you can see the ult charge right now, the difference. 30+% for Jester at the moment. Prophet with a nice drop down, just tracking Who Are You, takes him low, forces him to recall. Alpha Yi going to be nanted up just to try to save his life. Still going to be a decent target as he gets up over the top of Jae-Hung, and the rail takes him out, gets Toby to boot. And it's going to be only Neko being eliminated here. It's Miro now going to be the last one to fall.
Alpha Yi, man.
They get both supports though.
Gets on the high ground there, pops his railgun shots, doesn't even need to ult. And even with the supports coming down here, obviously they'll be able to get back pretty quickly. Neko can taxi, but there's a tiny window of time here for Lunatic to break through.
Ooh, the pulse. Good nade from Jae-Hung, keeps himself alive through that.
Tough right now for Lunatic to find an angle here. Alfie's got a good line of sight.
Dive in, just on top of the supports here. For Jester playing around the bubble, crucially
Neko
trying to avoid this sleep dart. He knows that it's going to be available. That's going to be the nano out onto Guido. That overclock nearly available. Who Are You going to be taken down? But Neko was killed off, as you say, just moments before. So again, going to be without that Lucio, who's going to be sprinting back as fast as he possibly can. Alpha E, however, finds both the damage dealers from the side of Lunatic High. Now Jae-Hung taken down by Hagapun, winning out in that fight, and it's going to be Toby dead as well. So as good as it was looking at the start here for Lunatic High, I mean, unfortunately, it just falls apart.
Alpha E is playing nerfed Sojourn, okay, so there's no slow on these fields. But he's chasing people. He's not the one who's vulnerable. He's not the one getting dove. He's everywhere. His line of sight matches are so good on Guido, so Guido doesn't have a chance to punish him, and then he's just chasing people around. Pops his ultimate late, picks up 3.
The movement's just looking effortless. His Prophet somehow has not been scouted, and he just dashes in, says, hey, Guido, how's it going? Sticks the pulse button to his back, and just blows him to smithereens. Less than a minute now remaining, as the full hold from GC Busan is very much looking real. Alpha, you getting the melee kill here on Who Are You as well. It's just adding insult to injury.
Well, they stopped Guido's overclock once with that pulse bomb. He will have an opportunity to use it here too with a sound barrier to aid him on the point. Just needs to find line of sight. That's the real issue here. Watching Toby as he's trying to make sure everybody gets that benefit.
Okay, beat goes out. Alpha dead. Neko on using his own, and maybe he needs to. It's Guido. Oh boy, the redemption arc is coming through. 3 kills for him. Jester going to be taking a nap now, gets shut down. It seems like the full hold is not going to happen. Guido says absolutely not on my watch. Goes in, destroys them, and there's not a damn thing that Neko can do other than die, so the cap will be coming through, and we are not done yet with King's Row. We'll have 2.5 minutes of the time bank and see how far Lunatic Eye can make it.
Toby and Miro set Guido up for a spike, and he didn't miss. You know, he had the opportunity there. He had a sound barrier layered on top. Miro able to put that barrier up for him to get into a good line of sight. Jumps into the air with that dash, hits the headshots immediately, popping the railguns, and that's all you need, right, is someone to set you up to hit those shots. Then you have to do it, and Guido didn't miss.
No, he did not. Fantastically done, but instantly GC Busan, they want to try to regain control of the choke point here, but Prophet is going to fall. Guido again coming up big. Pulse Bomb does get dodged. Sound barrier used aggressively here by Neko to try to win out the rest of the fight, but the anti connects on Alpha Yi, and he instantly disappears as soon as the sound barrier shielding is gone. And Lunatic Eye will be able to persevere and break through. Sleep Dart not going to hit. Gesture still continues to keep this cart occupied. He's trying to do whatever he can. He's just buying time, draining down that time bank. Holds on to the Primal still.
Okay, Alpha E is going to have this overclock in the streets phase here, like we used to call it here for King's Row.
I still call it the streets phase.
Yeah, I like calling it the streets phase, you know, because we're from the streets of casting King's Row back in the old days. And my point being is that he's got long-range ultimate here can use to actually fight through these corridors. And Lunatic Eye trying to play up here with Who Are You to slow down his advance so he can't get the best possible angle.
Guido sliding away. Oh, they get the anti out. The call comes through. Guido somehow does not die. Okay, there we go. Gesture finally finishes, but now Alpha Yi is going to fall. Man out onto Miro. Doesn't get too much done with it, but goes diving into the back lines, looking for Hagafun once more. Who Are You? Picked off by Neko. Nice right-click boop kill. We get that elimination. Hagafun, however, going to be juggled around. He's certainly wishing that he had that sleep dart now. He can't stop Miro. Ends up falling. Neko trades it back, and the card is just being held by Gesture.
Yeah, Miro having to ult there because he was purpled and didn't have an opportunity to survive. Otherwise, there's nothing Jaehong and Toby could do for him. It's a Kuroko-less comp, so had to ult there, so that's a huge resource they lose. Guido now down. That's another probably 20, 25 seconds that Lunatic Eye are going to lose off of this clock here while they have to wait for him to respawn, group back up, shoot a shot in or two to hopefully get that overclock, and maybe, just maybe, go to point B.
A bit wanting there. The lob in from Who Are You? Almost got the connection, but Alpha E slides away just a little bit too quickly. Stay safe. It would have been a crucial one because it would have taken the Nano Clock out of this next fight.
So dire. So dire here for Lunatic Eye.
Guido looking for a target. Oh boy, here comes the juggle. Gesture's got everybody contained here into the side room. They do barely manage to actually slink away. Guido popping that overclock here for himself, finds Neko, but Alpha E answers back. Nanoed up, looks for one, gets Miro, slept on the ground. It's an easy coup de grace from him, and it is just going to be Alpha E absolutely filling the kill feed. Does he see another elimination? He's looking for it, but Prophet will steal it away, and the hold will come through in the second phase here of King's Row as GC Busan take the win 3-0.
Gotta say, you know, credit where it's due. You know, I thought Guido had a fantastic map of Overwatch, you know? Yes, he did end up getting taken out, and yes, the highlight reel was Alpha E's at the end with the second overclock, but the man has played support for the last part of his career, right? And when he was playing dive and projectile. He was playing Genji, he was playing Pharah, he played a little bit of Tracer, right, throughout his DPS career. He comes in on the Sojourn, and when he was given opportunities by Lunatic Eye, he did come up big, and despite the loss here, I just want to give him a shout out as this will be the end of Lunatic Eye's run in the Legends battle, unfortunately.
Yep.
It was great to see Legends, Eska, you know, Guido return after retirement, Jaehong as well, Toby, who aren't playing professionally anymore, but still obviously playing Overwatch. You know, Toby coaching, Jaehong streaming it quite regularly. Miro coming back as well from his coaching to perform here, and I thought it was a good showing for Lunatic Eye. We all agreed I think they were probably the weakest of the four teams, so we wanted to see how they perform, and
yeah,
to me they outdid expectations.
Yeah, they just didn't have the recency. You know, this was seeing Lunatic Eye was definitely more so about just seeing these faces that we haven't seen for so very long, being able to see Guido, being able to see Eska of all players as well. Coming back out to the player the match is going to be. I have a decent idea.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Alpha Yi, who just had a whale of a time,
It's got to be
especially there in
Alpha Yi.
King's Row.
It's got to be. The guy played the Genji beautifully, obviously from the start, and then just played Sojourn to an incredible level. His positioning was so perfect throughout maps 2 and 3. The guy played Pharah yesterday. I mean, he's just such an essential part of this GC Busan roster. Glad to see him continuing to perform. I remember when he came into contenders on GC Busan Wave in 2018, you and I were like, a little bit, at first we were a little bit suspect about, or we had like, oh, this is, Genji's a little bit suspect, we're not sure yet, but he's got some potential. Then suddenly, he was just one of the top players in contenders, and his career has definitely blossomed since then.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, had a hell of a season in Overwatch League and a hell of a performance here today. But that does mean that GC Busan are moving forward into the losers final to play against Runaway. So we have a rematch of Apex Season 4 Grand Finals. Let's see who can walk away victorious. Can GC Busan take them down yet again? Or can Runaway persevere this time and kind of rewrite history a bit?
Crazy that all three of Runaway's matchups are finals matchups they've played early on in Overwatch.
Because they've made it to the finals so many times.
And the two first ones they've had obviously went 1-1. Lunatic High losing, or rather, Runaway losing to Lunatic High, but they beat Kongdu Panthera in that Season 2 of Contenders. Now they're facing off against their old nemesis in GC Busan from that Season 4 finals of Apex. It's all historical here, right? All the rivalries coming back to light, and we'll see how that matchup goes. I think this could be the closest one we see today of the three matchups, just that Runaway GC Busan.
It could be. It could very well be. But I'm looking forward to it. Of course, we're going to have a brief little break before we dive into that. Make sure the Runaway players have enough time to go ahead and get on stage. Give GC Busan a moment to go ahead and cool off. Give a little bit of time for myself and Wolf to eat because I've not eaten at all today. We went all the way back to my usual tendencies from when I was casting Contenders. I have not eaten anything. I've had like one bottle of water.
He doesn't take care of himself. He doesn't do it.
I've had like a bottle of water and an Americano, and that's what's sustaining me right now at 7 p.m. So, you know, I just wanted to really immerse myself in the Legends battle.
He got a pizza. We saw the plastic pizza yesterday, and he's been craving it ever since. And
It's true.
Yeah, we're gonna get that.
Like,
yeah, me too.
It doesn't matter. I'm ready at any given point. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take that break right now. So we'll see you guys on the other side of the break. So don't go anywhere.
전쟁으로 이끌기 위해 창조됐다. 하나 내가 바랐던 건 우리 동족이 더 나은 삶을 영위하는 것뿐. 우리가 존재한다는 사실은 그 자체로 기적이다. 우리는 탐구했다. 평화와 조화를 이루는 방법을. 우리는 명상했다. 세계와 그 속에 위치한 우리 자리에 대하여. 우리는 인류와 공존하고자 했지만 인류는 그들 세상을 나눠 가질 생각이 없었다. 인류의 꿈을 위해 얼마나 많은 놈들이 희생되어야 하는가. 가능한데 우리 종족은 단 한 세대만 존재한다. 이와는 모두 너무나 소중한다. 우리만의 자리를 찾을 것이다. 그래야만 한다. 함께하지. 우리 같이 모든 농민을 위한 더 나은 미래를 만드는 거다. 난 나 자신을 위해 싸우지 않는다. 과거에도 그랬고, 우린 함께 맞서리라. 내 승리가 아니라 우리의 승리다.
석양이 친다.
넌 끝이다. 남들을 응징할 시간이다. 분명 경고했다. 나와 함께 싸우자. 마지막 순간까지. 날 굴복시키려면 그걸론 부족하다. 놈들에게 절멸을 선사하리라. 이건 잔혹함이 아니라 정의다.
난 빗맞히지 않아.
전력을 다해라. 나도 그럴 테니. 네 실력을 보여봐라. 그 오만함의 대가를 치르게 될 거다. 자비로운 자들만이 자비를 누릴 자격이 있다. 영이야, 적들을 삼켜라.
적을 신속히 제거하겠다. 피바람을 불러일으킬 준비는 됐어? 번개와 복수의 신이라고.
함께할게. 좋아, 가보자고.
우린 궁지에 몰린 야수처럼 저항할 것이다.
Let it. Let it.
And we are back. It's time to go into our second series of the evening. This one a rematch from Apex Season 4 Grand Finals. GC Busan with their win over Lunatic High have once again eliminated them. And now they have to play against Runaway to see who is moving into the Grand Final.
It's just Season 4 all over again, you
It
know?
basically is. It pretty much is Season 4 all over again. But Runaway wants to flip the script this time, walk away victorious, and make their way into the Grand Final to play against Kongdu Panthera yet again.
Here come Runaway out onto the stage. We saw so many fans in the audience of Runaway. You know, those old sweaters they had, the original jerseys, were so hard to get. They were so hard to find. They sold out pretty much instantly. And when you went to the Season 2 finals, everyone was wearing them like, wow, how many of those did they make? But, you know, if you don't have one, you wear a pink sweater to the Legends battle. We saw a lot of people showing their support just by wearing pink. You know whose side they're on.
Well, fortunately, we were able to get ours, and we still have them.
Yes.
So another bit of memorabilia that will forever be in my possession. But yeah, they come out here with the more modern jerseys, rocking those ones here, rather than the sweaters themselves. It would have been nice to see, I think, you know, Runner and Bumper, Stitch, Haksal, the later era guys, basically everyone who's not Gangnam Jin and Lee Jae-Kon wearing the sweaters. But here's the bracket in case you missed the first series. What were you doing? Where were you? You have more important things than this? I think not. GC Busan, they got a 3-0 victory over Lunatic High, eliminating them, unfortunately, from the Legends Battle Tournament. And now they have to play their way through Runaway to make it in the Grand Final, where Kongdu Panthera is waiting.
Yeah, you know, blink and you'd have missed it, though. That first series was quick and swift.
Yes.
And GC Busan, I mean, remember, Kongdu Panthera, the favorites to win this tournament, right? They went to the winner's bracket, beat Runaway 3-1. They're in the finals already. GC Busan beat, won those two maps, maps 3 and 4, in their series against Kongdu Panthera. Almost reverse swept them. So in good form this tournament long. So anything could happen in this series against Runaway. I think this is definitely going to be one of the closer ones of the evening, if not the closest series we have today.
Could be.
So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, you never know, because if GC can make it through this one yet again, take down Runaway, we did see them play a map 5 yesterday versus Kongdu Panthera, and then it's a best of 7 for the Grand Final, so you never know what's going to happen there. But Runaway, they want to make sure that does not happen. They want to go ahead, take another crack at Kongdu, and try to be the winners of this entire tournament. I think it doesn't really matter who walks away with, winning this either way. It's just the fans win. We all win. Is
True.
The main thing. So
and 10 million won if you win the title.
Yeah, you did get 10 million.
Significant.
A little bit of a prize pool there, but yeah, I mean, it's still super exciting to see. We'll go ahead and take a look at the teams, though, see who is going to be starting. It's going to be Illicit and Alpha Yi, with Neko and Fielder here for the side of GC Busan. Of course, Gesture, the steady main tank, much like Bumper on the opposite side of the arena.
Yeah, so that's the Shambali lineup here for GC Busan. And, not shocking. Of course, the Runaway roster will have confirmed they all walked out, but you can see it's the Stitch, Haksal, Bumper lineup. So 2 generations here, as we saw a little bit yesterday. Gangnam Jin and Lee Jae-Kon. No Runner for the opening map.
Yeah, we got actually quite a bit of Runner yesterday when they were playing. So I'm wondering if he was like, you know what, I'm going to get my games out on the first day, and then I'm mostly going to let Gangnam Jin and Lee Jae-Gon take the reins from here because we want to be victorious at the end of this. We'll have to just wait and see. Not that Runner was playing poorly, but he was getting picked a hell of a lot by Kongdu. So we'll see, though, how this all develops.
That we will. So we jump into our map selection. Of course, there is no selection for the first map of Escort. It's Shambali Monastery. The map pool is quite open for Escort, though, for our finals, where Escort may be repeated if it goes to a 6th game. So look forward to that. Might get to cast some Route 66 or something like that, you and I, later on, like the good old days. But for now, we're still exploring this new map that's just recently come out, and I'm really enjoying it quite a bit right now. The early capture of A, though, is so difficult, as we've seen a lot of teams struggle to get around that second corner. We already know what GC Busan is running today for the most part. Let's see what Runaway has in mind on this hotfixed patch.
Well, we'll see how they fare. Second crack at this map here for Runaway. Didn't go well for them versus Lunatic High. They only got a single point locked in versus Kwangdu Panthera. Much like GC Busan did.
Nothing changes, you know, in Pro Overwatch, always gotta kill the railings first. You know?
Break them down.
Break them down.
All right, looks like Alfie wanting to start with a Widow shot, so we'll see what the jump shot meta looks like here.
It is
On
going to
Shambali.
be the switch on Tracer. I don't know, I just put the T from Tracer on the Stitch's name. The Tracer Genji Winston dive here with Ana for the nano boost here for Runaway's defense.
Okay, checking to see if anybody's up there. Quick jump over the top. Not going to see anything. Okay, swing around the left side. Sees the Genji. Gets a dink. Bumper knocked down to half HP, which Gangnam Jin will just say thank you very much and spam out a couple shots. Keep everybody topped up.
Will definitely help his fast nano for sure, but this is GC Busan's way of finding out the comp.
Ooh.
Big purple.
Yeah, nice. Does catch on to 2. Pull back around the corner and stay safe. Just are waiting in the bubble. Keeps himself protected for the time being. Bumper going on the chase. Dive forward. The dink just really getting worked lower and lower here. Now he's going to try to counter-aggress. Goes jumping forward into the back line, but has he overstepped? Maybe it's actually going to be Bumper, however, who does get purpled out. And Illicit's able to chase in to find the elimination. Alfie dashing through. Trying to take him down. Hawksall up over the top. The deflection's going to be wearing off, and he doesn't really have anywhere to go. Does manage to make it out and actually gets the punish here onto the enemy Winston. But now with Lijiang falling, things still look rather good here for GC Busan to be able to start gaining some distance, especially as Alfie finds Gangnam Jin as well. So both supports going to be taken down now. Hawksall dying on the back end. The cart advancing all in the meantime with just a minute of play coming through. So already a very nice pace set up here by GC.
Well, and those Bumper has to back off to this high ground. He doesn't have those supports, as you mentioned, they're both down, so he can't really contest the cart or be up in the front line, just has to wait for them to return. Won't be able to compete with that damage. Illicit looking for a pull stick.
Oh, Stitch doesn't check the right side. Illicit will just go ahead and back away. Nano going to be invested. Bumper going to be slept. Woken up. Stitch slows the pulse pump. Doesn't find a kill. Illicit still going to be holding on to one of his own. Anti goes out. Bumper plays forward. They find both the supports here for GC Busan. And that's going to be the cart locked up.
Bumper here doing a ton of damage. Actually, this is going to be an easy win here for Runaway in this exchange. Now has his Primal on lock. And you see Alpha E obviously matching the Genji now, nearly able to match Huxell's ult charge. However, Runaway with a nice position here around this first corner. This is where things get tough, and it's going to be great for a Genji who's got a defensive blade at the ready with a sound barrier to back it up.
Alpha E just shoving the back. Forward high ground. Runaway widely just going to be playing this back corner now. Blade at the ready from Hawksall. There's a nano out onto Alpha E, but Blade gets pulled here by Hawksall. He's going to be anti, but it does not matter. Both supports disappear in the blink of an eye. Alpha E able to find one by deflecting Gangnam Jin's nade back at him. Jester still going to try to play this one out. Pops the primals, looking for the juggle off the side of the map here perhaps. Hawksall falling lower and lower, desperately needs some heals, and looks like he will narrowly be able to escape. Bumper in the meantime does find his target in the Genji, taking down Alpha E, who still has that blade in his back pocket.
Great defense so far here from Runaway.
Bumper slept, going low. Doesn't have a bubble to play through. Needs to get some heals here, but as Gesture dies, that should be everybody else staying safe here on the side of Runaway.
Some staggered deaths here too for GC Busan, and Alpha E is going to be nano-less when he decides to pull his blade, and the attacking blade is obviously much more difficult to pull off than the defending one, because unless you have great intel, it's difficult to know where the supports are. Who are you going to target? You're going to try to take Neko out early. He's got sound barrier, knows how far back he is right now. Stitch is trying to track him.
Oh, who's looking for the drop down? Not going to get that stick. Recalls out, blade pulled, Alpha E down to about half HP there for a moment, but the sound barrier shielding comes in. He finds 2 quick kills. Gangnam Jin and Hawksall both die. Lijiang dead on the cart. And finally now breaking through is GC Busan. Given the respawns here, it seems like they should be able to push this through, but maybe Runaway can get into position for a last second contest.
Problem being they don't have a great ultimate to do so with. Hawksall slept, or rather, sleep on the Gesture.
Okay, well, Hawksall, he goes forward to try to keep the card contested, but they're unable to make that happen. He gets dealt with very swiftly, and they actually can't get the kill on the Gesture either. So, big turnaround here for GC Busan, winning out in both metrics. The card now going to be advancing forward, but not too much time to work with. Just that 2.5 minutes out of the time bank now remaining.
Gesture hovering around the edge here, and GC Busan really turning this one around, as you say, and doing it with very few resources. So keeping this cart rolling, 5 on it, as I say that.
Nano's out. Oh, okay, Alyssa, hello? Gets the pulse bomb on the 2. I'm not sure which one he's stuck, but either way, they both get taken down. Bumper and Lijiang eliminated. Huge play from Alyssa to go ahead and turn the tide of the fight. Gangnam Jin now going to be the last one to fall. Echo does get traded by Stitch, but that is not going to be stopping this cart whatsoever, so they continue to make decent progress.
It was pretty bizarre. It looked like Huxall deflected the pulse, but it still ended up picking up 2 there. So it's like, oh, not the intended target, but I'll take the kills, if that's in fact what did happen. As you can see, this narrow choke point, really difficult to push through here, but GC Busan with that team fight win, kind of get this one rolling for free right now before the contest inevitably does come back through. Huxall's blade at the ready in just a moment.
Back up to this last corner. Oh, ton of damage onto Illicit. He dashes back. Pulse bomb at the ready. Stitch going to try to navigate, get himself around the back, but Spree calls out and says, oh, hey, how's it going, everybody? Goes on the pulse bomb, though. Not going to be able to find anything. That's one ult. Now a second as Bumper has the primal popped. Just trying to keep the cart locked in this cave rather than let it out into the open. You want to continue to play around these tight-knit corridors. Alpha Yi going to be natted up. The blade gets pulled out. Neko, however, going to fall. Bumper finds an elimination. Huxall going to be slept, however, through the rest of his blade, and now gets antied, and Gesture's there for the kill. But the trade up. 3 players dead on the side of GC Busan for just Huxall. You take that trade any day of the week here if you're Runaway.
Yeah, just a very tight fight here, but Runaway barely coming on top here, and Genji ults down, and GC Busan are going to struggle to reform up and get through all of these narrow passages that they need to collapse through to get to the cart itself. Illicit looking for a backline access point here so that maybe a pick could open it up.
He almost has the pulse at the ready. It looks like the whole team is actually going to be wrapping around to this position rather than trying to have to play up the ramp. Bumper getting whittled away out around the corner. Lijiang going to be antied out. Just trying to stay alive. Mana goes out. Thought maybe it was going to be onto Bumper, but it's still onto Huxall, so still just trying to really empower the Genji here, and they will be able to trade out on these supports. So Fielder dead for Lijiang. But now with Gangnam Jin getting taken down by Gesture, trade up is still looking good. There's a stick. Bumper doesn't stand a chance. Then have Primal to try to survive, so ends up getting taken out. Stitch as well with a sliver of HP. Not going to be able to do too much here. So now the supports, the only ones left standing as the card is moving forward. Lijiang is just whittled away at, so they're not going to be able to contest this. So GC Busan will be able to make it through into point B. So another minute and a half now to try to finish the map.
I think it was a pretty reasonable choice to nano boost Huxall if he can get the kills. He did a ton of damage, but it wasn't as impactful in terms of stalling as it would have been to get Bumper that primal and have him buy so much time and be so sticky on the cart while Huxall was still doing damage elsewise. Definitely not helping Runaway that Huxall wasn't able to get those big eliminations.
They're looking for the aggro push. Let's try to get them off this card ASAP. Stop the distance from coming through anymore. Bumper going low. Gangnam Jin boosts up the healing with the nade. They back around the corner. They play back around the corner here for just a second. The Primal still going to be held in the pocket, but Gesture nearly there with one of his own. Alpha now taking the lead towards this blade. Could be monstrous, and the Nano's already waiting for him.
Bumper does have his old Gesture going to be able to match, though. This is going to be a really tight contest.
Fielder trying to keep him alive. Oh, what a sleep. Flicks to the side. Bumper tucked into bed. Lijiang now taken down as is Stitch. Illicit falls low, but they managed to keep him alive, and Bumper's going to have to make his exit, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. Does find a kill for his trouble. Jumps up over top of the wall. The heals there from Gangnam Jin. They keep him sustained at least for the moment, but the HP bar is still dangerously low for the side of Runaway.
Just waiting for that blade for Huxall.
Just nothing more than Gangnam Jin could do. Nano now going to go out. Huxall blade pulled. Needs to see a big turnaround. The anti connects on the 4 plays, but so far the kills are not being found. He finally gets one. Does he find any more? The blade is going to be sheathed. Alpha now going to be boosted up. Dashes through, finds both DPS, and still holds onto the blade.
Yeah, just holding it until the very last second to make sure they can push this through for the real contest. Or Runaway's going to have a sound barrier and a Winston to try to buy time here. So really ult efficient here on the side of GC Busan. Lijiang cannot die or this is doomed.
Oh boy, he drops the beat. He went down to 17 HP. The shield comes in. Pulse bomb out. Gesture getting tagged up by that one, but the kill is still not going to be found. They're managing to keep him alive, but Alpha gets taken down. They're off the card. They clear it out just enough for that OT to bleed away. And that is going to be a point hold in front of C here for Runaway. And GC Busan, though, still probably going to be feeling pretty decent about their chances.
Yeah, Shambali hasn't always been this close, and we usually don't go this far so far in this tournament. So, been definitely one of the more exciting maps of it we've seen so far across these 2 days of play. And getting nearly to the end there, really efficient holds there from GC Busan. Alfie holding on to that blade, making sure that they would have it for the final contest. But he gets picked early. They don't have it, so you hold it, you don't use it, because you want to have it for that final moment. But then if you're dead, you can't use it anyways.
I'm amazed he didn't use it when he got nanoed, because it's like a Pavlovian response if you're a Genji player. The nano, like, oh, I've got a nano, I must blade. But I mean, it was wise of him to hold it. Just unfortunately, didn't get to utilize it at all in the end.
We really rarely see, you know, on that note, the bladeless Genji getting nano boosted for the extra damage. And Haksal got that multiple times to try to carry team fights. And I'd say he did pretty well with what he had, but it was really awkwardly timed several times there for Runaway, with Gangnam Jim and Haksal not linked up in terms of where their ultimates were. So Haksal had to do without and still performed very well. See if they can have a great attack here. Of course, they still have to push very far in order to match GC Busan's distance.
Yeah, and so far, collectively, across the 2 times that they've played the map, they've only been able to take point A in both of those series. And we're full held versus Lijiang Tower just yesterday, so we'll see how they fare this time around. Alfie, though, swapped over onto the Sojourn, so minor little difference as far as the comp is concerned.
Trying to find an angle. He's got that railgun ready.
He's going to throw down the disrupting shot. Everybody backing away. Antinos go out on the Hawks. They managed to find that kill. Now Stitch going to be taken down as well. In the end, going to be a 3 for 2 with Fielder narrowly surviving. Card gets brought up to the corner by Lijiang. This Jester going to be taking a nap here. Diving forward, looking for some additional staggers, but he'll wake up before any punish can come in from Runaway.
Crazy how much Alfie was able to do there under all that duress. Still builds half an ult, does tons of damage. The cart's rolling, and GC Busan need to get onto higher ground or back up and reset for the contest.
Gets pushed back up and try to hold it at the next corner, but Jester, he leapt into that corner and then was basically isolated, so a nice kill comes through from Runaway. It's a big boon for them to be able to continue pushing up here towards A.
Yeah, too far forward for this composition, I think, not allowing Alfie to really get the most value out of the Sojourn, so Jester getting reset here means a free push for Runaway.
Nade in the back from Gangnam Jin, not finding the clip. I really like Bumper just sitting inside of these disruptor shots because he knows that there's no further pressure coming through onto him, so he just wants to try to get Gangnam Jin that ult a little bit faster, but Fielder's still the first one to get there when the Nano went out on the Gesture, and it's going to be Illicit finding 2 kills. Still wants to get a little bit more, finds Haksal, and that will be an extended wipe coming through as half the time bank. It's just about to go away. Really
close call there for GC Busan because they were playing so far forward and got punished and a little bit staggered and were split up there on the defense. And if that heroic defense didn't happen just now, Runaway would have had a lot of distance going through. But they hold, they get to keep that overclock. Gesture's got his primal online. If they could somehow get Neko his ultimate to match Haksal's blade, they're in a good spot here to defend Runaway's big ult commitment push.
Pulse Bomb lopped in, not going to find the connection they were looking for, but it's a nice forward chase here from Runaway overall. Bumper gets in the back, finds Neko. Fielder now going to be taken down as the support's gone. Approaching from the rear is Illicit and Gesture, the last 2 players standing. Trying to keep things contested as Gesture has that primal rolling, so it will be difficult to deal with. Recall forced out here from Stitch. Card, however, has made it in to point A, so it's going to be 4 minutes in the time bank now for Runaway to continue the push.
Remember, they get to hold onto that blade, which is really nice for Haksal here. Can use that to go around this next corner. Things get really difficult for the attacking team. So one big resource not expended here. And GC Busan don't want to expend on a point that's already lost. Need to back away.
Okay, blade build. Haksal goes in, finds Neko. Moments before the sound barrier would come in. Does get Fielder as well, so both supports going to be broken down by the Genji. Stitch gets Alpha Yi to really mitigate a lot of that damage coming out, and we'll follow up for Gesture in the end. So just Illicit left standing as Lijiang's going to go back for a taxi. And the cart, in the meantime, will just continue moving up here for Runaway. Halfway to point B with still 3 minutes plus in the time bank, so
Illicit
making good pace.
Hoping to catch a stray member as they rotate around this corner, where I think you could argue GC Busan should have rotated back too faster. They got punished as they were halfway there. Haksal with the blade.
Oh, Pulse Bomb going to be avoided here. Gangnam Jin still, however, under duress. Good damage coming through. Bumper slept, but gets woken up, and the Primal's rolling for him, so he's going to be causing chaos in the back lines. He's keeping everybody locked in. Stitch looking for a stick there with that pulse, unable to find an elimination. They still get Alpha E. Bumper gives his life for that kill. Fielder able to punish. Soundberry dropped in. Neko shielding up 3 players. As they will be able to regain control of the card. 0.05 meters away.
So close.
Oh, the anti on the 2 though, that could be enough to break through. Neko going to be taken down. Gesture tries to survive with the pommel, but he cannot do so. And now it's 4 minutes for Runaway. One of the healthiest time banks we've seen at this stage. Other than, maybe Kondu Benthera in the first match yesterday. Looking strong and looking like Runaway might just be able to take this.
It does look that way. I mean, with the time bank they have and GC Busan's lack of ult advantage here, I mean, Huxall is just free shurikening over the wall, trying to build up that blade. And realistically, if they get one clean team fight here, there isn't a whole bunch of stall GC Busan could have. They only get one primal.
Yeah. Okay, well, Bumper could just do that too.
That also could happen.
Yeah, could just get caught. On the high ground by himself. Illicit now gets on top of Stitch, finds that kill for a little bit of added punish. And Huxall, he's happy to give his life to just go ahead and farm up as much of this ult as he possibly can.
As it is often the case for escort maps, Shambali is no different in that point C is much more open. So Alpha E, this is his playground now to use the sightlines he has with his overclock. And that's one way they could buy a lot of time, but he can't be picked. He cannot lose control of that sightline or it's pretty doomed. Want to play passively here.
Still though, a good amount of time bought. It's a minute gone, so we work through 25% of the time bank for the final stretch. Primal rolling from Gesture, just looking to go ahead. Keep this cart locked in place just at the opening here of the tunnel. Huxall, however, gets woken up and he's nano-blading. And, well, they'll send Neko off on his lonesome. Neko's trying to actually recontest him. So we'll go ahead and have to grab the Mega Pack. The Boop not going to be able to send him off the side of the map, and Neko's going to be the last one standing now, at least for the time being. But the reinforcements come through. They get him in the end. The cart continues to move forward. Busan just left on the floor.
He's respawned here, but there's so much pressure. He can't really get out of the gates here. The cart's just being pushed by Bumper.
Oh no, it's going to be a Nano and a Gesture, actually. I thought for sure it'd go to Alpha E. But Bumper, I mean, he says, okay, Gesture, you go ahead, do what you can. I know you don't have a primal. I'm just going to keep the rest of your team contained. Huxall gets on top of Alpha E. They shut down the overclock. The card, however, it's not moving forward for the moment as Gesture was able to occupy this space and both supports down to the side of Runaway. So in the end, not too bad here for GC Busan, but Bumper, he's still going to try to win out the fight. He's going on a chase, trying to track down Illicit. Proves to be a bit difficult, though, to get rid of the Tracer.
Just doesn't have the movement speed to compete with that Tracer blink.
11 HP, recalls to 84.
This is actually still looking fairly hopeful here for GC Busan now. Now they have a sound barrier. They staved off the pressure.
And if Illicit gets a pick with this pulse, that could just be everything right there. Minute 30 remaining. Bumper just works so very low.
No bubble, has to back away.
Lijiang on, anti out. The kill comes in. Illicit finds it. Pulse bomb still held. Stitch with no HP realistically to work with here. And Gungam Jin down to half. There's the pulse bomb in. Bumper goes down. Huxall able to trade out for Gesture, but there's just no way for them to push this card right now.
Yeah, a really rough call there, I think, from Bumper to actually go in there when he got his bubble back up because there's Illicit with a pulse bomb, and if he leaps in like that, Illicit could just go into the bubble and stick him easily. We want to try to set something up there for the rest of his team to follow up. Huxall has nearly had the blade, but he ends up just kind of leaping in to die, and unfortunately, that's going to buy a ton of time here for GC Busan. Still holding that sound bearer. Primal's up here for Gesture now, and it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Nano Blade in, the sound barrier out, but Neko only gets just 2. He does keep the supports alive, crucially, who are going to be the most at-risk players. Huxall turns his sights over towards Alpha E, dashes through, and that's the kill. Gesture now primaled up. Fielder desperately trying to get this Nano online to give Gesture a little bit of an extra boost. Neko going to be swapping over to the Kiriko just to try to join back in. The Nano goes out, the sleep comes in, Gesture still keeping the cart contested, however, in this position. Now the DPS members, let's have GC Busan are going to be coming back in. Gesture going to be broken down. He's at Alpha E and Illicit have to be the ones to try to play this cart. That's going to prove to be so damn difficult for him. Bumper pops the Primal, he's just juggling Fielder away. Takes him out, the pulse from Illicit doesn't find a damn thing. He gets stopped by Bumper, and the push comes through in the end. A good time buy from GC Busan, making it certainly look possible, but in the end it is Runaway taking Shambali Monastery for the first time throughout this tournament.
And if this first map is anything to go by, I think we're going to have a great series ahead of us. Very close and back and forth. Some really tough calls, I think, made by Bumper there on the Winston at the end, trying to be a hero. Obviously, that last one was great. The one before that, of course, though, where he was picked, was a bit of a struggle. His runner is doing his best Huxall impression because the blades were good, they were clean, they were successful there. And Alpha E did not have the same space against Runaway on this Sojourn pick as he did against Lunatic High. Definitely struggling a little bit more to get the ultimates to come up big, to find those lines of sight against such clean dive from Huxel and Stitch, as we've seen over the years. So, kind of an interesting development here. Runaway starting this series off with a bang. It's a close one. And Runner's got a lot to say to the squad about his opinions on how it went.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to be back to Papa Runner coming in, issuing some thoughts and some coachings.
Some folded arms, some listening as well.
But hey, if they win this, maybe he'll break something on stage.
Could be.
And then we'll have like a 50-minute delay before we can get into the final because they have to fix whatever it is that he breaks.
So I think there's some discussion about what composition they're going to run with Ramatra on this next map. It is GC Busan's map selection, so
right.
Runaway will have to make their substitution before they know what map it is. So I could see Runner was asking Stitch if he could play something, and Stitch gave him the crossed hands, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to run that comp kind of answer. And I imagine that they're probably going to keep the players the same. Oh, never mind. The hand signal suggests otherwise, and maybe Huxel will be going to support, as we did see that quite a bit yesterday.
We did. We'll see what the swaps look like if they make them. But something tells me that GC Busan, because so far we've only seen them play on Lijiang Tower in this tournament. I don't think they're going to want to do that this time.
Yeah.
Given that they have Lijiang on the enemy team, Lijiang on Tower is very much a real thing, as he's proven time and time again. So I would want to avoid that map at all costs. But we'll see how GC Busan is feeling.
The counter argument is that maybe it's the most comfortable map for them, and they want to do it anyways, despite it being a very successful map historically for Lijiang and his Lucio play. As some of the plays we've seen from LJG over the years have been pretty crazy, but also still very rare, and I think much less common in Overwatch 2, of course, with the changes to it being a 5v5 game and all that. But we'll have to wait and see what that map choice is going to be. We do have a substitution on the side of GC Busan.
Yep, it's going to be Alfie stepping out. Prophet is going to be coming in. We saw him held for, what, the third map in the previous set, but now is going to be coming in right here in map number 2. So it looks like GC want to be able to turn things around as quickly as possible. So we'll bring in one of our role stars from the 2022 season.
Good call. Runner still, I mean, sometimes you just watch Runner and how emotive he is and what he's talking about. We don't know what he's saying. We can't even really guess, but you could just tell that like everyone trusts him. All eyes are on the man who's being so expressive with what he's saying and has such a strong opinion of the game, even all these years later. It's it's something that I knew we were going to see, obviously, but I didn't know how much coaching he'd be doing and how much discussion he'd be having. I was like, oh, he gives him a play, maybe he's just going to have some fun, but he's actually kind of gone right back into it, right back into the captain's chair like it was yesterday when he was playing in Apex.
It's just heartwarming to see. We'll see if the words from Runner manage to keep them afloat going into the second map, but for now, from what we can tell, it seems like Runaway themselves not going to be making any roster adjustments, so just wait for Prophet to get settled and wait for GC to go ahead and make their map pick.
Hisu is coming in.
Oh, yeah.
And Huxel is playing support.
You are correct. I was looking at the different monitor. So yes, it is going to be Hisu stepping in. Huxel going to be shifting over to support. So as you kind of mentioned, it's just like we saw yesterday. So we're going to get some Huxel Kiriko.
It looks likely. I don't think he's going to be playing anything else unless it's Brigitte, which seems very unlikely. Just because the players sitting in the support role for Ana, Kang Namjin, is... I don't know if Huxel is going to be able to compete with that in terms of the Ana play. So we have seen Huxel play a little bit of Lucio. Actually, for a brief stint, was playing support at the very beginning of Apex Season 3. There was a lot of shifting around going on at that time. When Bumper was first messing around with Tank and Kaiser wasn't playing, I was like, where's Kaiser? You remember there was a little bit of Huxel Lucio back in the day, but I don't think we'll be seeing that either, considering it's Lijiang gone on the roster. Would be crazy to see, but I mean, he's got a grin on his face. We'll have to wait and see. I don't want to judge too soon.
I'm still asking, where's Kaiser?
Yeah, we all are. Shoutouts to Kaiser, who did not come to this event.
Is he still? Has he finished his military service?
I think he has.
I'll have to catch up with him. It's been a good long while since we've gotten to see him, so we'll have to put something together. So, Kaiser, if you're watching, you're probably watching the Korean broadcast, but on the off chance that you're watching the English broadcast, we miss you. Let's get dinner sometime.
Yeah,
but
let's hang out.
It would be great to see him. But I think that actually through all 4 teams, Kong du Pantera is actually the only one that does have a tank sub because they have Changshik as well as Void. Everybody else has just been locked in with Gesture, Bumper, and then Miro for the now eliminated Lunatic High.
Yeah, it's I think understandable considering that's the one role where you have just the solo player. There's no off tanks anymore. I mean, you could play what used to be an off tank in the tank role, but we don't make that designation really anymore. Great runaway drawing here. So it's going to take a little while. It's obviously much trickier when Haksal has to move his gear over to a different place and plug it back in and then change all the settings because he's putting a DPS player into a support place, which is very unusual. We used to see it a lot. And back before the 2-2-2 lock, we would see support players play DPS actually all the time. As the flex support would play Widowmaker. We've seen flex supports play Roadhog. That was a meta for a little while. Solo support meta, so lots of different weird stuff that's happened over the years. And Haksal, during GOATS, where he was a DPS player who was playing a support in Brigida, has played quite a bit of that support in particular.
But he was also kind of playing her as if it was a DPS.
Yeah.
The number of kills that he was able to rack up, much like he can do on Kiriko, was certainly impressive. Oh, someone's calling out Janu there on the runaway side.
Tizzy as well.
Yep. Well, don't have to worry about Tizzy jumping off the cart, at least in this series.
Yeah, you know, catch-22 situation there. That's Apex Season 4, it looks like, if I'm reading the sign correctly at top right. But with Tizzy, it must be, right? Because that's when he joined Runaway. And, pretty wild, the amount of changes we've seen to the game as a Korean commentator. Shout out to Caster Jun as well, who is not here, who commentated the OGN Apex series with Sorim. Didn't commentate Overwatch League, but did do all of the Apex seasons. The voices we love. It says there, and one day they'll have a sign for us out there, you know. One day. You know, it's crazy talking about Haksal and Brigida. A lot of people probably don't know this, but the Brigida's armor, her rally, used to persist if it wasn't gotten rid of, so you would just keep the armor. Crazy.
Well, we should be just moments away from getting into our second map. Let's see what the control pick is going to be for GC Busan. I'm expecting it to not be, I almost said Lijiang Tower, but Lijiang Tower. But we'll have to just wait and see. But I am excited for this clash because Gesture and Bumper have both shown a good amount of proficiency when it comes down to this Ramatra. So now we get to see who can assert their dominance as the #1 Ramatra in this matchup.
My money is kind of on Bumper right now, actually.
I'm kind of agreeing.
I think Bumper looked really good yesterday, and he had such a great DPS lineup to back him up. It is Lijiang.
Lijiang Tower.
All right.
Okay.
3 for 3 here for GC Busan.
That's a bold one, Cotton, but we'll see how it goes.
We'll see. I mean, arguably, I'd say Lijiang Tower and Nepal, too, to a lesser extent, are the two control maps that give you the most. I don't want to deal with the Ramatra. I want to try to circumvent it with a Pharah or a Cassidy or something like that. Not very strong, not very meta, like, don't get me wrong, but especially here on Garden. This is the garden in the room, so to speak, that giant tower in the middle of the map where the control point is got Lee Jae-gon's name on it, so we'll see if we can get any environmental kills.
And there's the runaway cheer on the back end. Feels weird not having their original cheer. That guy with that boisterous, deep voice.
I'd say there's a pretty good chance that he's here. I heard, like, I don't know this for sure, but I heard he actually for a while worked with the Runaway organization, so he might be like backstage. You never know.
He did. He was, I think he was part of their content team.
Yeah, so he might actually just be backstage. Can't lead the cheers today. All right, Symmetra portals out. Genji Reaper for GC Busan, an unusual combination here with the Kiriko. And Haksal on the Kiriko as you predicted.
Prophet just looking to bust out the Genji that's been very consistent for him, but Illicit's going to be able to find first blood, takes down Haksal. Now Hisu going to fall as well, and Jester will find a third pick, so a major trade-up. Only losing Neko, they find 3. And Runaway are living up to the name, just scattering back across the bridge.
Gesture having control over this bridge didn't do that much damage. It was really Illicit who actually did the majority of that to secure this first point. So Lag is behind in ult charge by 10%. Probably won't be significant, but could be. And Stitch tries to find a flank angle to force out his Nemesis form if he can.
He's moving up. Gesture's going to be advancing forward. Gets knocked down about half of the block, comes up to go ahead and mitigate a bunch of this damage. Bumper with a nice little 20% lead at the moment, and Gesture's going to get pressured out. Stitch eventually able to find his target.
Beautifully played.
Up. They're looking to try to just go ahead and displace the enemy Reaper. Illicit's still going to be alive for the time being. Punches start coming through. Wraith walk in onto the point to just try to extend the percentage lead as much as they possibly can, but it's a fairly fast flip into Runaway's favor.
Yeah, I mean, Stitch finds that angle, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You force out the Nemesis form early, and then you have everyone else group in and focus Gesture down the second it fades away. You could see Gesture just couldn't keep up with the damage that was coming from multiple angles with that Tracer flank. There was no peel for him. Illicit's on this Reaper. Hard to track Stitch on that hero, so now Runaways flip this one back early, and that ult charge lead that Bumper had is going to be significant here because GC Busan lagging behind now 20.
Okay, well, Kitsune Rush comes in. Annihilation going to be popped here by Bumper. And Gesture's going to be taken down first and foremost, and this rush is not going to be going the way of GC Busan whatsoever. Bumper comes up huge with the ult, and GC Busan completely gets shut down. They did get 2 ults out of Runaway here, I guess 3 as well with a pulse investment from Stitch, but they still hold on to that sound barrier as well as the overclock now.
I'd love to see a cross angle here with Illicit taking a wide angle with a slow approach from GC Busan where Prophet engages first and Illicit Death Blossoms from a flank angle so they can try to stagger those ults with the sound barrier that Lijiang holds. I think that's one of the best angles of attack here for GC Busan. See if they can pull it off. They still are working on Gesture's ult, almost ready.
Okay, overclock out from Hisu. The push forward, the Annihilation out from Gesture. Down about half, block up, just trying to mitigate. Still dealing some damage. Hisu nearly gets picked off, and Lijiang now is going to go ahead and decide to drop the beat. Neko going to be matching on the opposite side. The blade's going to be pulled out by Prophet. Jumps in, looks to get on top of Hisu. One more swipe would finish him off. It looks like the fight widely still going to be going the way of GC Busan all the same. Haksal able to trade 1 back. The fielder will find Stitch. Lijiang will end up dying here at some point, surely. And Suzu buys some time. He's actually still alive somehow. Haksal TP's to the opposite side to join in with him.
And it looked like GC Busan really won that so easily. It almost felt free because we were watching the dive from Prophet. He attacks and supports the back line. Illicit does get knocked off.
Of course, Lijiang does it.
Yeah, there you go. But Illicit was threatening a Death Blossom on the point itself, so Runaway got very split and couldn't realistically contest, decided to kind of back off and buy time instead looking for a real fight, knowing the Blossom is there. As a result, Illicit gets to keep it, so defensively now set up here on the point with Fielder's Rush available.
Looking for the fast flip back into the favor, though. Stitch coming around the back end. Ooh, that was a little bit dangerous, almost recalled over the pit. Bumper getting pressured lower and lower. They're trying to get this kill through. The block buys a hell of a lot of time, but eventually Illicit is able to finish him off. It's that elimination. That's going to have to be Runaway going again, which does allow for GC Busan to potentially take the lead here. And yeah, they absolutely will, as Illicit opens up the Death Blossom. And 4 players disappear.
I think it's actually worth it for Illicit to grab those stagger kills here and chase them away, because now they could try to prevent a touch and force Runaway to split as they come in and trickle in 1 by 1. Lijiang probably going to be the first one to touch, or Stitch. So you have these 2 players that are very vulnerable early, if they even can get onto the point. 3 seconds to go, Stitch is the one.
Okay, the touch is there. Bumper 6% shy of having that ult ready to go. Lijiang going aggro, and he's going to lose the beat. The Ajax is massive. Neko and Illicit, they turn their sights over to him. They manage to find the kill. This means the Annihilation from Bumper not going to be finding the value that it needs. And it was a great start here from Runaway, but GC Busan, they pull the rug out from beneath them. They clean up the squad. The OT bleeds down. It's 186% as they take gardens for themselves.
Blade for the ceremony there at the end of it. Really like the illicit ult there on the chase, because I think a lot of Reapers hold that there and go, no, let's save it for the defense. Let's try to hold him in the choke when they approach again. But you add so much more variance there. I think this is going to be the Death Blossom, right? He teleports in and blocks them out. So he stops their retreat, staggers those deaths, instead of saying, look, I'm going to hold as they approach, because that adds a lot more variance. Maybe they make a swap, you get picked off, or you have to waste your ultimate early, Runaway slips through somehow, and then you get split in half. Just making sure you get a guaranteed good Blossom there with that teleport forward was a really good call. Split second decision here from Illicit comes up big, and I think that's what wins the round for GC.
Oh, whoa.
Any Cassidy.
That is a Cassidy in the chat. It's not Stitch, who would be kind of the more classic player of this one, but
he's just pretty good at it too, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that he's not. I'm just saying, as far as, like, you know, the old era is concerned, that would have been Stitch. Hawk's going to be going low. The Suzu comes in, helps keep himself alive, run away, storm their way onto the point, playing that inside track.
Trying to outrange the Reaper with this and chip him out from a distance. An old soft counter to Reaper because of the range advantage. Tough against Genji though without that flashbang.
Yeah, I mean, the magnetic grenade still can do quite a bit, but right now Prophet is just kind of unleashed on the flanks. Dashes through, gets right in on top of Hisu, and there is no saving that man. Ends up getting taken down. Lijiang as well, going to fall as Illicit gets in, and yeah, the floodgates have opened. So expecting maybe a fairly fast swap, and Hisu says, well, enough of this one. I'll go to the cowgirl instead of the cowboy.
Yeah, going to Ashe here, similar idea in terms of the range, but has a little bit more self-peel and can deal with the Genji a lot better because it could be at a further range away and still make that high impact. I think the Cassidy choice was definitely much riskier, as we saw Prophet pick him off like right as I was explaining that inherent risk. Prophet almost has a blade here.
He does, 9% away. Bumper's still somehow leading in towards that Annihilation charge. The support ult's severely lacking at the moment, with Hoxall being this far behind towards that Kitsune rush. Stitch nearly getting knocked off the side, just takes a quick little hop, grabs the mini pack. Pulse Bomb is at the ready. Deflect has already been burned here by Prophet, as I try to find my words. Pulse Bomb goes in, not going to find anything, and Prophet's going to be taken down before the beat comes in from Lijiang, so it's just a little bit too late to try to keep that Ramatra in the fight. He's now under fire. Prophet going to be taken down by the Dynamite. A bit more value still going to be found here from the side of Runaway, but Illicit, there's the Death Blossom yet again. Maybe not a 4K, but still comes up with 3, which is pretty darn good. A little back cap came through from Stitch, just tried to deny some percentage away. Works a treat, and they'll only get up to 7. Nope, and GC Busan right back in control.
I actually am not that familiar with the interaction between Ramatra's ult and the Ashe ult from Hisu, like how that's going to work. We might find out.
Okay, well, Gesture uses his first bumper match.
It works.
But Hisu's going to be taken down. Illicit, however, finds the headshot. Oxal dead. Lijiang eliminated. Prophet cleans up both of the supports. Bumper eventually wins the war of attrition here versus Gesture, but that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, Gesture just sits up there and tanks everything while Prophet gets into the back line for free there. The Bob is committed there. Gesture's just leeching health off of that one too. I think he was onto Bumper as well. So not 100% sure if Bob extends that duration or not. Still an answer maybe for the devs. But one more chance here for Runaway. Only the pulse.
We need to get this flip and then hold it all the way to 100. Hisu going to be taken down. Gesture finds the kill. Bumper chipped away at, now going to be eliminated. Pulse Bomb goes out. Stitch unable to find a kill. Gesture is pummeling everybody. 3 kills for him. And there you have it. The closeout comes through. GC Busan, they will again elect to go to Lijiang Tower, and it will work a treat for them. So 100 to what, 7%?
Yeah.
In this second round as they go ahead and tie things up at 1-1.
I'll be frank, I think the choice to try to put Hisu on long-range hit scan there is one that we saw work in the past versus Reaper, but unfortunately I think with how Ramatra works and how many sources of damage there are to threaten this back line that doesn't have great peel, like I think Ashe is better than Cassidy at staying alive because it can, as I mentioned before, kind of stay much further back and is a little bit safer if you do commit to diving. Hisu in that case, you know, there's a lot more resources that could be committed from Runaway to punish you, but unfortunately, he looked a little bit invisible there on that second round when he was trying it out. And Illicit getting my MVP vote for this one because his Reaper forced out a pick that wasn't very efficient, had great Death Blossom to get the defense on that point. Obviously, the first point, his Death Blossom is the winning play. Great stuff here.
Well, a tied up set. We knew that this was not going to be a 3-0 blowout by any means, and already off the rip we get things tied up. So now Runaway are going to have their map pick. Let's see where they want to go as we get ready to head into Hybrid.
Yeah. A lot of options available, of course. We've seen Kings Row. We haven't seen Hollywood or Blizzard World just yet.
Right, we had Midtown yesterday, but it
Yeah.
looks like there's not going to be any subs from either side. So it should be pretty
Getting straight
quick
into
little
it.
turnaround to get into this.
Yeah. I hope we get to see Hollywood just because, I don't know, it's a map we haven't seen yet. It's one of my favorite maps in Overwatch. I think it is a map that offers a lot more long-range hit-scan play. Like if Hisu does want to play the Cassidy again or something like that, it definitely can work out if it gets onto the high ground. Might just be Sojourn dominated, as you'd expect, but maybe something else. Maybe something else on Hollywood when we get to the Streets phase. So.
I'd be happy to have some Widowmaker battles. Bring
Yeah.
that back out.
Yeah, but we haven't really seen any Widow outside of, spawn peaks at all throughout this tournament. So shut up and give me my Runaway. Shut up and take this fan sign. What does it say on the money? I can't see.
I couldn't quite tell.
It's black on dark green.
Well, maybe they want to have Runaway take their money so that they can relaunch the org and start competing in contenders again.
So I think that initially we were told no subs, but Haksal is going back into DPS. I don't think Hisu is going to play support, so... Or no, okay, so Haksal is being subbed out.
Oh, wait, looks like maybe no subs for GC Busan, but a swap for Runaway.
Yeah, we are seeing a swap here. Haksal back into the DPS, and assumedly that means that Lijiang, or rather Gangnam Jin, will be returning. Didn't see if he was sitting down yet or not.
So if they're going to be doing that, maybe it's an opt out of the Kiriko, but hard to tell. Apex Season 4 final round, GC Busan.
Yeah. Wow, some really big throwback here. How about GC Busan being on the left side? That was October 21st. That actually was very likely the final itself that you and I commentated. It was our first Overwatch final together, just the two of us.
Very true.
We had the TriCast with Papa Smithy, of course, for Season 3.
Which is still somehow to this day the only TriCast for at least a major Overwatch tournament that I'm aware of. If there's ever been another one, then I simply just haven't heard of it. But
After
we still are the only ones to ever do a TriCast.
Yeah, after Monty and Doa left and Papa Smithy and Atlas stopped casting Overwatch, in terms of casters living in Korea casting Korean Overwatch, it's always just been me and you. Obviously, we've had a lot of other casters commentate Contenders Korea after we went to Overwatch League. It's like almost too many to list. And in terms of on land, though, where a TriCast would be most appropriate, it's really just been you and I doing that with Papa Smithy. Unless there's one I'm missing, I just really don't remember one.
I don't
Never
think
happened
so.
for World Cup or anything like that. It's very difficult to do, by the way, guys. Like,
Oh, yeah.
we
There's
somehow pulled it off. Like, I
There's
thought
a
we did a good
reason.
job.
There is a reason why, but it's not something that's common by any means. But I think we did a good job with it.
Was there a TriCast for one of those old IEMs, maybe though?
I don't.
Might have been. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But
That's the only one I'm thinking. Like maybe, but
Well, you can see that. Oxalt, he's shifted back over. Hisu is going to be stepping out, and Gangnam Jin is back in for the support role. And once they're squared away, we'll figure out what the map pick is going to be. But with Runaway's selection, it was something that was trending more towards being, in their wheelhouse. One of the, is the map that they avoided for so very long, which was Eichenwalde. So
Yeah.
maybe we just see them bring that out again.
I wouldn't be shocked. It's great for dive, and they've been finding a ton of success. Haxel's back on DPS, so feels like it's Stitch, Tracer, Haxel, Genji, Bumper Winston, kind of dive play coming through. Gangnam Jin back in for the Ana. So I think if we're really analyzing it, really breaking down and predicting, like that seems like the most likely choice, especially considering what happened earlier on in this tournament and how successful they were against Lunatic High.
And I think that if that is going to be the case, then we probably just end up seeing a mirror, given that Illicit's been playing a quite a bit of Tracer, but let's see what it's going to be. It is Eichenwalde yet again.
You and I just willed it to happen twice in a row. Look at us. Just putting a runaway on Eichenwalde Bridge.
Oh, Eichenwalde versus GC Busan. Let's see what happens as they go into this one.
As long as it's not the decider map, you know?
That's
as long
true.
as it's not the decider map.
It's not the last one. So luckily Runaways got that initial win in their pockets, so they're not at risk of losing the whole thing right here. But definitely they do want to be walking away with the win. Let's see if they can make it work.
Yeah, we'll see. I imagine it's going to be attack first for GC Busan. Yep. Runaway will defend first. The map picker usually doesn't get side selection. Runaway will have to defend first here, and it means we won't get to see necessarily their dive here. I mean, they did play it defensively before, and, well, there it is.
Well, I think the Runaway fans have woken up a little bit more. The first on the defense, as mentioned, is Runaway here, so it's exactly as anticipated, but Gangnam Jin will be going for the Kiriko.
That he will. So, obviously very strong on the point itself, and has really good synergy with Winston.
Oh. First of the day.
Got through a series and a half.
All right.
Actually, no. It's not the first of the day. We had that one headset issue.
We
It was
didn't have
pre-game.
Yeah,
pause.
we didn't have the pause screen up in game, but yeah. So maybe just another headset issue. We'll get them, the admins, chatting with Neko and see what's going on.
Yeah, at least this is not technically pre-game, but it is before the gates have opened, so it's not going to make any impact on the game itself. So it should be fine. Did look like it was a Neko issue, but now I see people coming over to Hoxall's PCU, and he just recently moved over, so.
Alrighty.
I'll wait for the official update on that one. It's
Maybe
actually
they're just telling,
Bumper.
maybe they're just informing Neko, why there's a pause.
Bumper had a mouse issue, we were told, but it seems like Hoxall has an issue as well, unless Bumper's mouse is just that far into Hoxall's view, and actually that seems to be not the case.
No.
It's a Hoxall mouse issue, in fact. Seemingly.
Alrighty. Well, it's fine. We'll just get through this and then get things yet again underway. I mean, we still have quite a few games to be played. At least guaranteed 2 more maps right now in this very series, and then we're guaranteed at least 4 in our grand final, given that it's a best of 7. So could end up being yet another very late evening. Currently only 8:14, which I think this is right around the time that we finished the first series yesterday, so we're on a little bit of a faster pace. Thanks, I guess, Lunatic High. I would prefer if you played a closer set, but
yeah.
They sped it up. But well, let's see how this carries on.
Hey, you can do it, it says.
Hi, suicide. Or get die, I guess. But yes.
Did see someone in the chat mentioning a super historic pause with Coma. That was one of the craziest pauses you and I ever experienced. Whereas I think to this day, the only win awarded ever in Overwatch history without a regame happening was actually just a win awarded because the lead was so strong. It just actually gave them a win. Overwatch World Cup fan here, supporting one of the old Korean rosters. Love to see it.
Yep. See St. Biobi there. You've got
Flower
there on the right side. Flower. So a very classic lineup there for World Cup.
Yeah, that's the Flower jersey I was talking about yesterday that I have at home. Hoxall and Lijiang jerseys here. And yeah, hopefully this issue gets resolved soon. Hardware issues.
Yeah, maybe now's not the best time to start talking about like legendary pauses that you and I have been a part of, because there's obviously a couple of them. You're mentioning the Coma Luffy pause of 2018 in Season 2.
Yeah.
But of course, there was also the Unko pause in Overwatch League 2019. on Havana.
Yeah.
I
Are you
believe.
thinking of the World Cup pause?
There was the World Cup
Oh
pause.
no, yeah, there was the Unco pause.
There's the Unco pause,
Yeah.
and I believe that was on Havana.
Then there was the Finland pause.
and then there was the Finland
In
pause at
Incheon.
World Cup. I know,
Yeah.
there's so many. They all start blending together. But yes, we have had so many of these moments where we just have to fill for an exorbitant amount of time.
Now, when you mentioned Unco, I was like, wait, was he on one of those teams in the World Cup? And I was, no, then I remembered the legendary Unco pause you were talking about, and I started to get really, I got goosebumps. I was like, oh, yes, that pause. That was the craziest pause.
Dallas Fuel just waiting. I remember we interviewed Taimu mid-pause. I went down and did a desk segment during that pause and then went back up to the casting booth.
Yep.
There was a whole slew of things that happened during that that legendary one, but
Great Haksal fan, or Genji drawing with a Haksal fan. So hopefully his mouse comes back normal. So to tell you guys how this normally works in professional league plays, each and every player has a backup peripheral. So in the case of a mouse not working or battery dies or something crazy like that, you will just go to, the referee will usually go and get the backup peripheral. But with the case like this, usually I don't think it's a requirement to have backup peripherals necessarily. So might not even be an issue with his hardware. We don't know.
well, it looks like given they're going back to this shot, we might be okay.
It's very hopeful of you. We've done this many times before in
Yeah,
pauses
I'm
already.
just- uh-oh. Headsets are coming off.
Well, nothing has happened in game, so as long as the Korean commentators don't reveal comps, it shouldn't matter too much. It might even have a regame since the game didn't start yet. I don't know. I doubt it, but it's possible.
It seems like GC just saying you know what, let's just take these off for now. Free up the ears, give them some fresh air. But headset. Get the headsets back on.
What was that famous Uber quote? Put your damn headset back on, son. You got a game to play.
Something like that. I was gonna say which one, because there's been a couple of them out there.
That was the wasn't it the APAC tournament that he made that call on with Rogue, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember when
GC
that was
Busan,
from.
fun fact, won that tournament as well after winning Apex Season 4. They won it the next year. I think it was
Very
called
true.
APAC Championships or something like that. It was a tournament that was held in China, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't remember. But hey, look at that. We're back into the game. So we just had to restart the map. So yeah, we'll get this underway. And we can carry on. So thank you guys for bearing with us through the little technical difficulties. But now hopefully we should have some smoothness from here on out. And we get to hear the cheers again.
The players going back to reset here. Compositions have not changed as we go back into this new duration of the game. 25 seconds to prepare for the attack. And as expected, Haksal Stitch, you know, when you see Haksal move back to the DPS, Gangnam Jim's in, you're thinking, all right, it's going to be Tracer Genji. They picked Eichenwalde. And here we go. It's going to be a treat. Okay, Prophet versus Haksal. A matchup for the ages. One that we saw in that very Season 4 finals where Prophet played Genji for the first time and got the MVP.
A little bit of spamming here from Gangnam Jin off the rip. Quick TP out. And just spray the corner. See if he can get any stray headshots. For now, it's going to be slow and steady for GC Busan.
Licit just trying to build up a pulse bomb here off of Bumper.
Quite a bit of damage there. They're going to force the recall. Put some damage down on the Gangnam Jin. He's looking for the kill. TP away. Gangnam Jin safe for the moment. Bumper has to make his exit. The GC Busan, they shove run away all the way back here to the point. Licit continuing. Dash around the backhand side. Trying to build up for this ult, but it's going to be Lijiang Tower getting taken down first as Prophet finds the kill. Straight out of the Lucios. Prophet gets a second elimination. Now a third. Really breaking open the point, and Haksal is desperately trying to drag this back. Unfortunately for him, I don't think he's going to be able to quite match this. Jumps over to the side, runs in, health pack, not going to help him out. Prophet will get the finishing blow in the end, and that is a very fast cap on point A for GC Busan, now in 5.5 minutes.
Yep. High ground already set up here for Runaway. But it's a, counter dive composition, so not much they could do here in the neutral until the cart approaches, and then they'll try to dive on and execute those supports. Very awkward defensive Genji Tracer at this point of Eichenwalde when you don't have an ult. You're like, all right, do we drop down? Where do we drop down? Do we try to flank around the edge? The answer is they're going to try to fight the neutral here straight on the archway.
Got some good damage in there to begin. Nice Suzu comes in. Stop that damage from the pulse bomb. So deny that away from Melissa, who himself gets tagged low, has to use the recall. Stitch dashing in, goes through the castle. The Kitsune Rush going to be used by Fielder, and both supports are instantly going to be dealt with here on the side of Runaway. Taking out Prophet, going in for the chase, trying to get the finishing shot here onto Hawks. All deflections used by both Genjis. Stitch trying to come in and rescue his cohort, and they will be able to do so. But for now, the cart is going to break through the portcullis choke and can start advancing towards the bridge.
Yeah, once we get to this bridge, that's when the sparks are really going to fly, though. Runaway set up for that ult contest. Same could be said of Prophet, though. We are going to see 2 blades drawn. Only one Genji walks out alive.
Hawks first at it. Neko going to be taken down. Stitch finding the final blow. Stitch getting a second one as Illicit is also going to die. And both Genji Blades really not going to do a whole hell of a lot.
They both walk out alive, in fact, actually.
Okay. Yeah, Prophet alive for a little bit longer, but he's eventually surrounded and dealt with. So that's going to be 1.5 minutes off the time bank here. His Runaway didn't have to commit anything other than the blade.
Yeah, so they have a pretty massive ult advantage. They still hold this high ground. And if the Suzus are good, like they have been so far, Bumper can actually contest here super hard, knowing he has both the Suzu to back him up and his Primal Rage, so he can use this choke point very well.
Pulse from Stitch finds Illicit, not something that we see too much. The only real Tracer on Tracer Pulse Bomb kill we saw from yesterday was Decay killing himself. Stitch now caught in the corner, can't get away from Gesture. That blink not coming off cooldown quite fast enough, and Gesture manages to find both of the DPS. And now Illicit right back into the action, takes down Bumper. So no kills replied with here for the side of Runaway. They just end up losing out on multiple members and opening up more space.
It's much easier for Runaway to use their ults at the end of the bridge, where they actually contest the point itself, where they have a massive spawn advantage. Just holding onto those and not contesting there and contesting at the real choke point here is definitely the much better option.
Okay, well, it's going to be Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush. Sound barrier dropped in by Lijiang as well. Fields are going to be taken down, but now they lose out on the Lucio. The Bumper will be able to find both of these supports before Illicit comes back in with a pulse bomb, takes him down. Stitch dead as well. Hawksall, Gangnam Jin, the only ones left standing, but the card is advancing forward. Hawksall can't really afford to play on this card. 1.38 meters left to go. He's going to keep it contested for now as Gangnam Jin desperately tries to keep him alive. Suzu going to be used. The rest of the team comes in to try to reinforce. Gangnam Jin going to be traded up, but now Gesture going to be taken down. It seems like the time buying is perfectly done. Right on the knife's edge here. Gangnam Jin, the only casualty that was necessary, but they managed to get this hold.
I was so worried when Bumper didn't hit that Primal that they were just going to lose out, despite having such a huge advantage with the Primal being able to buy so much time. You could see, even with him going down there and not primaling, the spawn advantage is so massive for Runaway that you trade kills like that, and enough people are on the cart trading, touching, and making sure that it doesn't actually complete. You will eventually get Bumper back. You will eventually win those extended fights. So it actually ends up being ironically big for Bumper. They didn't use it because he now still has it, and the rest of his team is there to back him up.
Holy Lijiang in a dangerous spot, and there you go. Prophet dashes through, dashes up, gets himself back up on a solid ground. Deflect has to be used. He's getting pressure from multiple angles, and Hoxel goes in, gets the kill. A bit of revenge for how things transpired on point A, perhaps. Stitch chases through, finds Neko as he wasn't quite able to escape. Gets punishing here from Runaway, and they have really chewed through this time bank. Hoxel with 17 HP narrowly stays alive. The rest of the team piles in to go ahead and make sure that he survives.
We're about at that time where the Genjis draw the blades again. There is going to be a huge advantage for Hoxel, and he's got Gangnam Jin's ult coming online. Hoxel draws first.
That he does, and he's just trying to get on top of Neko. Dashes in after the boop comes across, but has to reshoot the blade. So, still not really going to be finding too much of anything. Suzu comes in from Gangnam Jin, denies the damage from Millicent's pulse bomb once more. Lijiang taken down, Gangnam Jin dead, and even with the Kitsune Rush out here versus just basically the Primal, they will lose, and the cap will come in.
Misidentification, I think, of Runaway, what the big threat was there. Neko didn't have his sound barrier anyway, so weird target selection. He ends up killing Hoxal, and that's DC Busan grabbing the cap here. I think Runaway could have played that much closer to the point. It's going to cost them big.
Yeah, Trace is a bit too far away. He's going to be pinched on Bumper now, going to be going back over for the Roadhog, and he instantly shuts down Gesture. may himself even say, okay, screw it, I'll match. We're moving into the castle. It's close quarter combat. Let me show you what I can do. But looks like for now he's at least going to be sticking with the Winston. Oh, no. Okay, there we go.
Orisa.
Reaper Orisa going to be coming through.
Buffed ultimate coming through on this patch.
Spear not connecting. Prophet immediately spotted, but still gets Hoxall.
Deflect this.
Definitely not able to do so. Jester charges forward. Spear is spinning. Stopping those projectiles from coming through. Escorts the team forward. Spear just pin Bumper to the wall there for a brief moment. It's 3 ults right now for the side of GC Busan to try to utilize. Stitch over into the back lines. The pulse bomb at the ready. Takes Echo down low. The sound barrier now going to be invested from him. Stick is through, but it's just not going to do any damage really. Bumper taken down. Things open up quite nicely here for GC Busan as they look to finish the map. Now Stitch going to be eliminated. Gangnam Jin under fire. 5% away. Bumper brings out the Reinhardt at very long last. Could this be the thing to try to turn the tides? The Kitsune Rush comes in. The charge not going to find much of anything. Of course, he does have another fire strike. Chucks that one through. GC Busan just back away. Opting not to take this fight. Oxel in the meantime dashes in. Finds Illicit. Just good pick. Deflect buys a lot of time. Keeps him at arm's length. Hoxel gonna be dead. Here comes Prophet. The Death Blossom already built up. Finds 2 kills. Gangnam Jin taken down.
Axel's got a blade. He just needs time.
He just needs to get respawned back in here. Nice poop away. Stitch over now going to fall. The blade can come through. Bumper 66%. 75 now as he throws out another fire strike. Jester ready with the ult. It will go through the shields. It will go through the barriers.
Oh man, imagine the shatter potential here. If Bumper actually builds the last 20% of this, misses that fire strike. Jester trying to use his ult to contest.
I've been waiting for this the whole weekend throughout. See what he can get done. 50% left to go. There's the ult, but it's a quick pop. Jester not going to be finding too much damage. The play now out from Hoxall. Takes him low. The spear keeps him pushed back. The OT is ticking away. Prophet once more finds an opening kill. Stitch going to be eliminated. The blade now re-sheathed here by Hoxall. Stuck by the spear. They chase in. They find the elimination. Bumper, he drops the shatter. He manages to find Neko, but the kill is not going to be coming through. And Illicit gets that pulse bomb pinned in behind the shield. Bumper now going to be taken down. It feels like the build-up is all been for nothing as far as the ult is concerned. But they're still trying to fight this one out. But with the rush coming through from Fielder, they will be able to win it. They will be able to finish the push. And that is going to be an OT finish here on Eichenwalde for GC Busan. But crucially, they make it to the end of the map.
The only eye of the Kaiser on this one is the watchful eye of Kaiser at home, who saw that shatter attempt, but it's not a heroic one to stop the completion of the map. And now GC Busan will swap to defense here. It's going to be a full push that Runaway needs, but there's no time in the bank here upon that completion. So a lot of time was bought there by Runaway. Like the idea of pulling out the Reinhardt, and it worked pretty well, to be honest, as we are going to watch Prophet's ult here behind the shield, goes onto the chandelier, a classic picks up two, including Hoxall preventing him from blading there at that critical moment for the contest.
The old striker position? Was it striker with a bastion?
That was, yeah, I think it was striker. I know it was a shock player. I believe it was striker.
I think it was him who boosted himself up top.
Yeah, with the rocket shots. Classic moment. Back from the 2018 Overwatch League season. Or sorry, 2019, excuse me.
It was
Maybe it was Architect who did it. It was a famous moment, though.
It was.
You and I didn't commentate it, but we were there for it.
Yeah. Oh, well. What a shock ever done with it. We remember the real teams. Runaway and GC.
They didn't play in contenders.
Yeah.
All right, so Hoxall is going to the Pharah, by the way. This is definitely a reason why
I like this
this
a lot.
map pick comes through, because this is a classic from Hoxall on this map throughout the years. Past Apex, even in contenders, one of the best Pharahs on Eichenwalde.
It was a great hit there on the Neko. Couldn't quite get the follow-up. Poop Boy on the bumper for just a moment, just to try to keep him at arm's length. The zaps are still flying, and Neko will get picked off. Hoxall playing on the low ground, chases him into the inn. Finds the kill, and that's a very rapid Cap getting ready to come through here. Once more on point 8, this time at the hands of Runaway.
Very quick here, 92%.
They're trying to zap him out of the sky. I mean, Hoxall just goes on the chase, flies up in the Jester's face, gets the kills, drops down. point blank there onto Illicit. And it's just a matter of time, so there you go. 5 minutes and 20 seconds as he's chasing out and needs to go for the reload. Neko, can he survive? The tracking, it's looking absolutely gorgeous. What a shot from Haxel!
He chased him
Damn!
all the way down the bridge. No escape for the Lucio. Sorry about it, Neko. That's going to be some extra ult charge for Haxel. A little bit of a reset. He's got a barrage available here for this first choke point contest. I mean, we mentioned it before, Haxel's so good at Pharah in the past, used it so much on this map before
What
Goats.
movement was that?
That was absolutely clean. There's the barrage for the choke,
Okay.
and Neko gets revenge.
Yeah, Neko takes him down, but Gesture, they do lose out on the main tank, so now it's going to be an okay sound barrier commitment in from Lijiang Tower, and Bumper just absolutely gets evaporated. They couldn't buy enough time for that Primal to come through. So it's trying to pressure out, but without having the Winston, you're going to have to just go ahead and reset. So for another choke is going to be held by GC Busan. A lot of the pulse bomb around the corner, gets a little bit of damage through, but not going to find the elimination. Illicit in the meantime, holding onto a pulse on his own, gets right up close and personal. Throws it on the Bumper. It do not get the kill. They also do not force out the ult. So Primal's still going to be held.
Haxel obviously very far behind in blade charge with the late swap here, but the time bank more than well makes up for it, for what he gained with that initial Pharah push.
I want to see more of it. It was just so perfect. Gangnam tries to keep everybody alive, but feel they're going to be taken down. Gangnam still just holding on to this Kitsune rush. No real need for him to pop that one yet. Maybe once they get it to the bridge.
With D.Va just not being viable really in Overwatch 2 at the moment, you know, Pharah feels like it's so much stronger without that critical counter.
And she's had a couple moments during the season, but yeah, it's been few and far in between. Prophet dashing forward, gets right on top of Lijiang, and they completely nullify this Kitsune rush. Neko with the barrier, the blade doing wonders for Prophet. A nice shutdown here for GC Busan. Exactly what they need to try to chew through this time bank.
Now, Runaway on the bridge. You know, it's a huge time bank. But this is where it has been scary before. Sometimes in the past, in odd seasons, let's say, not in the even seasons, as Runaway will get stopped here again, it's because Runaway have had composition swaps that were very late, that were very slow to adapt in some of these Eichenwalde maps. This time they swapped early, and Haxel didn't have his blade until just about now, so Stitch trades one back here. That's a nice boon for them. They will actually grab Neko too, so this is probably the angle, right? Stitch respawns, Haxel here with the blade coming up soon.
I mean, they had to, like, Bumper had to use Primal just to kind of get them out of the spawn. That's how hard GC Busan was pounding them right there. There's the stick. Bumper now doesn't have that Primal, needs some healing, but Haxel with a nice little punish. Catches Illicit sleeping, finds the kill. Kitsune rush out from Fielder. Bumper going to be taken down. Haxel dead. No chance to use the blade, and that's just going to be another 30 seconds, maybe even more, if the stagger kills come through. Dealt with for the side of GC Busan as Prophet continues to look for the chase once again.
Right.
Oh,
Neko.
no. Okay, Neko does die, but they get Lijiang to the end, and that's still a major advantage. The movement's being taken away. Jester leaps into the back, jumps away with the remainder of the Primal. And GC Busan applying this out to just perfection.
They're basically just splitting Runaway in half, knowing that Stitch and Haxel need to be up forward at the front to try to threaten that blade angle and or pulse bomb. So the backline is always exposed, which forces Haxel and Stitch back, which means they can't look for a big ult push. And they don't obviously have Nano Boost to keep Haxel in the clear. It's a really awkward time here for Runaway, down to 95 seconds here.
Okay, sound barrier used, blade pulled, and Haxel, you can tell he's really looking for the kill on the Prophet. He'll be able to get it. Bumper up the side of the map. Haxel only able to find that one kill. So the blade, despite all the build-up, waiting for it, was able to find that much value in the end. Nice pulse bomb, however, will get Gesture. They go take it down. Haxel able to find at least both supports on the back end. Illicit just going for the reset
It
here,
almost
maybe?
just feels like plot armor that Runaways still make that push work with the blade getting minimal value, Bumper off the side. They still force it through.
They're going to try to contest this one, but Prophet is instantly dealt with. Honestly, this is not bad, though, for GC Busan.
No.
Yes, the cap comes in, but they got the Kitsune rush out,
Yeah,
which means
this
that
is huge.
Fielder's going to have his in 25%, and Neko's already got the sound barrier to match, so no support ultimates for Runaway means that GC Busan can really chew through this time bank even
GC
further.
Busan just need to be willing to let this cart roll through to see. They don't need to go over here and try to contest around this corner or anything like that. Just hold your ground, bunker up on the point itself. You try to get cute here, try to get fancy, use your ults off the point, and that's how Runaway are going to be able to win this one out. Yeah, sit back, pick Hawksall off at a distance like Fielder just did.
On dead. Does he go for the pulse? I don't think there's really any need to do so, but he's been building him up so quickly. Prophet's continuing to scoop these kills.
You get a pick like that onto Hawksall, and then you can actually go out for the chase. Then you can actually hold them at the edge of the point. Now you can use the archway a little bit here, kite back to the point, buy anytime you can. So you get that one big team fight win with the big 5, let's call it here, with Gesture getting his primal up. You have so many tools at your disposal here. You just have to survive a little bit longer.
Okay, it's in a rush. Bumper pops the primal just to stay alive. Jumps back in with the rest of the team. Rush going to be expiring. Sound barrier still held. Really taking a bit of damage there for the moment. Neko just getting the boop away. Keep everybody alive. Pulse bomb goes out. Not going to find anything. Sound barrier now going to be dropped in. Good timing from Neko. Shields them back up. Hawksall desperately trying to pull away, but Prophet has the blade out. Lijiang Tower's going to disappear. 50 seconds now remaining. This runaway, they need to die right now. Go for the reset. Give themselves as much time as they possibly can.
Yeah, the rush there for Fielder, you know, committed in. Prophet pulls the blade. GC Busan now could try to hold them off the point here with Gesture's Primal. They have two options. They could try to hold them here on the bridge and try to knock them off and stagger, or just bunker down. Here's the Primal. They're doing exactly that.
Yep, they're going for it. They're just juggling around this Roadhog, and eventually they pressure him out. 20 seconds remaining.
Someone has to back cap.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to go for it. He's done it on this map before in somewhat recent history. Hawksall dashing in, however, does get Gesture. That opens up a bit more space for the team entirely to move up, but Bumper, of course, still going to be slow moving.
They get on here and get the touch. Hawksall still got his blade. This is going to be so tight. They're going to need to use the sound barrier to empower him when he pulls that one out.
OT is guaranteed. The field is also going to have a Kitsune rush to try to counteract, so this sound barrier shielding might not last nearly as long as you might anticipate. Blade pull, dashes into the back, looking for Neko, takes him down about half HP, but still cannot find that kill. Rushes out, TP away, Fielder playing this one right on the edge perfectly. Still managing to stay alive. Now Bumper going to be taken down once more. Listen, able to find that kill, gets stitched to boot. Fielder does get taken down. Gangnam Jin finding that elimination, but 3v4 that they need to win out. I just don't think that Runaway is going to be able to do it. That being said, Gangnam Jin gets a headshot. Alyssa taken down, but eventually they get pushed off of the cart. And GC Busan will be able to successfully hold Runaway with their map pick of Eichenwalde. Do not come up with a win, which means that GC Busan now have match point.
Yeah, what a close game that came down to be, though. We almost had the double overtime finish here on our hybrid map. It's been really exciting to see how that would have shaken out, but at the end of the day, they're not able to finish, as you say. Runaway struggling there, and you know, when Gesture went in for the leap and he pulled the Primal on the bridge, I mean, those are the two options you realistically have as a Winston there, is try to use the bridges, the map's architecture, right? Use the bridge against Runaway and say, all right, we're going to knock you off the map. We're going to create problems for you here. Or you try to hold on the point. They took the first option. It worked a treat for them.
Well, we're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see if Runaway can extend this into a 5-map series, or if GC Busan will take it 3-1 and advance into the grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back down to the wire now for Runaway, who need to win this next map. Their pick as we get ready to go into push. And then from there, need to win out on map 5 if they want to advance into the grand finals and get a chance to go up against Kongdu Panthera yet again. Otherwise, GC Busan, if they can walk away victorious here, they will be the ones moving forward.
Hoping for a game 5 myself, especially since I was saying to everybody before this is going to be the series for tonight, and you know, it really has delivered. Like, we've seen both Shambali and, of course, Eichenwalde really going to the end of the map, pushing all the way to the distance, or nearly. Unfortunately, in the last map's case, not quite. But it's been fun. It's been competitive. We'll see what subs we do have, if any.
Looks like GC Busan sticking with everything that we've been seeing. So not going to be making any adjustments, whereas on the side of Runaway, we're going to have Stitch out, Hisu in the DPS role, Lijiang out, and Runner stepping up, trying to guide the team into this map 5. Let's see if they can get it done.
Really bittersweet call, I'd say, because on one hand, if Runner doesn't come in here, and he doesn't get to play another game, and that's the end of the tournament, right? If they end up losing out. But if he comes in here and underperforms, you don't feel great about that result either. But like, the number one thing we all know guaranteed from this is we get at least one more game of Runner. So I'll take that. I'll be happy with that. As Stitch, as you mentioned as well, subbed out for Hisu, will be coming back in here.
Well, we'll see if it's a last hurrah or if it's exactly what they needed. The right medicine to go ahead and get us into that game 5. Also see where they decide to take us. I mean, you think back to just yesterday, we saw Coliseo twice from Runaway, once versus Lunatic High, then again versus Kongdu Panthera. One was a win, the other was a loss. But when they won it, they were able to push all the way to the end. But, you know, and no offense to the boys over on Lunatic High, they are legends, but
different
GC
level of play.
Busan is a little bit of a slightly different level of play.
Different level of play right now, and it's really interesting that they're actually willing to commit to having Runner in here. And I champion the bravery, you know. It's going to be quite interesting to see how this one shakes up. I think that perhaps this is just Runner trying to make sure he could be the leader, right? The voice that they need, the kind of calm attitude they're going to need to finish this map strong. Because Push is a marathon, right? It's a long map type. You get to play 10 minutes the whole time no matter what, unless, of course, one team finishes before that. So it's a grueling matchup, and if your mentality is a little bit shaken after that last loss, maybe he could be the one to change it up. But Kangnan Jim, despite wearing the Hisu jersey, is the one sitting next to him there, and it's a nail-biter for Runaway fans, you know?
Well, let's see. What is the decision? It's not going to be Coliseo once more. It's going to be Esperanza coming through. Let's see if Runaway can get this victory.
Yeah. It is... I think it's just so critical that they can keep their mentality straight here going into this one, because it was such a close map of Eichenwalde there towards the end. With Runner in, and obviously Hisu coming in as well, I don't know what compositions we will see, but it's much less likely that it's going to be the dive, especially because dive doesn't function well on push because you're ult-based with how you team fight when you're looking for the Genji style of play. So I might just see a Sojourn comp here with the Bumper Winston. That's my expectation, especially for the map.
A fan group that hasn't gotten to do that cheer in a very long time. Both fan groups, realistically, haven't been able to do those cheers for a while. And potentially, it could be the last time for Runaway until who knows when.
Doomfist hovered for Bumper here with Hawksfall and the Genji with this Sojourn. Quite a unique composition. It's kind of pseudo dive, but also has its long range firepower, whereas GC Busan looking for the Reaper Genji variation, which has both damage in spades, but also some backline access.
Yeah, Reaper versus the Doom, probably expecting that Bumper was going to be coming out the gate with that Winston.
Yeah.
Try to counteract it and see if Illicit sticks through with this. But for now, we're just waiting for that bot to unlock. He's already going to get picked off. Prophet diving in, managing to find the first kill. Runner as well under fire. Prophet dashes through for yet another elimination. Seems like he's not done yet. Neko will go diving forward to get the melee hit on the Gangnam Jin. I mean, it's just Prophet killing 4, Neko killing 1. The bot now moving forward for GC Busan.
So many resources committed to kill Illicit. He just goes into Wraith form. Fielder tosses all the healing and he's back up to full instantly. And Runaway leave their back line open for Prophet to go in and do work. So very...
Oxal comes away with more percentage on the blade.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, he did a ton of damage to Gesture, I suppose. But end of the day, so much committed to Illicit. He walks away with half an ult too. And Hisu will swap.
And the initial punch there from Bumper onto Prophet. They took him low, but they weren't able to find the kill. Yet again, another punch connecting. Trying to whittle away at this Genji, but Bumper playing the front lines does end up falling now. As Illicit will be able to find 3 kills. Just neutral Reaper playing coming in. And yeah, that's going to be yet another cleanup. A team kill with the checkpoint already in their sights. GC Busan are looking like they want to just go ahead, steamroll through this and get into the grand final already.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that's where we're potentially headed here, right? I mean, Gesture nearly with the Primal online. Meteor Strike not going to be that great versus this composition, and not great to attack the point. Great to stall out or defend it, but see what Bumper decides to do with it. Might just want to go deep and then use it to survive.
Probably going to have to be the play.
Big one.
Yeah, punches. Decent. Hisu finally getting himself on the board. The build-up towards that ult has been slow, not really steady. But now he's going to get sent back into the spawn room yet again. The Kitsune Rush coupled in with the Dragon Blade is just an immense amount of damage. Prophet cleans up too, and while it looks like a decent start there with Bumper setting the stage, he's inviting a pick, it just it spirals out of control.
I think it might be time for Bumper to swap off of this. I mean, look, that's the most value you're ever going to get from a punch like that. He knocks 3 back, has his ult, and still there's just not really any follow-up damage. Now they're going up against Reaper ult. Illicit does go low. Will be healed up here by Fielders, basically pocketing him in this game. It's just going to be really hard to get value out of this Doomfist right now, but he doesn't swap.
Sticking with it. Oxel now going to be pulling the blade. Hisu again under fire a bit. Oxel's desperately trying to find something, but Illicit gets away from him, goes back into the Wraith form. Fielder going to be taken down as Hisu finds double melee kills, and then Haksal dashes through for 3 quick ones. They finally get themselves a team wipe. Just about everything though. Sound barrier, the Kitsune Rush, the blade.
Man.
A heavy investment to be able to win the fight, and they still have to deal with forward spawning members of GC Busan.
So one Genji open slay for Haksal. He's dashing through, and I mean, he's put himself at risk now with how far forward he is, but he will get away. This is so huge for Runaway though. Finally control the cart, finally actually having the ability to defend.
The runner instantly greeted with death as Prophet dashes through, finds that kill. Overclock from Hisu, looking for a target, does eventually take down Neko, but Jester with the Primal calls him around a little bit, finds the kill. Bumper going to be taken down as well, and Prophet just continues to do Prophet things.
As quickly as fate turned for Runaway, it just swings the pendulum right back into GC Busan's favor. Prophet with 9 HP left will now get healed up from the reload there from Fielder, and GC Busan pushing this so quickly. I mean, we don't see finishes. We usually don't see them this fast either. Runaway going to steal this robot away for a moment as Hisu swaps over to the Sombra.
He swaps to the Sombra, Bumpers on the Winston. Hisu is so very low, and he translocates out with 10 HP. Dangerous margins to be working with. This Prophet now going to be pulling the blade, instantly finds Runner to start things off. Gets rid of Hisu, dashes back out. Says, yep, I think that's good enough. Turns his sights over towards Haksal, who is trying to drag something back into Runaway's favor, but it's just not going to be found.
So much of what made Sombra a powerful hero throughout so many metas is so difficult to quantify and push in an Overwatch 2 meta like this, where you're trying to build up an EMP to match the Genji who's way ahead of you in terms of that blade charge. It's so awkward here for Hisu to try to find picks or destroy this Winston with a hack. It's just so hard to pull it off.
There's a Kitsune Rush yet again. Neko does get taken down though as they dive into the back, but then they quickly trade it out. Now Gangnam Jin dead. As Oxal, okay, we'll give them a man advantage. Comes up with 3 more kills. Flex pops, perfectly tracks exactly where Illicit was going to be. And Hisu will find the finishing blow, so again Runaway They barely managed to scrape by with a team fight victory, but these forward spawns are still there for GC Busan. They're going to be able to recontest the spot before it really even gets into a neutral position.
Yeah, you can see those spawns coming through right now. As you mentioned it, Hisu unseen. No real good checking going on here for where he is, so he will be able to likely get a free hack here onto a backline target or this Winston, try to burst him down.
Seems like the call might be for Fielder, but he's already TP'd out. He gets scouted. Okay, hack on the Prophet. Not a bad little follow-up maneuver. Toxol pulls the blade. Trying to get the hits across, trying to find Fielder, can't quite make it happen. Fielder TP's out, finds Gangnam Jin, then Jister comes in, finishes off Haksel. So even with the ults invested, it still just goes so awry for Runaway.
Yeah, this is really rough. GC Busan just pushing it back. No blade. Haksal desperately switching to the Tracer. The EMP here might empower Haksal and Bumper enough to look for a team fight win if they could delete the shields from Neko, but if Neko hides...
Oh, that would have been a hell of a stick from Illicit, but...
Now he's got that, you know, ult available. Neko does.
So managed to make that happen.
There it is.
Runner going to be taken down. The EMP does strike. Haksal able to find Illicit. Prophet going to be dealt with. We'll find a couple kills. Neko will fall. It's just Gesture and Fielder now left alive as Bumper's just like, all right, I'm going to casually walk this bot away. Yep, Haksal, you're all on your lonesome. You're probably going to die, but
These fights for Runaway have to be cleaner, you know, if they're going to want to make a real stand here in this game. I mean, they were able to win the initial part of it, but they can't stick the landing, and trading like this isn't good enough.
Okay, well, Bumper, he's really trying to bring this one back. Tries to get on top of Jester. He sets up for the alley-oop as Hisu will get that elimination, joins back in with the rest of the team, and Bumper is just limit testing beautifully at the moment. Going in for the chase, trying to finish off Neko, and will be able to do so. Bumper right now is just a one-man wrecking crew. The forward spawn's going to be lost, but in less than 3 minutes, they now need to make up for a 104-meter deficit.
Yeah. Rolling through as quickly as they can. Gonna hit the 20 mark here. Another EMP nearly ready. Prophet's made that swap over to the Reaper, and his ult is gonna be great defensively here to shut this push down.
Runner dead. Dungeon's still gonna be sending up against Tsune Rush as they try to win the fight. Prophet goes into the raid form, drops down. The bot again gonna be shipped over towards the Runaway spawn side of the map. Bumper just cannot stay alive through this one. Fielder with a rush coupled in with a Reaper. It's just so much damage. Absolutely insurmountable. The cleanup comes through and they gain 22, but once again, GC Busan gonna have the forward spawns. They're gonna have the bot in their possession.
This is looking disastrous. You know, Hisu is gonna have that EMP up now with no counter sound barrier, but one EMP and one team fight is not enough. Runaway need to win 2 back-to-back in order to tie this one up or pass that mark in just 2 minutes time.
They get the hack on Illicit, or Prophet rather. Swap. But Disaster jumps forward, EMP comes out, does interrupt the, no, never mind, Death Blossom still going to be able to get 3 of them. I thought maybe, perhaps, that would turn it and they could kill him and interrupt it, but it's not to be. Prophet just comes up with 3 of them, Melissa gets another one.
Yeah,
and Isu's now saying, hey, that Reaper guy looks good.
Yeah, I think just barely not clipped by that, and he's able to then defensively use his Death Blossom here, and now Runaway out of options realistically here. Runner's still holding on to that sound barrier. He's had it for some time now.
That he has.
They got to cap this quick because they've got a lot of walking to do to get to the other side of the map.
Yeah. Runner's still holding it. The Primal out from Bumper. Jester matching in that regard. They're well into the back line. Jumps back up here, a couple smacks in. Hisu picked off. Fielder finds the headshot. Haksal now down low on HP. Runner still holding onto the sound barrier. He drops it in. Does manage to catch the 4 remaining members here on the side of Runaway. Hisu's going to be swapping in desperation over to the Widowmaker and trying to get some pot shots through from the spawn, but the rest of the team is just crumbling. No one can defend against the bot, and Hisu, he's just going to be stuck in side of the spawn. He swaps over to the Genji to try to dash in. Gets to deflect out, but he can't do anything against the Winston. Haksal as well has to recall the jump in the bubble. Bumper dead. The bot will complete in just a moment. As there you go, the push comes through. So 142 to, I believe, 22. GC Busan will once again take down a Runaway. This time not quite in a grand finals, but to get themselves into a grand final.
Love to see a shot of the Runaway players right now because we've seen so many historic losses for this team end in tragic emotion, but I think the smiles on their faces here just tell it all. You know, this is a celebration of Overwatch and the legends across these 4 teams who have made such a name for themselves and have done so much for the game. And I think losing here, as frustrating as it is, you've got to just know. I mean, you did your best and you had a great time. Like this is for some money, sure, but this is for all the fans who are sitting out in the audience who get to see Runaway don the jerseys one more time after the org is disbanded across all esports. And you get to say, you know what, like we gave it our best shot. Runner played on stage, he played in that final map, and we made this series damn close.
Yeah. Absolutely is. Unfortunate though. We'll see who the player of the match is. Prophet maybe, but that doesn't look like him. It's actually going to be Illicit who comes away with the win in the end.
He played more, yeah, he played more consistently, he played more throughout. His control play with the Reaper was kind of player of the match worthy on its own, honestly. It was clean, it was top tier. And we'll get to that after this map, of course, but that Death Blossom we had the replay of was Chef's Kiss.
Some great moments throughout, and it's been so fun. It's I mean, it's never gonna feel good to eliminate any of these teams here from this tournament. It sucks to have to say goodbye now to Runaway, but it was great to see them back, and I think that's kind of the coping mechanism here, is that even though we do have to say goodbye, this tournament allowed us to see them again, to see some of these familiar faces, and that's better than having not seen them at all. But GC Busan now get to take another crack at Kongdu Panthera. This is the only series that we had that went the distance all the way to 5 maps yesterday. The opening match of the tournament will also be the closer in a best of 7.
Yeah, and it was the closest match, as you say, for the tournament so far, so I'm hoping it's going to deliver once again. Kongdu Panthera has had a lot to study throughout these last 2 series, but GC Busan more warmed up, have been playing these last 7 maps in a row, so very exciting stuff. I will just say one more time, you know, I'm so glad we got to commentate Runaway, an org that has disbanded. We never thought we'd see anytime soon. Runner's like, we'll bring it back one day. But I feel really lucky that we actually got to do this and bring the band back together one more time.
I mean, for them, Lunatic High, seeing Eska coming out of whatever cave he's been hiding in, it's been wonderful to see. But we're not done yet. Of course, there is still another gargantuan matchup that has to occur, and one that wasn't ever a final, one that was never really a huge game in GC Busan, now going up against Kongdu Panthera.
Yeah, they matched up against each other when it was GC Busan Wave a few times, but not the GC Busan, the original one, and this is not a rivalry by any means, so excited to see how this one's going to shake up. We already know that they played each other close in the first match of the tournament, and I'm hoping the second iteration is going to be just as good.
Yeah, I mean, these series today have been a little bit too fast for my liking, as it turns out. It's just now 9 o'clock, so 3 hours since we've begun, and we've got 2 matches out of the way. It's time to slow it down a little bit. Try to rely on that old Wolf Achilios grand finals luck, go the distance type stuff. We'll see if it can work out.
Can we get a tie on Escort so that we can bring it to an extra map?
Seems unlikely.
The 1 in a million chance we get a tie on Escort. The dream that everyone's been chasing. Will we ever get a professional game tied on Escort?
I'll take one on Push. So both teams get to the checkpoint. The bot never moves an inch past that. We'll have to just wait and see. But guys, that grand final is going to be coming up in just a little bit. There's going to be a timer on your screen, so make sure you don't go anywhere. There might be some
special announcements.
There might be a special announcement when we come back from the break. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere, and also tell your friends, wake them up, get them in the stream. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
난 옴닉을 전쟁으로 이끌기 위해 창조됐다. 하나 내가 바랐던 건 우리 동족이 더 나은 삶을 영위하는 것뿐. 우리가 존재한다는 사실은 그 자체로 기적이다. 우리는 탐구했다. 평화와 조화를 이루는 방법을. 우리는 명상했다. 세계와 그 속에 위치한 우리 자리에 대하여. 우리는 인류와 공존하고자 했지만 인류는 그들 세상을 나눠 가질 생각이 없었다. 인류의 꿈을 위해 얼마나 많은 몽닉들이 희생되어야 하는가. 더는 안 돼. 우리 종족은 단 한 세대만 존재한다. 이유하면 모두 너무나 고통한다. 우리만의 자리를 찾는 것이다. 그래야만 한다. 함께하자. 우리 같이 모든 놈닉을 위한 더 나은 미래를 만드는 거다. 난 나 자신을 위해 싸우지 않는다. 과거에도 그랬고, 우린 함께 맞서리라. 내 승리가 아니라 우리의 승리다.
석양이 친다.
넌 끝이다. 놈들을 응징할 시간이다. 분명 경고했다. 나와 함께 싸우자. 마지막 순간까지. 날 굴복시키려면 그걸론 부족하다. 놈들에게 절멸을 선사하리라. 이건 잔혹함이 아니라 정의다.
난 빗맞히지 않아.
전력을 다해라. 나도 그럴 테니. 네 실력을 보여봐라. 그 오만함의 대가를 치르게 될 거다. 자비로운 자들만이 자비를 누릴 자격이 있다. 영이여, 적들을 삼켜라.
적을 신속히 제거하겠다. 피바람을 불러일으킬 준비는 됐어? 번개와 복수의 신이라고.
함께할게. 좋아, 가보자고.
우린 궁지에 몰린
Let it. Let it.
And welcome back. We are just about to go into our finals here, the last matchup of the Legends Battle here in the WDG Esports Studio in Seoul. It's going to be Kongju Panthera going up against GC Busan.
It's going to be a great finals. This was the best series we had over the last 2 days, a rematch of the first game. And caster Jung Sorim is here, of course, on stage to get everyone hyped up.
To get everyone hyped up
Overwatch
again
2
about something
레전드 배틀.
maybe a little bit different as well. Because not only do we have the final, but
there
was that? What was it with the? Oh yeah, the special announcement.
There was a special
I
announcement
forgot
we were
for a
gonna.
second. Yeah, there's a special announcement,
Yeah.
which we won't say much more about. There'll be a video, and unlike a lot of the other ones that we've been running, this one is in English. So I think that everybody who's watching will be able to understand. So we're just gonna fill some time while she gets the audience ready there in the studio, and then we'll let the announcement speak for itself once it's ready.
약간 걱정도 했어요. 예, 이제 조금 경기
I just wanna hear what
끝난
she says
팀들도
a little
있고 그러다 보니까 혹시 관객석이 조금 비어 있으면 어쩔까? 죄송합니다. 제가 쓸데없는 걱정했습니다.
I think she's explaining that.
지금 관객석이 정말 꽉 차 있거든요. 여러분 마지막
One change.
시상식 때까지 함께 해주실 거죠? 이야, 여러분
Everyone's
멋집니다.
really excited.
최고입니다.
So I don't know the exact order in which this is all going to come to happen, so we're just kind of playing along, guys.
Yeah, we're just flying by the seat of our pants here. Worth noting in the meantime that we were informed that the grand final is actually going to be a best of 5 rather than a best of 7. As we've been running a bit late, we need to make sure that people can get home.
Yeah, it's very cold outside, and we'll talk about it later.
선물을 준비했다고 합니다.
So they have a special present for everyone, she said.
뭔줄 알고.
Is everyone in the chat ready for their special present?
Oh, I'm ready for my special present.
사실 오버워치는요.
We already know what the special present is, but this is one of those things where I'm like, I'm watching my kids about to unwrap their gift for Christmas, and I'm like, they're gonna love it.
특별한 약속을 하나 하겠다고 하시거든요. 과연 뭘지 화면을 통해서 소개하겠습니다.
All right, watch this video. Check it out.
For the first time since 2019, the Overwatch World Cup is back.
We are back!
We have fans from all over the world joining us here. Millions of players. 36 teams around the world. Play now to compete for your homeland to become the first World Cup champions of Overwatch 2.
1 minute left. Somebody stop this man. Flat out. He's out of control. Can you believe it?
2023 Overwatch World Cup. Your watch begins in 2023.
I was there!
That's right! World Cup is back! And I'm excited that we get to break the news here. It's awesome. It's, I mean, some of our best memories going around, being able to hang out with our co-workers, our colleagues in different places around the world for the Overwatch World Cup. It's been one of the most exciting parts about our careers in Overwatch. And seeing it return in 2023 is going to be an incredibly exciting experience. We're truly back to a global league.
Yeah, no, I mean, you and I found out about this a few days ago, and we've been keeping the lid shut, keeping it tight on this one. No leaks. And, you know, there were a few fan signs yesterday. And,
Take that, Halo. You didn't know about this one.
No, Halo didn't know about this one. And there was also that Korean roster sign that was held up today as well. And I'm like, Wolf, keep a lid on it.
Don't
Like,
say
don't
anything.
freak out. No, we told a lot of World Cup stories throughout these last 2 days as well, because it is so special to us. So we're really glad it's going to be back for 2023.
다시 인사드리겠습니다.
So many countries will be invited, and more details soon.
Yeah, so we'll definitely have to keep our ears to the ground on that one. That's all the information we have, so it's not like we know what the format's going to be or when everything's going to kick off or anything like that. But, I'm sure that those details will be developed and pushed out to the public in the nearest future. But enough about that. That's for the future. It is now time to focus on the present as we once more
또 우리 선수분들이 이제
have our teams getting ready to make their way down to the stage, with GC Busan coming out first, battling their way out through the lower bracket, now into the grand final once again to square off against Gyeongju Panthera, who was their first opponent in this tournament.
That's right. Gesture. How many high fives could he get on his way down? As everybody's starting to come down here. Loving Neko's outfit,
Oh yeah, he's comfy cozy.
That's the kind of warm pants you got to wear on a cold night of Overwatch here. There's the bow to the crowd. And I don't want to say, Achilios, that either of these teams are the favorites anymore, because I thought going into today, like, okay, Gyeongju Panthera wins, but who do they beat in the finals? It was kind of my attitude coming into this, but with GC Busan's bounce back and how close they played Gyeongju Panthera yesterday, I think this is anyone's game to take, as we will, speaking of Panthera, have them walk out on stage now, starting out with Decay. And it's, Choi Se-hwan and Birdring coming out to follow, and it's really cool to see them, obviously, with these old jerseys. Changsik, as he did yesterday with the Uncia jersey. Rascal and Koma, of course. What a legendary roster across so many years of Overwatch, including very recently players like Void, Choi Se-hwan playing extremely well in the 2022 Overwatch League season. Decay, too, of course.
Oh yeah. Well, Gyeongju have looked incredibly strong so far. I mean, granted, it was a 5-map series the first time out versus GC Busan yesterday. So we'll see if this one can go the distance again. Now, I guess would be a decent time that we've got a little bit of extra time to talk about it. This is going to be a best of 5. It's not a best of 7 as we were previously thought led to believe. Unfortunately, we have had to shorten this just to ensure that things end at a reasonable hour.
Yeah. So for context, the subway on the weekend, like tonight, is a Saturday, will end around midnight for most people traveling at a medium distance. For further than that, you'll have to get on the subway earlier. So there's a lot of fans here. Obviously, it's a very freezing cold night here in Korea. It's negative 10 degrees Celsius at the moment. It's going to drop down potentially to negative 12 later on this evening. So just in the interest of all the safety of the fans and the players, of course, traveling after this, there's going to be a huge taxi rush as the subway closes. We don't want any fans to be out in the cold too long here tonight. So we are shortening it just to make sure everybody can get home safe. But it's still going to be an epic best of 5. And we got about 3 hours, before that rush really hits. So it's going to give everyone a little bit more time to make sure they can get home okay. Because that's the most important thing.
Exactly. So, I mean, it is what it is. Unfortunately, a best of 7 would be great. It would be great to see this go to the distance, but we can settle for a 5-mapper instead, I suppose, between these two teams. Yet again, that would be awesome to see if, they can make it happen once more. But I'm curious to see if GC Busan, how much they've learned, about Gyeongju Panthera and their current form right now from that previous set yesterday. Well, not very long to turn around and be like, okay, this is where things went wrong in that series. Maybe we should have done this map pick instead, yada, yada, yada. It was a near reverse sweep that they were pulling off, but just couldn't quite make it happen there in map 5. So we'll see what adjustments do come through.
Yeah, I think the first 2 maps were the most dominant of all 5 as well. So I think it might have just been a case of a little bit of warm-up needed for GC Busan in that series. And they almost actually reverse swept. Like, the final map was extremely close as well. That 5th and final game went to the 3rd round there of Control. So because we are going to turn this into a best of 5, the map list, just to kind of make sure you guys all know, is Escort, Control, Hybrid, Push, and Control again, if it does go all the way. We were talking about how we would have potentially the Escort map opened up if it went to Game 6, but sadly that's no longer going to be the case.
Oh, well. Is what it is.
Is what it is.
Is what it is. But I mean, there's always the chance that we could have a tie somewhere in between if we can get that tie coming through on Hybrid, perhaps. and then from there have to play that 6th map, and then we can see Escort, and then they can tie on Escort for the first time, and then we can go to another map. So we'll get 7 somehow.
You guys may smirk at home, but crazier things have happened when you and I are casting finals of
Very
Korean
true.
Overwatch. So
Yes, I mean 9 mappers in best of 7s. Granted, that was also a bit of a difference in format and whatnot, but it has occurred. We have had many ties that we have commentated across multiple grand finals. But let's take a look now.
starting roster here for GC Busan. Illicit and Alpha E will be the DPS lineup here, and will be Neko and Fielder for the time being. No Hagupun for the first map, and on the other side for Kongdu Panthera, we'll take a closer look now at their roster. Decay and Birdring, and Rascal and Coma pulling up support. Void being the only tank player eligible to play. That's not true. I take it back. Changshik is, of course, here as well. We talked about earlier,
Yes.
like, only Panthera actually has multiple. But Changshik will probably see play, in fact, in this best of 5.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough around the edges in the first set. You know, when they did play against GC Busan, we did see Changshik come out, but it was Void who had to be the one to really seal the deal for them. But Changshik was able to scoop some wins versus Runaway in the last series from yesterday. But of course, just given the format, we will be going to Shambali Monastery once more for our opening escort map. See who's going to be able to get the win. I mean, taking a zoom back at how things went yesterday, it was a 3-point push with 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining for the side of Kongdu Panthera. GC Busan only able to get to point A, and then they had the time bank drained down. So let's see if that happens again, or if it's going to be a bit of a different look.
Yeah, you and I talked about this a little bit in the break. The way this map is designed can be just so cutthroat in the early parts of it, for the defending team locking down those narrow corridors, where things could just get really bad for the attacking team very early if they fall behind an ult economy, because getting around a corner, into a second corner, into a tiny funnel is just so difficult for the attacking team, which is why we've seen very few teams go the distance on this map so far here. Excited to see how it's going to shake out in pro play, of course, later on.
All right. GC Busan fans getting their cheer in there at the very last moment, and they will be first on the defense. Looks like Alpha E back over to the Sojourn. Not going to be seeing the Genji quite just yet. Kongdu Panthera, Decay at least going to be going for the opening shot with the Widow, and Birdring right back over to the Sojourn as well. Something that was looking quite strong. So Decay does want to go for the extended hover. Just a brief little look over at Alpha E, tags him down about half. Will not be able to find the kill, so he'll just swap and go for the Tracer as well.
Way more valuable for the attacker if they can get that one kill on the Sojourn and then swap over, but he's not able to do it.
Well, I guess one key difference, between yesterday's match and today's is that Void's still going to be playing Doomfist. That is now, we're on the live patch, slightly nerfed. We'll see how he fares with that, and if he can play around it. Arms come up, keeps himself protected. Coleman just getting zapped down, and it's 2 instant kills found here for GC Busan as Decay and Coma both get picked off.
We'll have to wait and see those respawns come through. Decay built up quite a bit of pulse bomb energy here on the Tracer, so if he can find a flank angle, might be able to help burst Gesture down, or at least force out a Suzu with this one. They're going to take the right side, or rather left side approach from attacker's perspective.
Void finding himself against many a grouped up member of GC Busan. Jumps over to the side, he's going to try to escape, and will not be allowed to do so.
Cart's being
finds the kill. The
back
cart
tapped.
is getting taken over towards the second corner here. But eventually GC get it.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward when you try to split like that, because you're missing too many resources to actually win the fight. Cart gets a small amount of distance, but nothing significant here. GC Busan feeling very great about the defense so far.
Okay, well, Suzu thrown down, and okay, Fielder is kind of stuck on top of that one. Ends up getting picked off. Decay finding a second elimination now. Zelfie will go down. That's going to be 1 support, 2 DPS taken away from the side of GC Busan. And the rest of the team will get cleaned up. So Kongdu Panthera able to persevere and push through.
Not quite the Suzu I had in mind when I was thinking about Decay interacting with Fielder. Fielder uses it onto Gesture, and then has left himself open for that pulse bomb kill. He does have is rush available here, but unfortunately they're not going to have positional advantage here on the cart to use it effectively. We'll need some extra resources to actually close that gap. We're going to jump from high ground.
Dropping down, Illicit not going to be popping it yet. And Neko going to be eliminated as Decay again finds an opening kill. The rush is there from Fielder. They're playing a member down. Coma does get picked off, but that's so far going to be the only reprieve found for the side of GC Busan with this defense. Who's again going to be used, knocked into the wall. Fielder actually somehow staying alive. TP's away, now the sound barrier comes through from Neko, shields up 4 members, and Alfie, he's got the overclock ready. Manages to find 2 kills.
All right, this is a
here
huge
the very
turnaround.
last second, 1.73 meters left to go. And GC Busan will be able to put their foot down.
Yeah, this is where it gets really scary for Kongdu Panther. They will have a sound barrier to give them some extra sticking power on the cart and a small spawn advantage here, but it's all the way back to... I mean, actually, I'll even take that back. They don't have spawn advantage here anymore because the cart's pushed all the way to the checkpoint. But they need to get a pick, right? Birdring needs to somehow find line of sight, or Decay to find that pulse bomb into the back line. Gesture is primal-less, so it could be an opportunity there to burst the Winston.
Decay getting battered around there. Illicit pulse bomb does go out. Coma drops the sound barrier. Birdring the only one not receiving the shields. So far, he is completely untouched as Decay is just charging into the back lines. 3 members grouped up. Pulse bomb still at the ready. Holds on to it, however. Does pop that recall. Coma will find Illicit. Kongdu Panther trying to get this push coming through at long last, but only 24 seconds remaining. Moving forward, the contest 0.01 meters left to go. GC Busan now without support, so I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to this one. Gesture taken down. Coma the only casualty on the side of Kongdu, and they will be able to push through here. In the very several seconds.
Yep, we'll be able to get it with just less than 10 remaining here. Grab that extra checkpoint, and very, very close call there for Kongdu Panthera, but it's the sound barrier to close the gap, and Decay coming up big in that last fight, coming up big at the beginning of this one too. This is where things start to get a little bit easier. It's really tough for A when you're trying to get to the end of the push, but the second part leading towards the second checkpoint, you have a little bit more of an open space. You do get that spawn advantage once again when you get the new spawn room. Things can be a little bit more comfortable in terms of building up that old charge.
Oh, Birdring overstays for just a bit too long, ends up getting punished. Crucial kill here for the side of GC Busan, which will allow them to drop down and get on top of this card. Kongdu Panther now going to have to try to push their way back into this position.
I'll be in a really nice high ground angle here. You can threaten 3 different locations from here on the defense. So slowing Kongdu Panther, forcing a big jump up from Void.
Fielder again going to be the focus for Kongdu. Trying to get rid of that enemy Kiriko. Rush comes out first from Rascal. Fielder now going to be matching, but Illicit has already found Decay. Good here for the defenders. Now Coma taken down, Rascal dead. And yep, it's going to go the way of GC Busan. Flawlessly played.
This is the, yeah, and Achilios, this is the first time we've really seen this unique high ground hold as Void will finally get picked off here. Gets a one with him, but the first time we've really seen this Sojourn high ground hold held for an extended period of time for GC Busan, and they now have 4 ultimates available here. Void forced to leap up with this Doomfist, tougher to pull off than the Winston, is forced to ult early, so gets out, and it's just a numbers advantage that GC Busan have on top of that high ground advantage. Void this time just trying to walk it in.
Kongdu splitting a little bit. Or maybe they're just going to go for a full right side flank approach. They do not. He needs to get on top of the card for now, but Illicit immediately finds Rascal, shuts him down. Birdring getting juggled around. Gesture goes back to the rest of the team, and Illicit's there for the finish. Gets the headshots across the Sojourn out of the fight. 35 seconds remaining. That overclock needs to be utilized, and it needs to find value, but right now Kongdu Panther and need to reset.
Yeah, it's awkward because Void's trying to take the low ground approach. Like you said, they split in half, and GC Busan let Gesture just rip them in half with his Primal. And Kongdu just can't get a real strong mustered up force here. And even with Birdring having his ultimate here, he needs someone to get him into position because line of sight from the low ground is so much more tough to pull off. So Void has to use this ult to close the gap. Practically immortal here with all the healing. Doesn't use the ult yet.
Spots Illicit on the low ground.
Alfie.
Touch needs to be there, and it's not.
That's the end of that attack here for Kongdu Panthera.
I was going to say, I was just waiting for it to happen. It's like, okay, any second now, somebody's going to force out the OT. Nope. No, it's, okay. Much more of the same from this whole 2022 season, I suppose. But only the single point grabbed here by Kongdu. And again, I mean, they made it all the way to the end of the map with time to spare.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about the high ground advantage GC Busan had, how well Alpha utilized that, but I think Void is clearly very well prepared for the Doomfist. We talked about this yesterday in Kongdu Panthera's run through the upper bracket. Like, okay, this guy clearly was prepared for Doomfist. He played a lot in Overwatch 2 last year, and the guy knows exactly what he's doing on this hero. Was one of the better Doomfists in the world, regardless of whether you're talking about Overwatch League or what region you're talking about. But, you know, he's sticking with this pick here, and I think it's definitely hurt them on their first attack because of the lack of verticality. Yeah, Doomfist can go upwards. He does have some upward momentum. He can get there and try to set up for dives, but it's just not as clear-cut as Winston. Doomfist goes up, uses his abilities, and then that's kind of the end of it. Whereas Winston goes up, does some damage, does tick damage with his cleave across multiple members, and can then bubble and protect himself and have a lot more staying power than Doomfist does. So defensively here is what I'm getting at. I think this Doomfist will work a lot better for Kongdu Panthera.
Okay, well, here goes Rascal once more. Does it work out this time? He's been scouted. Fielder happy to take the fight up close, and Rascal will dip out early.
Yeah, this time he actually is able to get the port to his teammate.
Yeah. No, he won't lose, give up a first blood for a third time.
Yep, third time's the charm for him to not die.
But also doesn't get too much value. But now the rush coming through. GC Busan taking the high ground, forcing Kongdu away. But Birdering says no, pushes back just a bit, gets a nice little rail headshot there onto Illicit. Neko's going to be taken down as well. So good counter aggression here from Kongdu Panthera. Pull back, move them into a false sense of security, and now just continue to strike and get a nice stagger onto Alpha Yi.
For context, for fans who are tuning in just for the finals or just heard about the World Cup announcement and all that stuff, we haven't seen very big pushes on this map. So even though Kongdu Panthera got it to 2, they may just full hold here. Like, they didn't complete the map, but it's certainly possible if they continue this momentum, they just straight up full hold on A. We have seen it a lot.
Definitely is true, and right now it's looking good. Gesture again getting picked as another little stagger coming through. Birdering and showing off his accuracy here with the Sojourn rail shots. Working a treat for he and the squad. And Decay, given Illicit getting picked off early, has a monstrous lead of nearly 30% towards that pulse bomb.
Neko's gonna skirt his way over that field. Salfi on the Genji, halfway to a Blade with the late swap here, trying to use that ult push.
Okay, Decay forced out of that high ground position. Neko trying to keep him honest. I think Decay more than happy to move over and just try to get that stick through. Fielder will now have the rush available. Rascal hasn't used his yet. Birdering slides away. Well, this is going to be taken down first and foremost. Birdering getting the body shot. Birdering still under a little bit of fire. The healing coming out, though. They will be able to keep him sustained, at least for the time being, it would seem. And the rushes are just going to expire. Just the one kill found. Primal now pop Gesture, knocking away Birdering here in the back lines. Eventually gets that elimination. Coma dead as well. Decay drags it back just a little bit, refining Fielder with a pulse. Neko's still alive, still holds on to a sound barrier of his own, so GC Busan should be able to get some good distance.
If they can buy enough time for Birdering to get back over here and use that overclock, there's a great chance for him to defend this, but they don't know where Alpha Yi is. He's lurking around here, and that Blade is at the raid. Didn't have to use it in the previous fight. This is going to be fireworks, I think we will see on this A contest for Kongdu Panthera.
Oh. Okay, recall burn, Decay. Has to be that much more cautious now. Sound barrier going to be dropped in by Coma as the Blade comes out.
There he
There's
is.
the overclock, and it's 2 quick picks as Neko and Alpha Yi get absolutely obliterated. No sound barrier in the fight, but they nullify the Blade.
It's just as simple as that, you know, in terms of getting him into position with a sound barrier. He gets line of sight, and the guy's not going to miss, you know? And now GC Busan down a Blade, down a Kitsune Rush. And someone is going to have to find a pick. I want to watch where Illicit is going here on this with the Pulse Bomb.
Good descent on the Void, try to use the Doomfist delivery system, but the sound barrier here from Neko just a little bit too late. Fielder going to be taken down. They do manage to trade out for another support, though, as Coma will fall. Just for fun of the kill. Illicit pulse bomb, there's the stick, Meteor Strike to nullify it. Void drops straight back down onto the cart. He's going to be all right. Neko now dead, just swapping out on the supports. Decay gets yet another kill, this time on a Gesture. Alpha Yi has been taken down. With these 2 members dead, it's a lot more pressure on Illicit and Neko to try to get the tag on the cart with just 8 seconds remaining. Alpha Yi got to be swapping over onto the Sojourn.
Decay just waiting for Illicit to come over.
Oh, and Birdering gets the shot. and they're not going to be able to get the touch either. And there you go, Kongdu. Like you mentioned, we haven't seen far pushes on this map. They just get a nice little full hold.
I think it's really easy to look at, okay, they didn't finish the map, so like, they're in trouble. You know, on a lot of escort maps, that's the case, or at least you're hoping to get past B and make a strong push towards the third point. And you're like, okay, well, they didn't get the third point, but still a good push, right? And you see a, just past A finish, and you're like, oh man, it looks like a pretty bad attack for Kongdu Panthera. But no, this map is just so hard to crack, especially if you get that rock-solid defense that Panthera had set up there with Bird Ring on the Sojourn. And we just saw such great tracking there from the Tracer, Decay, blocking them out, stopping them from getting that final touch. I have to say, too, and I don't think we've given them a shout-out yet this tournament, but Korean observing team, as always, showing exactly the right thing, showing exactly which angle GZ Busan could come through at. Both silhouettes of the players who could come in and touch the cart were shown there from that Decay perspective as he blocked them out. Taking a break, I guess.
Yep, looks like it. And we are back. It's time to get ready to go into map number 2. GZ Busan going to have their pick. And, well, as we go into control, I think we can take a stab in the dark as far as what they will want to play.
Yeah, I think so. Fan sign there, center camera as it zoomed out, said it was a big fan of all of the Korean commentators, but then also said, let's go to the full sets in this finals. And given that it's not just you and I who've commentated so many series that have gone the distance here in Korean finals, but the Korean commentators as well, feels like the potential, the atmosphere feels ripe for a 5-game best of 5 here. as we will have some substitutions as were just shown there on your screen. So Decay out, Choice One is in, and I had a pretty strong feeling Prophet would be coming in after that first map, and that is the case. He will be coming in over Alpha Yi, so illicit Prophet duo.
Indeed. It's been quite dominant for them, this roster right here, all today. So we'll get to see it once more. Yep, there it is, Lijiang Tower. Just gonna be locked in again by GC Busan.
All right, well, see if it works out this time, as
they got shut out on it.
They did
yesterday. So
they did
versus Kongdu
in that first match. We did see Alpha Yi play some great Pharah, and he's out now. So we'll not be seeing that.
We'll not see any more Pharah, but it will be Night Market to go ahead and kick things off. Fan cheer.
Fan cheer?
Fan cheer? Any fan cheering in the chat?
Somebody might have forgotten to turn on the crowd mic for our stream.
Could be. It might have already happened.
But
Maybe
that's okay.
The audience might be hearing it right now, but we just we did not. But anyway.
So just again, because I know a lot of people are tuning in late after our World Cup announcement, this is the Ramatra control map type where you have to play Ramatra as part of the exhibition match here. So Gesture and Void have that one locked in. Changchik subbed in, and here we go.
Hey, there we go.
Doing on the gates open. Might be the new meta for contenders.
Perhaps. Either way, it's half been opened. Maybe Gesture yet again. Let's see how this one goes. Choice A1. He is going to be able to find a nice little kill there on the Prophet. Says, hey, welcome to the server. I just got here too.
And that's going to be a nice opening here for Panthera. Pipe back now to the point as it's unlocked. 1 tick, 2 ticks, going all the way through.
Okay, lockdown's going to be delayed a little bit here, though. As GC Busan get their way over onto the point. Now they're widely going to be occupying it here for themselves. Void down to about half HP, hovering at that level. Birdring as well, taking a nasty chunk. There's going to be there, struggling to try to get back into a stable position. With Coma going down, it's going to be nigh impossible. Birdring dead. Good amount of the damage now going to be taken away. Prophet dashes through, finds Rascal, and GC Busan have since locked it down for themselves and already have 10% on the board.
Swift turnaround here for GC Busan. Kongdu Panthera, when they kited back towards the point, they only had a few members on it. The cap came through slowly, and GC Busan were able to come in and basically catch half of Kongdu Panthera on their way back in to rejoin those members who were on the point. Choice A1 builds up a blade throughout this, so we'll have that for this next approach. Easier said than done.
Blade out from Choice A1. Very quickly built one. Dash through, found Neko. Prophet going to be taken down as well. The Annihilation from Gesture going to be good for one elimination, but Void still has his rolling, and now he's got Rascal backing him up as he just goes forward, trying to pummel down Gesture. And we're going to have a pause.
You heard that crowd sound of, no!
No!
Will be the cap, though, coming through for Kongdu Panthera on the chase back here with the Annihilation out for Void we saw there on your screens. Very tense moment for a pause, and go ahead and pull up my production thing where we will get the information when it comes through. But looks like it is on the, well, can't actually tell. Looks like for a second it was on the GC Busan side, but not 100% sure.
I think it's Choice A1.
Yeah, it does look that way now.
Given the inquisitive look that Birdring is giving to his right-hand side, and yes, it's going to be a mouse issue for Choice A1. See, this is why...
These darn mice today.
This is why you use wired mice, kid. None of this wireless nonsense.
Back in my day, though, the latency wasn't good enough. And we played with a ball mouse, and it was really different back then. My mouse had 3 buttons on it. I used to play with a trackpad. All right, Achilios.
I'm just saying, I'm a wired mouse kind of guy. It's just this is what I like to do. MX518. Shout out to Logitech and making one of the best mice to ever exist for FPS?
My mouse was made out of the moose hide from the hunting I did.
A moose hide mouse.
I had to go uphill both ways in the snow to
Yeah.
hunt the moose to get the hide for my mouse pad for my 3-buttoned ball mouse. All right.
I'm just picturing like an actually like hide-bound mouse now, which just that would feel so weird. I mean, I guess it would be comfortable, but I feel like it would just be too slick. But it looks like it will just be a quick little mouse swap out. So it looks like he does have a backup available.
Meta Athena logo back there, by the way. It says please bring Meta Athena next time. That sign back
Well, they
on
should have
iPad.
made a final. Because I know that there has been some questions. People saying, well, why isn't this team in this event? It's because this is a celebration of finalists outside of ignoring Apex Season 1, basically. So that is the primary reason why we do not have them in this event. But hey, if you guys have been enjoying this event and you want to see more like it, let your voices be heard. Show support for it online, and you never know. Maybe we can make this a bit of a yearly occurrence. Maybe we can expand it into contenders, and like I said, yesterday, bring back the likes of the original Element Mystic Squad, etc., etc. Things like that I think would be very cool. X6.
Yeah, a Freak of Freaks, Luxury Watch. There's a lot of shoutouts to other legacy teams here in the audience. I think that's what the camera people are hunting for now, and I had a lot of people asking me yesterday. It was kind of a bizarre question. Did you like casting Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2 more? I was like, well, I only cast Overwatch 2 once, and it was really fun. But I mean, I don't, I think it's still Overwatch to me. It's been great so far for me, honestly. I'm glad to be able to return to casting Overwatch with you, my Overwatch casting partner.
Like you said, it's been too long, and it's a shame that this is already the final day, the final series, because it took us 2 years to get back to this point. So who knows how long it's going to be for the next one, but hopefully not another 2 years. That's all we can really keep our fingers crossed for. But yeah, some more support, of course, for the OG casting team on the Korean side.
So I love that art, or not art, but rather the photographs they chose. Because obviously it's like superimposed from multiple shots, I believe, because I don't think there was ever a quad cast.
No.
Might have been something for like when they announced Apex or something like that where they were all together, but I haven't actually gotten to see Young Tang yet in person. I've seen pretty much all the other commentators, but haven't actually got to say hi to him yet. Hoping to get to see him a little bit after this, before everybody breaks off and goes home. And definitely one of the greats. I learned a lot about Overwatch from him when I was first starting out. Watching YBT's late night streams where he's breaking down the games. We had, back in those times, we had several translators as well, translating his streams and posting them on Reddit. And I was like, ooh, this is what all the coaches are saying. This is what the Lunatic High coach said. And everyone always had their eyes on Korea at the beginning of Overwatch. And for good reason, right? These legends were the ones who shaped the game we know it today, even half a decade later.
I mean, except for those fools who thought that Korea wouldn't be able to take over this game because, Koreans have never been big into FPS. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Lunatic High, for those who don't know, was a Counter-Strike org, actually.
Yes.
From 2005, 2011 or so was when they were most active, playing in a lot of tournaments. Glow, a player who came into the Valorant scene recently, also played for Lunatic High back in the day. So a lot of history, in fact, in Korean FPS, not as known in the West, of course, but Overwatch, I think, is the first where it was like, okay, this is the FPS where it's all about Korea.
Yeah.
And that has changed somewhat over the years, but with the World Cup coming back for 2023, Achilios, I guess we'll know for sure, won't we?
Yeah, we'll have to see who's going to be able to take that. I mean, because it's been obviously a while since we've had a World Cup, not since 2019, and I think it was Team USA who somehow were able to get that win under their belt. But that'll never happen again.
I don't remember that one myself. It's not in my memory.
It's true. It looks like nothing to me. I think that's what it was in Westworld. Doesn't look like anything to me. But
My mouse was made of wood back when I was younger.
you know that with this World Cup announcement, like Jake just sat up in his bed and he was just like, I feel the need to play the game again. I have to return to the stage.
There's always a reason for Jake to unretire, isn't there?
Yeah.
And
my players aren't good enough. I'm gonna do it myself.
Exactly.
We love you, Jake. It was good seeing you.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got to hang out with him quite a bit. He was in Korea recently, and had a good time. Actually, personally sought his advice for casting this event because I was curious what his take on the current patch and the meta was going to look like after Overwatch League, and gave me some cool tips leading into this. Always got to ask the pros. They know best. We're back in.
Okay, we're back in. Hey, look at that. Jester's dead. Who would have guessed it? Backed into a corner. Nothing more to do. But at least for the sake of that pause timing, it was on the side of Kongdu Panthera where the issue was being had rather than GC Busan. So the team that had an issue was already winning the fight. But now, 22% on the board here for Kongdu. Got the overclock, we've got the rush as well as the beat ready to be dropped in. Busan trying now to get Prophet his own blade online. Echo's going to lead the charge drops down that sound barrier. Prophet now blade at the ready. Sound barrier out, however, from Coma, but Birdring still going to fall over as Illicit comes up with yet another Death Blossom kill. Finds Coma as well to boot, and seems like GC Busan should be able to get a pretty fast flip. So they lose the lead for a little moment here. They should be able to regain it.
Well, Prophet with no blade available here if they could buy time. Rascal
climbs back up, but Illicit's still waiting for him there on the ledge. They find the elimination. Void puts up the barriers, trying to just exist in the corner, but the Reaper seems to be inevitable when Illicit is playing it here today.
Void losing his religion over there. Taken out. That's the flip. 20% behind here for GC Busan, but they'll be able to equalize very quickly. Fielder will have the Kitsune Rush. Unfortunately for GC Busan, they are a little bit far behind in terms of building up that Annihilation. Void should be able to get it first, and that's going to be a great way to lead in for the Blade play here. We might just have another fast flip. This has been our most interactive round of Control so far this tournament.
Well, first it's going to be the overclock, and Birdring instantly finds Neko, shuts him down. Fielder has to let the Kitsune Rush go, but Illicit's already dead. That's going to be the lion's share of their damage. Prophet still does have this blade, does find Coma, but needs to find a hell of a lot more. Pop the deflection, it's top back up, but the blade has to be sheathed. Going to the meantime, Annihilation rolling, Gesture fallen. It seems like only Panthera should be able to retake this one. Neko rejoins, does get revenge on Birdring, striking him down, but Rascal stays alive. Kitsune Rush is 3% away as he builds that one up swiftly. Points still not being surrendered quite just yet, though.
Yeah, will force a little bit more time off the clock here. Illicit, but does get taken out. And Gesture holding that Annihilation with a sound barrier. If they can get Illicit onto this point, I think GC Busan should be able to flip this almost no matter what. But Rascal wants to stop from touching.
Yeah, TP over to Birdring to try to keep him alive, but Prophet still manages to find him. Annihilation will take down Triseiwan. And the rush from Rascal, not going to find too much of anything. They hold it up to 82%, but now GC Busan back in control. The DPS just now respawning. Birdring going to be swapping over to the Tracer. Coma likely the one who has to go for this touch, but Illicit says nope. Gets some with the Death Blossom. 2 more kills for him. That will be Night Market going the way of GC Busan.
GC Busan's ult economy was just so great there. They had basically a whole choose-your-own-adventure book of options they could go down in order to hold that. Could have tried to just set up for the barrier play there with the Annihilation on point. Could use the Annihilation aggressively to try to shut down the approach. They could have held for Death Blossom, Sound Barrier push on the edge. But instead they just get 2 picks early, force Kongdu Panthera to kind of scatter in, which gives Illicit the best angle possible. And it was almost impossible for Kongdu Panthera to pull that one off, especially with the amazing open up with the overclock. GC Busan sticking with this composition with the Reaper, Kongdu Panthera, Triseiwan on the Genji. It will be the same for both sides, in fact, as we go into this second round.
It's going to be matching once more. So Control Center, GC Busan can close this out, be able to tie things up at 1-1 right off the rip. Kongdu Panthera need to win out the next 2 to try to have an already match point lead. Illicit pulls into the back, Wraith Walk Puts him right here in front of Choice One. He takes him so very low, but the heals are going to be coming through, so it'll be all right. And for now, Choice One, a monstrous lead over top of Prophet, nearly up by 30% right now towards that Dragon Blade. Dashes through, and he'll surge up now towards 70.
Choice One, a really nice angle here too, could threat the back line.
Yeah, but the floodgates have been open now. Bird Ring dead, Void's going down as well. It means that the rest of Kongdip in there are just going to be turned into mincemeat. GC Busan will be able to go ahead and quick flip the point.
This
19%
is crazy
set up.
how many 20% flips we've seen. This is not normally how Control goes. And, you know, these are ultless flips as well.
Yeah.
Gesture having now the ability to hold this doorway. Prophet down significantly on ult, but it doesn't matter until Choice One gets onto the point to use it.
Also might not matter because Alyssa's been so far ahead as far as his Death Blossom charge is concerned. The rush comes down from Fielder. They don't have anything that really matches once they're a bit there, just trying to back away. Void trying to go for the block, but there's the Blossom, there's 2 kills, and Alyssa just continues to find incredible eliminations with this Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, he has been the Reaper god throughout this event. We'll force out Bird Ring to Wraith first, and that's going to be a reset.
Jumps over the side, TP's back over.
And now Gesture's got his ult with Prophet's Blade here. Choice One just wants to have a great blade with the sound barrier layered on top, but there's just so many counterplays here for GC Busan on defense.
Okay, Suzu down, beat, drop, the rush is in as well. Murder Ring looking for a target, the blade swipes coming through, but so far the kill's not being found. He does get Fielder right before he can teleport out by the look of it. Now with Jester taken down, it should be Panthera able to get themselves back in. Just have to clear out this point. Prophet finds Rascal before getting taken down. A little bit of delay from Illicit with a Wraith walk. Knocked up into the air, will eventually fall to the pummel, and the flip will be there. So 67% set up here for GC Busan, still in a decent position for themselves, but are lacking ults, whereas Bird Ring now holds on to that ever-important Blossom.
The rush and the sound, or rather the speed boost for Coma, the timing of it was great to get them past Gesture's Annihilation. One of the toughest things to crack right now on Control.
Okay, well, Fielder dead, Bird Ring. The Blossom not quite going to be as flashy, but it still gets the job done. It causes some distraction and does a hell of a lot of damage. So GC Busan are sent scattering back towards the dropship.
See what GC Busan's plan is going to be to get Illicit both the Death Blossom and the angle to use it here for the approach. Seems very likely he'll be able to get that one before Prophet's Blade is ready. And they'll still have to be, as I just mentioned, getting past this Annihilation somehow. Void's about to have it.
Ooh, Coma needs some help, but none to be found. He gets the kill, the Annihilation is going, but Void's falling lower and lower as far as the HP is concerned. The block, not sure if it's going to do enough to really keep him in this one, but I think Rascal is really doing his damnedest. Void somehow still alive. Illicit might just have to pull the trigger on this ult and finish the job, but no, it seems like they've eventually pressure out the Ramatra. Probably finding the kill. The rest of Panthera trying to buy some time. Probably getting tagged up, taken down. Fielder finds the elimination. Rascal will be able to build up on the Kitsune rush, but wisely doesn't want to try to use it to turn the tide of this fight. There's no hope for that to happen, as Bird Ring will be a little bit of a final stagger
really
alongside Choice A1.
Really bad for Kongdu Panthera here. GC Busan poised to tie this series up because they've got all the tools to hold this choke point. 4 ultimates
Bird Ring,
online.
hello? All right.
Yeah, that's rough. They need to touch here, but Illicit's about to cut them a new one.
I mean, as much as I would have liked to see the Widowmaker, but a weird decision. Rascal dead. Did get the rush out, but Gesture is just tearing them asunder with his Annihilation. Coma drops the sound barrier in desperation just to keep everybody else alive, but Illicit is still holding it. Ace up his sleeve, pops it. Doesn't find any killing blows this time around, but still does a hell of a lot of damage. But it seems like this time out, GC Busan will be able to get the win on their pick of a Lijiang Tower versus Kongdu. And that is going to be them tying the series at 1-1.
Widowmaker idea, a cool one if you can get the pick. If there's an overextension, that's the miracle you need, because there's almost no other way you're going to crack that point into Illicit's Death Blossom. They have the Annihilation, they've got Sound Barrier online. Breaking through requires you to just force your way in, right? And unfortunately, while they try to do so, they're so split, it's just not going to happen. GC Busan with a solid 2-0 here, and we're all tied up.
That we are. Well, this time we're prepared for it. We're going to go to a quick little 3-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have map 3 available for you, and we'll see which one of these teams is going to be moving up to match points. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Beautiful people. Alrighty, we are back and ready to go into hybrid to see who is going to be taking the lead in this series, or if there's going to be a draw. But mostly who's going to be taking the lead in this series and take things up to match point in our best of 5 grand final between GC Busan and Chengdu Panthera.
Yeah, and pretty big bounce back here with GC Busan. I mean, when Prophet sits on stage, he puts his keyboard and mouse on the table. That's when you know it's going to be a different GC Busan. I think you could really feel the impact he makes. And Changshik will actually be subbing in for Void here going into this third map. Decay also back in over Choi Se-hwan. But Changshik actually getting to see some play here today.
And he is. Like I said, it's a little bit of warming up for him yesterday. Did suffer a couple losses, but once they got into that final series, he was able to get some wins under his belt versus Runaway. So, should be a bit more well-versed now, because Changshik himself, a bit of an extended break from competing, given that he has been a caster over on the Korean broadcast this entire season long. So, it's a nice little job transition for him, but I'm sure he's happy to be back in competing here, especially on home soil.
Yeah, he was probably like, so, you know, if we don't go to the finals, can I cast the finals?
Why the hell not?
Only OG casters here.
Yeah.
As it'll take a little bit of time to finish up these substitutions, but we spent most of the break doing that, so should be getting into this pretty soon. We don't know what hybrid map it is going to be just yet. I'm still holding out hope for a little bit of Hollywood action, but seems like the teams are not interested in that. Achilios might have to play some different heroes they didn't prepare if we go to Hollywood, so they've been avoiding it thus far.
It would be great though, because I mean, if that did happen, we would, in all likelihood, be able to see Birdering playing the Widowmaker at least for a little bit of time, or you know, the Ashe, something a bit more long range coming through. But I agree, it just doesn't quite seem like it's going to be the case.
Yep, but hey, I'd be happy to be wrong and get the Hollywood I want here. We'll have that map announcement fairly soon, but at the moment, everyone just doing the final touches here as Koma gets real up close and personal with his monitor. Changshik, do your best. You better. This is the implication. You better do your best.
Well, I'm sure he will.
That's the idea. He got subbed in for a reason. Lots of Changshik fans here as well.
Man's got a very long storied career, as well as now, you know, being a voice of the league. So it makes sense that you know, even if you weren't a Chengdu Panthera fan back in the day, now you can at least just be a fan of him because you like his commentary on the Korean side of things. So I'm sure he's expanded his fan pool quite a bit.
Indeed. Changshik and Void fan there on that Central Front sign, supporting both. As you see a shot of him right there in his Uncia jersey, as he is warmed up, ready to go. Seemingly here, he's got his hot pack, very traditional move, even in the summer. But it's starting to get a little bit chilly tonight. It's -10, as we mentioned earlier, outside right now.
Yeah, I think the hand warmer is definitely something very necessary. We'll get our second Midtown of the event. We got to see this one just yesterday in Runaway versus Chengdu Panthera. So they're yet again electing to go here, but we saw both teams kind of making it past point B, but Runaway not quite able to go the distance, and then Chengdu Panthera just very slightly outdid them.
True. As American flags after the World Cup get announced, what does it mean? What does it mean, Achilios?
It means that we're on a map based in New York. That's about it. Nothing more to it.
The fire department here might be needed if we do have an America versus Korea show match. Am I right?
Yeah, to put out the dumpster fire that will be Team America. The shots are firing already, baby. Let's go. I love World Cup. But Achilios, aren't you from America? Like, how can you cheer against them?
Very easily. The naive fans. Anyway, Illicit teases potential echo pick here. I don't think it will happen, but it's viable.
The double projectile would be interesting. We're not seeing a swap, so it seems like he might be going for it. Okay, never mind. Back to the Tracer.
Always gonna tease us, aren't they?
All right, well, immediately looking for the jump there on a Rascal to take him down to half HP, force the TP out. The deflect coming through. He climbs up over top of the fire engine. Birdring to shut down on the Prophet. Chasing a bit too close. This little rail shot from him. Get that punished. Now he's looking for Neko, and yeah, pretty easily done. I'm not even sure how Neko got into that position, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd angle there that he found himself in. I think perhaps just saw himself in line of sight for Birdring and wanted to wrap around so that he'd be a less likely target to be picked off. Birdring just follows him, tracks him down. Doesn't even need to hit him with a rail shot there, but he does.
All right, well, Birdring does get jumped on. High priority kill coming through from this side of GC Busan, but they lose up on one of their supports. They at least trade it back. And with the limited healing from the Lucio, Changshik is in a bad spot. Pulse bomb out from Decay. Illicit just casually recalls, denies that away. Stops the damage, and the first tick is going to be snatched up.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to contest here for a brief moment with this Doomfist.
Changshik is far enough forward. Decay leads the charge in that regard. Now Changshik, though, all on his lonesome, ends up getting ripped apart, and that is going to be the cap coming through. So now 5+ minutes here for GC Busan on the Streets phase attack.
The classic, you know, half-measure contest where you want to contest, but the whole team's not there for it. You want to buy time, maybe get a sound barrier up, but you end up staggering yourself and giving GC Busan a little bit of extra distance here after A. GC Busan very happy for Changsik's decision as he kites back here, takes the high ground.
Neko's just like up in the corner of some scaffolding for like no reason.
I'll be your eyes.
Yeah. I can see everything from up here. We don't need Widowmaker. Gesture. Building up that primal quite rapidly. Already has it available. As they continue to inch this card forward, so far not being contested as it works its way right into the underpass.
Overclock is ready here for Birdring. Just needs to make sure he has a great line of sight to use it, so he needs to kite back a bit further.
Again, falling low. The Meteor Strike is out, though. Keeps himself safe. Birdring with the Overclock. Finds Illicit. Fielder trying to keep them in this with the Kitsune Rush, but GC Busan not going to be able to find any further kills. Fielder goes down. Neko is going to have to hold on to the sound barrier for the next fight. Can at least use that to keep Prophet safe as he goes for the blade. Speaking of Prophet, some added stagger comes in.
Yeah, a little bit of extra cart push here too, getting through for GC Busan despite the team fight win for Kongdu Panthera. So a little bit of an oversight there to not have that cart contested, a bit of an overreach in terms of the follow-up there for Birdring's ultimate. So it doesn't roll back as far as it should have, arguably here, but still 3.5 minutes on the clock. GC Busan having the ult advantage for this next push.
I think instead of this underpass, they should have just built the entire Lincoln Tunnel into the game, and they should have had you should have had to push the cart throughout the entirety of that and pay the $25 toll. Prophet though pulls out the blade. He might not receive the sound barrier shielding, but it seems like it doesn't matter. He's going to be able to go ahead and carve up Changshik a bit. And Birdring will find one as a parting gift onto Neko, but widely, it seems like that should be the point B cap coming in for GC Busan. Birdring is, yeah.
He's a bit isolated.
Okay, they're going for the contest. 0.08 meters. They're out on the card for now, though. Gesture running inside of the terminal. Pops that primal. Just looking to keep everybody else gated away. Changshik going to be taken down, and seems like it should just be a matter of time here before this cap does come in.
Does seem that way.
Gesture back in. Birdring finds one, but Koma going to be taken down, and with the Sojourn dead, Decay, he will also end up falling. So it's just shy of 4 minutes now for the GC Busan as they go for the final stretch.
Pretty crazy amount of time bought by Birdring there. I thought he was dead for sure. Gets the slide away, comes back over, grabs a kill. And Kongdu Bandera, what looked doomed, was inevitably, but I think with about 30 seconds less in the bank for GC Busan than they expected to have, as now Birdring is trying to get around this corner so he can set up this overclock. Really nice angle for him as long as he doesn't get left on.
Decay with a swap over onto the Reaper. Definitely a good adjustment here to try to just punish the dive from Gesture. They're going to go Leaping forward, Jester instantly getting met with quite a bit of damage. The pulse bomb goes out from Illicit, not going to be able to find anything in Burning. Oh, that's a collat, I do believe. Jester and Field are taken down with one shot.
Crazy double there. I think you're right. I think it was a collateral. And a collateral double headshot it appeared to be as well. And there you go. Big damage there. I said if you can line those shots up, Birdring has the angle, and you have enough pushing power, Birdring can just push forward with that ultimate. And ends up taking out so many. GC Busan are going to have to reset. Illicit on the Reaper now. Didn't get done. It's going to be a long time before he builds up that Blossom, though, around this corner. Very difficult to actually hit any damage. As you can see here, look at how easy it is for Kong to just play back and play slow and use that range advantage.
Yeah, I mean, but they can also close the distance very swiftly, as there's the Kitsune Rush, which means the Decay absolutely needs to be feared. Very quickly takes down Gesture, goes into the Wraith Walk form, wants to get a little bit of extra stagger, and they nearly find him. Dive over at Changshik. He's like thinking about going for it, realizes he's half HP, doesn't want to die, backs away. He also doesn't want to have to try to commit the Primal in that position. Decay going to be shoved off that slight little flank angle. Almost gets picked by the rail. Decay does fall. Didn't have the Wraith Walk back up, so ends up getting dropped. Changshik makes his exit, but Prophet says no. Pounds him down, finds the kill, and the cleanup is looking very good here for GC Busan to now have that cart rolling forward.
And Kong Panthera have a nice setup here, but they don't have a lot of time. Birdring is alone out here. He's like, I got my line of sight, but please respawn as soon as possible and come over here and help me. So I've got my ultimate. Wants to go for a surprise angle here, though, from behind. And actually, GC Busan surprisingly just give up this ground, because now Birdring's like, oh, hell yeah, this is exactly where I had that incredible play just moments before. If you're going to give me that much space, I'll take it.
Nearly 5 ults to try to dump into this one, but Decay strikes first with an ult of his own. Death Blossom goes in, finds Prophet. Sound Barrier still committed to this one by Neko. Now it's going to be the Kitsune Rush as well. Thrown in from the side of GC Busan. Goes out. Death Blossom. This feels like maybe the first Death Blossom he's used today that did not find an elimination. He tucks back, looks for a little bit more. Just playing Ring Around the Rosie right now with Decay. Trying to see who can find who. It's going to be Fielder finding Rascal. Further open the fight here. Just Busan trying to get this push to completion. Birdring takes down Neko with a nice rail headshot. Prophet with an overclock of his own. Not going to be able to find too much, but does get Decay on the back end of the ult. Slides up, Birdring falling low. He's trying to get sustained. He's trying to stay safe. Jester couldn't quite knock him away from that spawner door, so he does manage to stay alive for now. Rascal lets loose. Kitsune Rush comes in. Kung Panthera, though, need to get over onto the cart. 24 seconds remaining with just 4 meters left to go.
Yeah, just trying anything they can to get regrouped here. So low is Changshik.
Kills come flying. It seems like they will be able to keep him alive. Still, though, on the knife's edge with Birdring. He allows them to separate just a little bit more. The kill comes in. Jester taking down now Neko as well. 2 kills for Birdring. Decay gets Prophet, and that should be the hold. Just 1.22 meters left to go. Illicit just can't do enough. Finds 1 kill, but again, it's going to be a deny on the finish. GC Busan, they get so damn close, but they can't quite make it there.
Birdring just looking clean right now when he's given these opportunities, and he was shut down right before this happened. Might have actually been able to stop the cart from going even further, you know, and stop, I guess, given further distance away from the finish there is what I'm trying to get at here. Had he not been picked, actually, by the right-click of Fielder just moments before, didn't get to use his ultimate. That was actually a huge pick from Fielder right before he put out his Kitsune Rush. On the respawn, though, comes up with that big damage. So many amazing shots with his overclock, and keeps at least the chances alive for a full finish here for Kongdu Panthera to take the lead and take match point in this best of 5. It's not over yet, and they will have to push it essentially all the way to the end of the map here in order to finish it. See the compositions, what they're going to look like here. Not expecting any Genji.
Ooh,
Prophet teases again.
No, all right.
Just the tease.
Playing with my heart. But doesn't want to opt into it. I mean, granted, you're playing against Birdring on the Sojourn, even though the primary fire is not hit scan. That rail certainly is, and Birdring has been able to hit some even more elusive targets than an Echo. So I think it would have been probably ill-advised at the end, as much as I love seeing Prophet play the Echo.
not tonight. It was rough for Prop at the beginning of Echo's release, but he got there eventually.
It just took him a little while to fully assimilate to playing it.
Prop can play anything. That's the crazy part about him on Echo. He can duplicate anybody.
It doesn't matter who he goes for. Maybe the Ana, the one thing that looked a little bit weak for him when he actually played it straight up this season. Already though, GC Busan being forced back, and Neko taken down. Birdring finds the opening kill. Gesture, now the healing throughput very much cut down. Fielder jumps away with barely a sliver of HP remaining. He will be able to stay alive, but Kongdu Panthera very much occupied the point, and they start ticking up.
Very early cap here for Panthera. You know, we saw GC Busan have a very quick one as well. We'll see if this contest is more successful for them than Kongdu Panthera has ended up being.
Birdring with a slide away. The point is still being taken. GC Busan are playing well beyond it. But they're still giving up percentage right now. 91% before they finally contest this one, and then Gesture ends up getting taken down. Once it gets on top of Changshik, does manage to find a trade kill here onto the enemy Winston.
Much more successful defense here for GC Busan on their recontest. They were obviously much more grouped up than Changshik was when he tried to step on with Doomfist and bring the rest of the team through so they didn't get split in half. I think extending beyond the point was actually the right call because it allowed them to win the team fight and really get control of it instead of just delaying it. Because if it's not 100, it doesn't matter if it's 99.9 when you're just trying to stop them at A and hold this position, keeping those spawns at the start of the map.
Pulse now in hand, Birdring finds Prophet yet again, opening things for Kongdu. Up on top of the fire truck, drops down, looking to try to get rid of Fielder, and he will be able to do so. I didn't even see the rail shot go out, but apparently it fired. There's the Kitsune Rush burned. And GC Busan just cannot play around it, unfortunately. I don't think Fielder quite realized how much danger he was in. So the cap will come through. It's not quite the same time bank. Shy of it by about 50 seconds or so, but Kongdu Panthera still have 4.5 minutes to work with for the street space.
Such a close game, really. I mean, in terms of how these two teams have started this map off. A little bit of an advantage to GC Busan in terms of their A-cap time, but look at the ultimates in the tank here. Kongdu Panthera having a nice advantage. That'll probably equalize things as we head towards that first checkpoint. Kitsune Rush being available here. They've got all 5 in the tank for this one, as Prophet does have the high ground.
He almost loses his head.
Almost cursed him on that one.
Yeah. Just poking and prodding where possible, the overclock. The first ult available, the only one right now for GC Busan. Jester not far behind, nor is Neko. Changshik just making his exit for now. There's Birdring. See when he decides to pull the trigger, and there it is. Gets the body shot on the Prophet, nearly takes him down. Looks for a little bit more, but getting pressured out. Primal pops, but Gesture instantly gets headshot. And even with that Primal, he is not going to be able to stay alive. He's trying to get over to the health pack, but gets shut down. Get punished from Decay. But though, not being brought forward at the moment. They need to make it happen, but no, they're not going to. Changshik doesn't pop the Primal. He actually gets taken down by Illicit.
Yeah, if he popped the Primal there and actually got around the other side, there's a good chance to get through the tunnel, but they're not going to.
And this is a major window of opportunity here for GC Busan to reestablish control.
Prophet doesn't have to overclock. They get back control of the high ground. They can leap down at any point. They still have the Kitsune Rush. GC Busan really happy with this exchange here. Just a second too late on the trigger finger there for Changshik, or perhaps the communication a little bit muffled there, and he wasn't sure if it was time for the rest of his team to come behind him or not. But it's going to cost Kongdu Panthera critical time here in the bank.
Yeah. Birdring again. Bonus on him to try to find an opening pick, as he has so many times in these fights. Kitsune Rush not available. Death Blossom is here. Push up into the bubble, leap away. Gesture trying to stay safe. The TP to go ahead and pursue. Really wants to get this kill. Has to go for the reload. Gesture actually ignoring the Mega Pack. Still, though, is going to end up getting taken down. Prophet tries to hold the rest of Kongdu Panthera at bay. Now knows that there's a Reaper in the back line. Walk out. Decay stays safe. Still holds onto the Blossom. Phenomenal at the moment for Panthera. And now he lets it loose, and he's going to find both supports instantly. Noma dives in, finds Prophet. That should be the cap.
I love how Decay just walked in and said, this belongs to me. I'm going to force this fight right before the point. Knowing both supports don't have ult, he can ult in there, already pushing the enemy Reaper back, and Neko, as Illicit fades, he knows, okay, Illicit can't counter Blossom me. Neko doesn't have Sound Barrier. I'm on top of him and Fielder, who's already used his Suzu. He just instantly says, I'm pressing Q. The rest of his team isn't even there, but he's like, I get 2 kills instantly. This is our point. 3 minutes on the clock now to finish it.
Just to the high ground now. Plays down onto the cart. Decay going low. Heel's coming out. Susie going to be used. This Prophet dives forward. Now, Kitsune rush out from Rascal, but look at the damage. Alyssa does it again. He presses the alt button, finds 3 kills. I mean, the guy's timing. You know, you make a meme about Reaper press Q, you hit the button and he gets the kills, the auto aim, blah. His timing's still so impeccable.
His timings, the angles of approach, and you know, this one was a very impressive one in terms of what pops up in the kill feed, but it was really the best resource GC Busan had to hold. If he didn't come up big, they'd be in a lot of trouble.
But again, I mean, he uses it right as the Kitsune Rush is burned by Rascal, and he completely nullifies it. Now, it's a massive advantage for GC Busan because the fielder is still holding on to his ult. That goes 20% away. Now, that's going to be the Kitsune Rush from GC. And Kongdu Panthera can't really do anything other than run away. And even then, they can't get far enough away.
Prophet's about to have a blade, too. Like, the staggering of these ultimates, how efficient GC Busan has been, you know, has been quite impressive here in this awkward subportal combat.
Okay, Blossom committed from Decay, and see, that's what I'm talking about. The timing wasn't as good. He got 1 kill, but then is swiftly dealt with.
The last time he used it was so perfect and so beautiful, right? And he got the double kills there on the supports, pushing Alyssa back. This time felt really forced, didn't have any support from Coma there, and now getting through this choke point is going to be so difficult for Kongdu Panthera. They're going to have to deal with a blade.
The blade comes out, Bird Ring. The first target, and the beat just a little bit too late there from Coma. Prophet dashes back. Some more distance in between he and the rest of the squad. Sound barrier from Neko to keep everybody else alive as Chungshik's Primal goes rolling. Chester as well, matching with one of his own, and it's just complete and utter chaos right now inside of the station.
I mean, they used Primal and the sound barrier. GC Busan still holding. They'll lose Prophet, but so much time has been bought here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a fairly neutral run back as well. Bird Ring breaking the bubble. Clock still at the ready. Gesture leaps away to try to keep himself safe. Punching down low on HP. With the help of that Kitsune Rush, though, seems like Kongdu Panthera do manage to persevere. They break through. Gesture dying here. It's actually absolutely critical.
This is Bird Ring just saying, on attack or defense, whatever, this is my perch. This is where the bird rests. And he goes over, forget whether I'm on attack or defense, I'm going to turn this into my roost. And he gets so much damage done. Still has his overclock and a perfect angle. It's fish in the barrel.
Well, Decay playing on the close corner. Death Blossom now at the ready to cart. 3 meters away from victory. Rush comes out. The Prophet's going to be taken down. Fielder as well. Melting as Decay once again finds 2 eliminations. The overclock from Bird Ring is just gorgeous as he finds 3 in the fight. And there you go, Kongdu Panthera. It gets close. They nearly lose out here on their map pick of Midtown, but they manage to push to the end. And now they will have the advantage. 2-1 here in the series. 1 more map to go. And if they close that out, they will be the champions.
It is just so close. That final map was so close, or that final push was so close. And Bird Ring basically went behind enemy lines, got to that high ground there where normally the defender will try to hold, and he found a really nice flank angle. Then when they won that fight, he was ready with his overclock. Didn't end up using it till the very last second, but there was a cross between his angle he had set up with and, of course, the Death Blossom that was going to go through. So how do you defend that as GC Busan? It's basically impossible. You get checkmated.
Well, another 3-minute break. We'll be right back. Alrighty, here we go. Map 4 on the horizon. Kong de Benthera narrowly able to get the win on Midtown, but that means that they now have match point in their pocket. And if they can close out on push, they will be victorious here at our Legends Battle. We'll see if they can get it done and where GC Busan are going to decide to take us for that map.
Yeah, it's... I mean, there's only 3 maps, obviously, available for push. And we've seen really methodical, one-sided ult economy leads leading to finishing on the map early. We've seen grueling, long, chaotic ones where the map is not completed. It goes the full distance of the 10 minutes, ends up being very close. And Changshik looks to be staying in for this one in terms of substitutions. We'll have Prophet and Illicit, it looks like here. There's no one sitting in that chair next to Prophet, so I'm just trusting the graphic for the time being. But looks like we're not having any changes, so it looks like the rosters we've been watching are the rosters we're going to get. I think Decay, you know, he was obviously lagging a little bit behind Illicit in terms of the Reaper versus Reaper battles, but I think he came up pretty big on our last map of Midtown, and it's really been about Birdring, which is crazy to me. How in form both Birdring and Rascal are, these Panthera legends.
Man still got it.
And Changshik too, like these 3 players have just stepped away from pro play, but they're like, no, we'll show up and kill it, whatever.
I mean, there was, you know, the coaches of the teams for this tournament are saying like, oh, you know, Rascal's still very much in Overwatch League form. And, you know, we're getting to see him play the support role as well with the Kiriko as his primary. It's been wonderful to see. Still has his work cut out for him though, going up against Fielder. But Esperanza once more is going to be the push map. Seems to be, I guess, everyone's favorite right now because we've had this. We've had a couple Coliseos.
We have, but this has been the most common one for sure.
No one going for New Queen Street.
Yeah.
Which ironically I think is my favorite one to play when I'm playing the game.
That's why they avoided it, just because they don't like what you like.
That's fair.
All right, let's see what these comps are. This could be the last map of this entire event, this exhibition match, and it's, you know, for GC Busan, a little bit sad if this is where it all ends, if we don't go the distance here, go that final map like we did the last time they met.
Alrighty, well, 10 seconds until the door is open. Hongdu looking to seal the deal on this. GC Busan going to be trying to drag this into a map 5. But we'll have to just wait and see.
I think, you know, the identity of these 2 secondary DPSs to the Reapers is kind of shown here. Prophet's like, I'm going back to Genji. It's been great for me all tournament long. Birdring's like, no one can stop my Sojourn, right? And
yeah,
I love that that's the identity of these 2.
And there it is.
There it is. They're both just like, no, we're going back to what's been working for both of us this whole tournament, and we're going to stick with it.
Yeah. Pushes out yet another headshot. Find a kill for it, but is pressuring out Gesture, and there you go. Enough damage dealt. It's not actually the rail, it's the follow-up. Left clicks that managed to go ahead and finish off the enemy Winston, but that is going to be a considerable amount of distance gained for Kong de Benthera. Realistically, okay, well, now that Birdring's dead and Rascal's dead, never mind. So about 15 meters, and now GC Busan will have their opportunity to go ahead and retake.
For these 2 comps, it's super volatile because either Birdring gets line of sight and there's no tank to threaten him, or Prophet gets picked and it's really easy fish in a barrel type situation, or it's like he gets run over, he gets taken out, then GC Busan just absolutely steamroll too. So I think we are going to see a very back and forth pre-ults here between these 2 teams. We might definitely see it swing back the other way here if Birdring can get line of sight.
Okay, trying to pressure that left side flank. He'll be front and center here with the rest of the team. Takes a little bit of poking here. Birdring the rail, not going to connect. TP up top. Okay, again, going to look to try to catch them off guard. The bot taken away. Slight lead gained by GC Busan, up by 14 meters. You can try to hold the bot right here in the archway choke.
Birdring trying to get onto the high ground here. Didn't didn't get an elimination. Got a ton of ult charge, but no elimination actually with the shots he had there on that wide angle. If he can get that ult, maybe he could just burst people down as Fielder.
Ring around the roses here, jumps across the opposite side. Probably going to be taken down though. It's moments before he would have the blade online. Koma traded out, but Kongabindera still widely winning the fight with their own Kitsune Rush. So they get rid of Fielders.
That was
They
a
win the
pretty...
fight. Now they can take the lead potentially.
It was a pretty bizarre maneuver from Fielder. He used his passive to climb up and swing around the backside and kind of drop down on top of Kondu Panthera. I think hoping that he was going to be able to Kitsune for profit dashing through, then getting to the last part of his ultimate and surprising the backline. But he kind of just exposed himself there, and Kondu Panthera, not only did they win the fight handily, but win it very efficiently in terms of ults. Now Birdring's got the angle.
He does. Moves up right into the bubble here, threatening Gesture. He's got to hop across the opposite side, but he just does not have the ult to try to survive. And oh my God,
Birdring, man, this guy, I mean, if they close it out here, he's getting MVP. I have to say it.
Get him back in the league.
He is definitely picking up player of the match.
Get him back in the league, please.
It's just like, I was like, he's got the angle because he popped ult, so I just assumed. Then we go to his first reveal, I'm like, actually not really. And then he just makes it happen. He pushes through Gesture's bubble, and he's like, I got this.
Ooh, okay. Tries to cover his escape. Throws down that nade. Decay. Covering fire. Finds Fielder. Prophet taken down as well. Gesture going to be able to get Rascal. But Primal will expire. Decay chases in a little bit too late because Birdring's already killed him. And that is, I mean, the checkpoint's already done. They've already waited out the pot's little break time. And now they're just gaining even more distance.
And they have a sound barrier to answer for one of these DPS ultimates. They won't be able to counter both unless the Suzu from Rascal is perfect here, or they can shut down Prophet. Birdring's done it once. Maybe he can try to do it twice.
But I mean, Prophet's just been holding on to this blade for a while.
He just hasn't had a great opportunity. Here's the dive, though.
Okay, still holding. Trying to keep the bot in position. Illicit's dead, so again, still not a great opportunity. Should know that if he pulls the blade, the sound barrier is going to be coming through. Okay, now he's going to try to use it on the back end of the sound barrier shielding as it expires, but he's struggling to find a target. Eventually does get Decay. Cuts down one. That's about it. Rascal lets loose the Kitsune Rush, and Birdring is still here, so Gesture falls. Rascal gets a headshot on the Fielder, and Kongabindera continue to turn the tides of the fight.
They're just going to keep pushing this through, and this was Prophet's one chance. He was super patient with the Dragon Blade. Wait till that sound barrier comes out to match Neko's, let it fade a little bit, then come through, but he's not able to get those eliminations. Now he's switching over to Tracer, and Illicit still holds on to this unfortunate ult that he's never been able to use. Like, he's just like, wait for my chance, but the longer you wait, the more that distance gets pushed here. He's got an angle, he's unseen.
Trying to swing in from behind. He lets the Death Blossom go. The Birdring shuts it down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. Birdring still, however, holding on to this ult now, and he doesn't even need it for the rest of this fight.
This might just be a completion on the map, Achilios.
It's certainly looking like it. I think GC Busan, they said, you know what? We played this yesterday versus them. We were able to beat them on Esperanza. But this time, Kongabindera, they have their number.
Illicit waited all that time, waited for the perfect angle, but where was Gesture? Where was the speed up? The Kitsune Rush the Fielder has now wasn't there. So he drops it in, trades himself out, and Kondu Panthera like, cool, now we've got our Death Blossom. Birdring has line of sight and the overclock again.
I mean, here it is. This is basically an all-in play. It's still right at the midway point as far as the clock is concerned, but given the distance that GC Busan need to make up, they need to have some clean wins. So Kitsune Rush committed to the fight. The only ult that's necessary, they get the team kill. That's good. Now they need to do that about 5 more times.
Yeah. We're down to the sub 5-minute mark here, almost sub 4. So the time is not on GC Busan's side here. They need to make this push count. And since the distance is so great, Birdring has a lot of opportunities to chip away at Illicit at range before he gets that Death Blossom, as you can see here.
That's the part that they hit right forward, but I mean, yeah, the rest of the team joins in. Birdring gets the headshot. Prophet's going to be dead. Illicit now taken down. Birdring continues to be a god. The bot is pushing in the meantime, but they're just going to be able to move over, swarm these remaining members of GC Busan, or at least force them to go and, you know, run away. Birdring, trying to get out of here.
When he plays this hero, it's like he's not even playing a long-range hero. He's like, I'm playing Tracer, but it also has a railgun, and it can shoot far, but it can shoot close. I'm just going to kill everyone. I'm never going to defensively slide to get away. I'm just going to use it aggressively to chase and kill people.
And we were talking about this whole 2022 season, talking about Lip, talking about Proper, like, oh my god, these guys' Sojourners are great. Turns out we should have been talking about Birdring. The guy is on the sidelines. We didn't get to see it. He's looking incredible.
Decay has ult advantage here. Let's see if he can use it.
He's in a rough spot there. Sound barrier's got to be used to try to bail him out. Rascal does pop the Kitsune rush, but the turnaround is immense. Illicit continues to find value. It cleans up 2 in the fight, and again, the bot taken by GC Busan, but they haven't really been able to get it into an advantageous position. That checkpoint is still there. They have to hit that. They have to wait out the break time.
It's gonna cost so much time. That was a really poorly timed Blossom from Decay. Perhaps just not thinking that Coma had his sound barrier 2 to match. He did not. So he basically matched the Blossom of Illicit that had that overshield. So losing a critical tool here.
Here we go again. Okay, a couple rare whiffs from the side of Birdering here. But there you go. He gets the hedge on Neko. He gets the finish on the gesture. It's all made up for in the end. And the bot, it just made it to a neutral position. So yes, they lost their forward spawns, but they're right back to pushing and just keeping the bot on this side of the map.
We're looking at a time now where I don't think Panther are necessarily going to finish the map unless they win this next fight somehow.
If these cycles continue, they just win.
But the thing is, yeah, even if Busan win this next fight, like they probably have to win in overtime, and then they only have to hold on to the robot the rest of this game. That's the time we're getting down to.
Key stick, Birdering taking down Rascal. I guess maybe not in position to get that Suzu across, so cannot try to save him. A good kill from Prophet to try to turn the tides. Changchik tries to drag them back in despite not having Birdering available. Dives in one last time, dives out. A little bit of extra stomp damage. Taking down Rascal. Finds the headshot. Right to the skull. The forward spawns are still here.
They can't afford these stalls.
They need to get this pushed through. They finally will. So Decay going to be a little bit split spawn. Goes all the way back to the OG spot. Doesn't have that forward position anymore. Gesture moves up to the high ground. Zaps away a little bit. Bot, though, still is going to have to try to get through this choke point.
It's still winnable here for GC Busan, but from now on, now getting close to only 1 minute left, they have to win every fight decisively.
Okay, that's the rush, that's the beat. Kongu Panthera looking for the kills. So far, nothing found, though. But it's because GC Busan is running away. Fielder pulls back around the corner. Gesture with the primal, finds Birdering, identifying, yep, this is the primary target. Kills him off. Now Changchik going to be dropped as well. So a great disengage here for the side of GC Busan. Kongu Panthera still do buy themselves some distance. And the time buy here from Kongu is not too terrible. But GC will be able to get this bot moving in the right direction.
Yeah, Rascal just buying an extra second. Decay using his Wraith Walk to buy an extra second. You know, these tools here. Because with the checkpoint, as you mentioned, not unlocked here, they have so little time that basically this is now an escort overtime push for GC Busan. If they lose any fight, they're basically doomed. So they have to win this not only every fight, but win it ult efficiently. Decay's got an option to shut them down.
Decay nearly taken out.
That's huge.
Yeah, he's actually moving further, deeper into the back line, I guess, trying to catch them there. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Changchik down low. Seems like he will be able to stay alive as Alyssa tries to get into a cheeky gank spot with that Death Blossom.
Hey. Kongu Panthera just holding ults for one final fight here. Checkpoint nearing.
Okay, Alyssa TP's back in with the rest of the squad after getting sussed out. Dive in, Changchik ult at the ready. Alyssa pulls the trigger, finds the K, finds Rascal. GC put Busan still in with a pinch. Changchik down low. Primal not going to be enough to save him here, you would suspect. And yeah, the cleanup does come through. Birdering, however, still does have the overclock rolling. Charges up another one. Gets a body shot on the Prophet, but cannot get the kill. So crucially, Busan still have bodies to keep on the spot.
Gotta be careful about actually using these ultimates like this. Birdering not going to come up big. There's no other stall here. Decay lost his Blossom.
Okay, but Jester's dead. Coma sends out the primary fire here as Lucio finds that elimination. Prophet holding on to the pulse bomb. Lets it go. Gets 2 for 1. Birdering and Rascal going to be taken down. Decay manages to find Alyssa, but now Prophet going to be dead. It seems like GC Busan, their options are dwindling. They need to stay stuck to this bot, and really right now, it is all on Neko. He's dashing and diving around the legs, but it's not going to be good enough. Kongu Panthera will successfully defend, and they will be able to take Esperanza as well as this series.
They are your Legends Battle champions here in our 2022 Overwatch Legends Battle match. We brought 4 legendary teams from the early days of Korean Overwatch together. We brought back all of the famous pros that everybody watched back then. And it's Kongu Panthera, the favorites of the tournament, who emerged victorious, this time not in a 5-game series, this time not stopping a reverse sweep, but taking it 3-1. In the final best of 5.
Yeah, and we got to see 2 maps from each tank. Void there at the start, looking good. Says, okay, Night Market not really going my way. Changshik, it's time for you to step up. They go to Midtown, and Changshik just brings it home from there. But you can see that it's all smiles for everybody.
And
this is just it's been a very heartwarming event the whole way through.
You know what's cool about this? Or one of the cool things about this for Kongdu Panthera fans, I think, is that obviously Lunatic High were the early dominant team. Then you had Runaway, Element Mystic, right? But Kongdu Panthera never really had their time to shine. Jisoo Busan winning Season 4 of Apex, but Kongdu Panthera, is it a Contenders title? No. Is it an Apex title? No.
No.
But Kongdu Panthera fans walk away with the championship today in this four-team tournament. But still, I think it's been a long time coming for a lot of these players playing together, as a lot of them, of course, achieve things separately across other rosters. But bringing the band back together for one final title.
Yeah, I mean, I think in overall hindsight, we always said Runaway was the team that was always a bridesmaid, never the bride. But really, once you wrap the Contenders era into it, and Runaway got their first title, they get the back-to-back, it was kind of Kongdu who was that team. Having the legendary epic grand final versus Lunatic High, not being able to close that out, not being able to best
It's
Runaway.
Birdring, of course.
What a shock. But yeah, they get something here. And Birdring, he did a whole hell of a lot. I mean, so many quick shots as well. Not even allowing for the full charge up to come through at times with this overclock. He just knew, like, okay, yeah, that's enough to kill. This is enough damage to kill.
It's crazy how often he finds these angles where he's just like, well, nobody can contest me. And then the fadeaway shots when he actually slides back.
2-for-1.
There's the 2-for-1. I wonder if we'll actually see, it doesn't look like we are actually going to see that shot where he steals the defender's side perch and actually gets those kills there. I mean, just let his play speak for itself. What a madman.
It's just nuts. So many fantastic plays. I mean, I've never, I think like Beta Sojourn was definitely broken. I've not necessarily been in the camp where I'm like, this hero's too strong. Birdring makes it look like she is Beta Sojourn. Like, he makes it look like she is overpowered when her disrupting shot did so much damage when it had the slow, when it was basically like a kill guaranteed.
It's one of those
plays
things
so cleanly.
In Overwatch across the years, like eventually matters get solved and we have mirror matchups. I think a lot of people are like, I've seen enough Sojourn now in Overwatch 2, you know, I'm ready for something different. But for me, as my first Overwatch 2 event commentating, I'm like, no, like I haven't cast this at all before yesterday, so I'm really hyped to watch it and cast it. Such a dynamic hero that really showcases your skill in a fantastic way. So we were originally going to have interviews with the players afterwards to be like, how did you find the event and stuff like that. I think we probably still will. Might need a little bit of time, but I'll update you guys if that's not happening because of the schedule stuff we talked about earlier.
Yeah, we'll see.
But we got the big announcement of the Overwatch World Cup returning to you guys. I think that's what everyone was most excited for, and hopefully we'll get an interview for you guys for those who want to hear from some of the players from the eliminated teams as well.
Yeah.
And I'll try my best to convey what they say.
Yeah, we'll see. We're flying a little bit in the dark now at this point, but it's been fun. I wish that this was a little bit more of a long form event because it feels bad to be like this hyped up, this excited, you know, the anticipation of this event, and then just kind of have it be like, oh, it's 2 days and now it's over.
Yeah.
So it sucks. It would have been nice maybe if this was like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing. At least have that extra day. Maybe we could have squeezed in a couple other teams. Yeah, give the winks for the future. You know, bring in some of the championship teams as well from the Contenders era. Try to get everybody from EM back together and whatnot, and that would have been a neat little shout. But maybe for the future, and we can have it be an elongated affair next time rather than just 2 days. But it's been wonderful to be here.
Yeah,
and you know, be able to bring you guys this.
So we did get the update that we will be having the awards ceremony as planned.
Yep.
It's just being. It's coming soon as they're getting set up for it. So we're going to go to it after a short break, potentially here. I'll let you guys know.
I can't tell if it's that or if we're just saying goodbye for now. And then the award ceremony will just go by itself. I'm not too sure. We'll find out. But if this is goodbye, we love you. And otherwise,
We'll see you in a minute.
we'll see you in a minute. We'll see which one it is. Okay, we are back, and it's time for the award ceremony. So we've got the Korean
오버워치 2
casters down on
레전드
stage,
배틀.
and Wolf will be guiding
진짜
us through a
많은
lot of the
팬
translation
여러분들과
here.
함께
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to translate everything Caster Jung is saying here, but I will, of course, if there are any interviews or words from the players, try to get you guys through that. But as we've been saying, you know, it's been
맞아요.
a great honor to be a part of this and to cast Overwatch 2 for the first time and to cast these Overwatch 1 mostly legends with you, Achilios. We have, of course, the Marine up here, who is one of the oldest commentators in Korean esports history. Was a pro league commentator for StarCraft Brood War, and then has done so much with his career since.
뜻깊은 그런 행사였습니다.
네. 그런데
So he was really happy and really enjoyed the event. That's YBT, who's on the left of your screen, of course, for those who don't know what he looks like, but may have heard about him a lot.
He's lost some weight.
Yeah, he definitely has.
네, 그래서 사실 그런 것들을 좀 기억하고 계속 좀 이어지기 위해서라도 이런 자리가 좀 많았으면 좋겠다라는 생각을 많이 하고 있었는데 오늘도 중대 발표 있었잖아요. 그래서 오버워치 월드컵을 통해서
He's really excited about the World Cup announcement.
열기를 계속 이어갈 수 있는.
He was like, yeah, it was cool, we were all these legends here and stuff, but what about that
네.
World Cup
기분 좋습니다.
announcement?
자, 오늘 이번 오버워치2 레전드 배틀에 좋은 성적을 거둔 팀에게 상을 드리는 시상식을 진행하도록
So
하겠습니다.
time
자,
to
이번
do the award ceremony and give out the
오버워치2
prizes.
레전드 배틀 첫 대회 우승을 차지한 팀입니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 콩두 판테라.
So first, our champions, Kongdu Panthera. Are they coming from the back or the front? We don't know.
와.
어서 나오십시오.
Here they come,
There they are.
from the back. With these, we usually hear
도망가지 마요.
from a few different players, sometimes all of them. Get over here.
자, 우승을 차지한 콩두 판테라에게 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 상금
So we're going to hear from the
모두인가요?
Kongdu Panthera
자, 준비해 주세요.
players who won
예.
the
제가
championship.
또 오늘은 특별한 또 임무를 받아서
예.
제가 가지고 오도록 하겠습니다.
아, 지금 오고 있네요. 예.
And here's the check,
챔피언.
Get the big oversized check.
10 million
축하드립니다.
won.
큰 박수로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 콩두 판테라 우승.
Congratulations. One round of applause for them. One popper sound that scared him half to death. Changshik there, just gonna hold the check.
이거 뭐지? 뭐 이런 느낌이었었고.
It's actually 10 million league
정말
tokens,
축하드립니다.
That's what Twitch chat wants.
which is why we didn't give any out to the fans because they all have to be allocated to the team.
Yeah, that's how it works.
우리 많은 시청자분들, 팬 여러분들 함께 했었는데 이게 오히려 라이브에서
아,
보여요.
시간차.
저 진짜 진실감
Well, remember last time the Kongdu Panthera poppers happened early?
안 놀랄까봐
그렇죠, 그렇죠.
특별 장치를 준비하셨네요.
이런 무대가 좀 어떤 느낌이었는지 이
So-
소감이 너무 궁금한데요.
What was it like to be on the stage like this?
제가 우승 커리어가 없었는데 이렇게 좋은 형들이랑 제가 첫 우승을 하게 되어서 너무 좋았고
My first win
오랜만에
with
이렇게
my
팬분들
bros.
앞에서 좋은 경기 할 수 있어서 너무 행복했습니다.
I'm so glad I was able to play good games
이렇게
today.
우승 소감, 박수 한번 부탁드릴게요.
More round of applause.
네, 이어서 우리 또 DK님도
Now
어떻습니까?
to DK.
이렇게 오늘 제가 그동안 본 모습 중에서 가장 밝은 모습이었어요. 막 장난도 치고 카메라 보면서 약간의 리액션 추가 뭐 이런 것도 나왔었는데 뭐 누가 좀
They're referencing something I think that they mentioned earlier about like, oh, my performance is going to be the brightest.
추천하거나 뭐 이런 게 있었나요?
일단
I missed the question. Sorry, guys.
그냥 뭐 리액션은 그냥 제 의지였고요. 이번에 그래도 팬분들이랑 모여서 레전드 매치 이렇게 초청해 주셔서 감사하고요. 이렇게 팬분들이랑 게임하면서 리액션이라도 조금 재밌게 해야지 그래도 좀 더 잘 즐기실 수 있을 것 같아가지고 이렇게 리액션했습니다.
So basically saying he's so happy and so glad that like he was able to be here with all these fans. Of course I have to do a great reaction to my play. I think he's reacting to one of the reactions he had to one of his plays. So glad everyone could be here. It means a lot to him and he wants to make sure he can show the fans how much it means to him, I guess, through these reactions and stuff like that. Bird ring.
옆에 있으니까 한번 좀
우승 수호신. 근데 이제
Winner
리그를
of player of
향해서
the game.
달려가야 되는
Of
버들이
the match.
이번 무대에 그래도 내가 실력을 좀 제대로 보여준 것 같다 생각하십니까? 이번 대회 나에게 스스로 점수를
So-
주신다면?
10점 만점에 9점?
그죠, 1점은 내게
I think he said he like she was like, oh, you did really well. Like, how did you feel about your performance? Like, how many out of 10? I think he said 5 out of 10, if I heard correctly. Is in his opinion how well he played.
기회가 된다면 좋은 기회를 잡아서
That's
리그에
a
가서
high
좋은 모습을
standard
보여드리고
for
싶고 오랜만에 너무
no
팬분들
real
앞에서
reason.
경기하느라 조금 떨렸는데
He said he was pretty nervous, but he'd love to play in the Overwatch League again if he ever was given a chance. He hopes that he'll be able to show good games there if he's given a chance to. Not saying that's his goal necessarily, but that if he was given a chance, he'd love to play.
아 그렇죠. 원래 힐러는 항상 포지션상 제일 끝에 있고 이러다 보니까 센터가 뭔가 불편합니까?
So you're always on the end with your position, so does it feel weird to be in the center of the stage?
자연스럽게 가고 싶었어요.
자, 잘생겼다.
Someone yelled, "You're so handsome!" in the audience.
제가 3년 동안 안 했거든, 못 했거든요. 군대 갔다 오고 한다고. 네, 오버워치 2 나오고 2달 열심히 했는데 그런 재미난 경기 초청해 주셔서 너무 저 감사합니다.
He said he's so glad you guys invited him. He spent the last 2 years not playing the game because he was in the military, but he then spent the last 2 months playing a ton of Overwatch 2, and he really, really enjoyed it. He's so glad he was invited to participate in this match.
Certainly fooled me.
두 세트 다 졌을 때만 해도 얼굴이 썩어 들어갔었거든요. 그때 소감 어땠습니까?
사실 오랜만에 저도 오프라인 경기를 했던 거라서 준비를 되게 철저하게 했거든요. 잘하고 싶으니까. 근데 제가 나온 것만 다 진 거예요. 이 형이 나온 건 다 이기고. 그래서 제가 끝나고
So he said,
나는 왜 이럴까 하고 대기실에 갔는데 제 잘못이 아니래요. 네, 제 잘못이 아닌 걸 깨닫고
this is a really long answer. I'm going to have to translate for you guys.
이겼죠. 얘가 못했대요.
So basically, she was like, "So you were all the maps you were playing, you were losing. Like, how did you feel about that?" And they were like, he said like,
It wasn't my fault.
Well, he was like, "Well, I don't know. Like, why am I like this? I haven't played as a pro in a really long time, so I prepared really hard for this." And I was like, "What's going on, guys?" And they were like, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's their fault." I think he specifically mentioned one player on the other side, but I didn't hear who.
남아 있구나가 느껴졌어요. 그렇기 때문에 기회만 사실 기회가 없겠지만, 예, 그래도 뭐 해설도 너무 재밌고 즐겁고 하다 보니까 아무래도 이게 마지막이지 않을까.
He said, "This is probably the last one for me. Like, don't you think?" I mean, he's like, I'd love to have another chance, but he's like, there won't be. Let's be real. I'm really enjoying being a caster, so this is. I'm guessing this is probably the last time I'll be on the stage as a player.
라스칼 김동준. 아 이제는
Now
본인이
hearing
리그
from
팀의
Rascal.
리그 우승팀의 코치로서 입지를 좀 다했었는데 오늘 선수로 나왔잖아요. 선수로 되게 잘했습니다. 좀 어땠어요?
So you're coach of the championship team, but now you're coming out as a player. How was it?
팀원들과 재밌게 게임할 수 있어서 너무 재밌었던 것 같고요.
It was almost fun playing with my teammates because we've all played the game in a really fun way.
본인이 키운 키리코 필더 찍어 누르고 지금 이 자리에 있거든요. 필더 선수한테 한마디만 해주세요.
So talk about your matchup versus Fielder, one of the best Kirikos in the world.
이제 코치진들도 같이 게임에 참여해서 했었던 적이 있었거든요. 내전으로. 그때는 항상 제가 맞는 입장이었는데 제가 이제 준이를 때리는 기회가 와서 행복한 것 같아요. 네.
예, 많은 분들이 사실 오늘
If I understood correctly, it was like all the things I wanted to correct Fielder on in this play. Like I feel like I finally got to actually like take it out on him. If I understood that correctly.
마지막으로 소감과 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
My setup is not great for this transition, guys, so I'm trying my best. Sorry if I get something wrong. Someone in chat will correct me if I'm wrong.
보여드리고 싶고 기회가 안 된다고 하더라도 코치로서 또 다른 모습으로서 제가 열심히
I wanted to show my best one more time, and even if I can't, at least I'll show my best as a coach in the future. What I'm made of,
마지막으로
basically.
우리 보이드.
Now Void.
잘했어요. 창식 선수랑 번갈아서 나왔지만 보이드가 나왔을 때 대부분 승리. 그때 좀 기분이 어땠습니까?
So every time you played, you won. Well, how was that like?
잠깐만요.
I think his mic might be failing, or he's just talking quietly. I can't hear what he said.
아 전화서 잘 됐던 것 같아요.
많은 분들이 사실 보이드 선수도
I think
아쉬워하세요.
I think saw him translated or repeated saying like, "Yeah, I guess I just played well," or "I guess I did well." I think is what she said.
팬분들한테 또 마지막으로 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Fans, words of the fans.
많이 응원해 주셔서 감사했고 또 이렇게 한국 분들 앞에서 경기를 오랜만에 하는데 정말 좋은 기억이었던 것 같아요. 다들 감사합니다.
I think he thinks it's going to be a really good memory to be able to have this opportunity to play in front of Korean fans for the first time in a really long time. So he's hoping it'll be a happy memory for everyone and for himself.
자, 두 분 해설 여기 앞으로 다시 좀 모시겠습니다. 자, 이틀간 펼쳐졌던 오버워치 2 레전드 배틀 너무나 즐겁고 행복한 시간이었습니다. 자, 우리 기억 속에 자리하고 있었던 레전드들, 우리 우승을 차지한 콩두 판테라, 그다음에 준우승 GC 부산, 러너웨이,
So she's
루나티카까지
not listing all the teams, and they're going to close. We're just going to hear from Panthera tonight. So it's just the commentators giving their final thoughts on the event. So I guess we'll do the same over here on our stream.
Yeah.
And it's been a really big pleasure of mine, Achilios, casting with you again after all these years in casting Overwatch 2.
Absolutely.
I'm really honored that I was invited to do this event and be a part of this. Even though I haven't commentated Overwatch in a really long time, I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it at home, and I'm hoping that I'll get some more chances to commentate Overwatch with you in the future.
I mean, yeah, that covered a hell of a lot of what I was going to say. I mean, very much the same. It's been a very long time, 2 years, far too long, for us to not have been able to have the opportunity to work together. But it's been a blast to come back to re-explore these teams where we kind of kicked off our careers in Overwatch and first started our duo. So to come back to this and see so many familiar faces, both on the player side, the Korean commentators, be able to see so many people that we haven't been able to see in years, it's just been an absolute pleasure. So we got to say a very big thank you to Blizzard Korea for putting this whole thing together and having us be a part of it. As soon as we got the ask about it, we were just over the moon about the opportunity. We're just like, oh yeah, oh hell yeah, we're going to be doing that.
Oh yeah.
So hopefully this is just one event, the first of maybe a series, maybe an annual thing. I don't know what it's going to be, if it's going to happen. We can only hope. We'll keep our fingers crossed. But you can be damn sure that if something like this is going to occur in the future, then we are very much looking to be right here to bring you guys this action every single time, because we love this stuff. We've always been big about telling stories. Anybody who listened to us in 2019 and 2020 knows that it's just kind of been ingrained in our casting style and our commentary. But we love you all. We thank you guys for staying up late or waking up early, whichever it was that you had to do to be able to tune in. Thank you guys so much for being here. And
love you guys.
Who knows when it's going to be the next time that Wolf and I will get the cast together, but you never know. Maybe it'll be sooner than you think.
Sooner than you think, that's for sure.
But I think we'll let this play out as they toss them in the air, and we'll see you guys next time. Good night.
자, 여러분, 저는 몰랐어요. 이 선수들이 다 아직 있었네요. 남은 세 팀도 같이 무대에 모시겠습니다. 자, 먼저 루나티카이 나오세요. 자, 여기 같이. 자, 네, 루나티카이 나오세요. 에스카부터 토비, 와유, 류재호, 이로, 키도. 자, 그리고 GC부산 와서 나오십시오. 사실 저는 여러분들께 이 팀원들 소개해드리고 인사 나누고 하는 것까지 하려고 얼른 마이크 다시 달라 그랬어요. 자, 어서 나오십시오. 오늘 준우승 마지막까지 너무나 멋진 모습 보여주셔서 감사드립니다. 네코. 자, 마지막 팀입니다. 여러분, 러너웨이 어서 오세요. 야, 풍성합니다. 예. 아니, 마지막까지 가지 않고 이쪽에 서실까요? 예. 가지 않고 이렇게 남아주신 우리 선수 여러분들께 다시 한번 진심으로 감사하다는 말씀 드리고요. 자, 내 팀의 모든 선수들, 팬 여러분들께 인사 한번 부탁드립니다. 고맙습니다. 이번 대회 참여해 주셔서 여러분들의 모습을 보여주셔서 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다. 제가 아무 얘기도 안 하니까 되게 분위기가 썰렁하네요. 저희 방송 안 끝나요? 지금 아직 방송하는 중이에요? 네? 이제 슬슬 마무리하세요. 네. 자, 어떻게 선수들 인터뷰라도 좀 더 할까요? 아니 이거 원래 계획에 없던 거예요, 여러분. 야, 일단 저는 꽃뱀님 사실 런어웨이 하면 우리 꽃빈 단장님을 저희가 또 빼볼 수가 없잖아요. 예, 오랜만에 이런 무대에서 이런 거 느껴보시니까 어떠셨어요?
너무 재밌었고 예전으로 약간 돌아간 것 같아서 울컥울컥 할 때도 있었었고 저에게 좀 좋은 해교가 된 것 같다 라고 생각합니다.
좋은 소식 들려왔잖아요. 그렇죠? 너무나 축하드리고 이번에 러너 플레이 하는 걸 보면서 좀 점수를 준다면 몇 점이나 줄 수 있었을까요?
점수요? 한 5점?
예. 설마 100점 만점이겠어요. 예. 자, 러너님. 진짜 저는 솔직히 많은 팬 여러분들이 아직까지 지금 11시가 넘었거든요. 근데 이때까지 지금 이렇게 많이 남아 계실 거라고 생각하셨어요?
전혀 생각 못 했고요. 그리고 어제는 더 늦게 끝났잖아요. 그런데도 끝나고 내려가니까 기다리시는 걸 보니까 그냥 갈 수 없겠더라고요. 왜냐면 이런 기회가 또 자주 오는 것도 아니고 그래서 너무 좋은 시간 보냈어요. 옛날에는 막 촬영하자 이러면 애들 막 싫은 티 내고 막 힘들어요 맨날 이랬는데 아무 군말 없이 다 촬영도 하고 팬과 좋은 시간도 보내고 또 좋은 추억 만들어주신 우리 해설자분들 그리고 여기 계신 선수분들 또 블리자드 그리고 여기 팬분들 진짜 너무 감사합니다.
그리고 그 중심에 같이 있어주셔서 러너님께도 다시 한번 진심으로 감사하다는 말씀 드립니다. 고맙습니다. 이번에는 주시부산 가가지고 제스처 선수 이제 이쪽으로 오세요. 아니 저희가 플레이하는 걸 보니까 정말 아직 죽지 않았더라고요.
제가 더 잘할 수 있었는데 좀 아쉽습니다 많이.
그러면 본인이 그래도 이번 경기 한 것 중에 누가 그래도 제일 좀 마음에 들었다, 제일 잘한 것 같다, 본인의 마음의 MVP는?
저희 팀 다 MVP.
이야, 인터뷰는 이렇게 하는 거구나. 네, 알겠어요. 자리로 모시겠습니다. 자, 네코 선수 이리 오세요. 오랜만에 네코 선수 되게 오랜만에 봐가지고 너무 반가웠습니다. 오랜만에 팬들이 이렇게 열광하고 지켜봐 주셨는데 어떠셨어요?
거의 몇 년 만에 이렇게 오프라인 경기를 하게 되는데 진짜 너무 떨렸고 행복했습니다.
네코 선수 말 안 시켰으면 어쩔 뻔했어요. 목소리가 이렇게 좋았구나. 네, 앞으로의 계획 뭐 이런 것들도 좀 들어볼 수 있을까요?
아마 코치나 감독 쪽으로 계속 할 것 같습니다. 오버워치 쪽에서.
네, 앞으로도 멋진 코칭 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 활약 기대합니다. 자, 우리 기도. 네, 이번에 어떻게 성적과 별개로 그쵸? 이번에 같이 참여하면서 오랜만에 이 멤버로 저는 루나틱한테 제일 감사드리는 게 뭐냐면 이 멤버가 다시 모여줬다는 게 저는 그게 너무 감사하거든요. 오랜만에 만났던 이 소감 이틀 동안 어떠셨습니까?
뭔가 이런 자리 마련해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 오랜만에 이렇게 다 같이 모인 거거든요. 몇 년 만에 이렇게 모인 건데 너무 좋았고 다음에도 또 이런 기회 있으면 좋을 것 같고. 네.
알겠습니다. 자, 호아유 선수 일로 와요. 아니 예전에 호아유는요, 에이펙스 때 호아유는요, 제가 말만 시키면 시선을 못 마주치고 어떻게든 피하려고 하고 이러던 호아유였습니다. 하지만 지금은 아니죠. 오랜만에 팬 여러분들 만난 소감 어떠셨습니까?
일단 이렇게 오랜만에 다들 뵈서 정말 기쁘고요. 그리고 오랜만에 본 얼굴들이 너무 많아서 옛날 생각도 많이 나고, 결과는 별로 안 좋았지만 뭐 저는 이 이벤트에 되게 의미가 많다고 생각해서 기분도 좋고 그냥 다 좋았습니다.
우와! 딴 사람이래. 여러분, 정말 만약에 예전에 에이펙스 때 제가 이 질문을 했으면 네, 좋았습니다 이러고 말하려. 그쵸? 뭔가 그 시간 동안에 뭐가 달라진 거예요? 많이 성장한 겁니까? 뭐가 이렇게 달라졌어요?
우선 되게 좋은 분들을 많이 만났어요. 그분들한테서 많이 배웠고 제 스스로도 많이 성장했던 것 같아요.
진짜 예쁘다. 이런 얘기를 해줄 줄이야, 호아유. 앞으로도 계속해서 응원하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 자, 그 다음에 에스카 선수 이리 오세요. 에스카 안 불렀으면 어쩔 뻔했어요. 자, 김인재 보고 싶었어. 네, 이렇게 보고 싶어하는 팬들이 많습니다. 행복하시겠어요?
네, 감사합니다. 네.
얘는 오히려 못하는데 아니, 이제 팬 여러분들과 만날 수 있는 시간이 사실 이런 무대가 또 오버워치로는 쉽지 않잖아요. 늘 응원해주는 팬 여러분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단 너무 감사드리고, 그리고 일단 저희가 사실 뭐 오늘 대단한 성적을 내려고 온 건 아니고 저희끼리 이렇게 뭉치는 게 되게 큰 의미가 있는 것 같아서 그렇게 좀 재밌게 봐주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 맞는 말이에요, 진짜. 앞으로도 에스카도 응원하겠습니다. 자리로 모시겠습니다. 우리 콩두 같은 경우에는 앞서 인터뷰를 했으니까 마무리하고요. 혹시 저 꼭 인터뷰 하고 싶습니다 하는 선수 혹시 제가 누구? 류재홍! 네, 아니 왜냐면 사실 모든 선수를 인터뷰할 수 없다 보니까 저희가 앞에 인터뷰했던 선수들 빼고 이제 나머지 선수들 얘기 들어보려고 그랬는데 류재홍을 부르는 목소리가 제일 컸어요. 자, 함께했던 이렇게 멤버들 정말 옛날 생각 많이 나셨었을 것 같은데 어땠습니까?
이렇게 같이 할 수 있다는 거에 너무 감사하고 옛날 생각 너무 났죠. 근데 오늘 좀 살살 좀 하지. 우리도 좀 올라가게. 너무 세게 했어 사람들이. 빨리 욕 좀 해봐. 너무 세게 했어. 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶었는데 뜻대로 안 돼서 조금 아쉽고, 다음에 이런 기회가 있으면은 좀 더 재밌는 경기 나올 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 와주셔서 다들 감사합니다.
네, 류재홍 선수였습니다. 살아있는 에이펙스의 전설들이 지금 제 뒤에 쫙 서 있는데요. 진짜 이 선수들의 존재만으로도 너무나 감사한 시간이었습니다. 생각지 않았던 인터뷰, 근데 이거 안 하기가 너무 아쉬웠어요. 그쵸? 이 시간 끝까지 함께 해주셔서 너무나 감사드리고, 내 팀 그리고 꽃피니까지 전부 다 너무나 감사합니다. 고맙습니다.